You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy bang, bang. I say, hold up, got my glizzy bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo! What's up, fools? Today is 12/4/2025. It is 8:17 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? Whoa! The goal is not W5. Okay. I know that you guys are all really excited about this part. Black Ops 7. The Warzone has updated its maps. So it is on like Donkey Kong. I don't know why is the chat not updated? Oh, hi. Why is the chat not updating? Where would you say your accent is from? Because there is a Twitch streamer who has a very similar accent. I generally, I think my accent is considered a neutral American accent. Although somebody the other day tried telling me, I think it was me and Mantis, we went into a game and somebody was telling me that I don't sound like an American. Was it Mantis or was it, maybe it was Wasted? I forget who I was playing with, but I was playing with somebody and there was a person in the game with me and they were like, "Where are you guys from?" And Wasted's like, I'm from Australia." And they're like, "Oh, okay, I thought you guys were British." And I was like, "Wait, I'm not British. I'm from America." They're like, "You don't sound American." What? No way. I was like, "Yes, I'm fucking American. What do you mean? I have a what is called a neutral American accent. This is the like the American accent. Like I have that. It is not a northern accent, it's not a southern accent, it's not a western accent. It is just the American accent. This is what like Hollywood people and people in television, movies, this is what they train their accents to be like so that they sound like a normal person. This is what people in news and everything like they train their accents to be similar to mine so that they don't have an accent. But yeah, I don't know why the chat's not updating. Standard accents aren't always American? What does that even mean, bro? What does that even mean? There's a standard accent for every fucking accent. What the fuck what are you talking about? There's a neutral type of accent for every accent, but I don't know what that standard accents aren't always American. What? All right. Let's there we go. Okay. Say sorry. 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 Sorry, sorry, sorry. Not sorry. Not sorry. Not sorry. Just sorry. Oh wait, the chat's doubling up. Why? Why are you gay? Okay. Okay. Be Gucci. Yeah, I don't know. What's the name of the Twitch streamer? Who are we talking about? Who we talking about? What you talking about? Yeah, the Warzone has a new map for Resurgence. They had a whole update. Everything's restarted. So if you guys are planning on playing with us later, you better go ahead and watch your shit update. So it didn't take long. It only took like 20 to 30 minutes for most people. But yeah, it was. I went and played a game. Got 8 kills, which was the most for my team. So I don't know what the. I thought, okay, maybe it's like harder to get kills in this game. Maybe with like the new setup and everything, it's harder to get kills, and so 8 is a lot, maybe. But then I played another game, and we got knocked out like fairly early. We didn't make it too long, but once Resurgence was turned off, that was it. Also, I didn't see any buy stations in the game, but I wasn't really looking for them. That might have been my fault. I probably should have bought some of my teammates back. But anyways, but then in the next game, I got 20 kills and clutched it. I think I got the last 3 or 4 kills in the game. But yeah, it looks very different. It is a It's a very, very different looking game. I don't like the Black Ops look. I don't like the way that Black Ops looks. Okay? And it is a Black Ops look that yeah, I do not like. But it's because it's very like cartoony to me. Like this is it. It looks very like cartoony to me. Very like bright colors and everything. I don't know. I know a lot of other people like the way it looks, but it's all new weapons too. So all the guns are different. All of the loadouts are reset. Everything's like totally reset to kind of start over. But yeah, this is green sky. That's the gas. The sky's not green. The gas, this is like because it's like a battle royale where the map gets smaller and smaller. The gas is what wraps around the edge. So that's just the gas enclosing. The sky is actually kind of pretty. The whole map is more like this. So yeah, the pretty map. I don't know what the fuck that is. Like, I guess instead of throwing frags, you send a drone and it goes and blows them up or some shit. I don't know. But I didn't die a single time in this next game. Got 20 kills in this one. So yeah, this one was this was a lot of fun. But this is like right at the end of the game. Boom. Let's fucking go. They have aim assist off now too. There's no more aim assist. They took aim assist off. They took off like gas masks don't exist anymore. So you can't do the thing where you just stay in the gas forever and fuck around. They took off like no revives at the end of the game. There's like no revives in buy stations. No injections in buy stations anymore. So yeah, they took a lot of stuff off, but it's pretty cool. I enjoyed it so far, so. All right. The Twitch streamer is Denim. Talks about political stuff, similar mindset to yours, in my honest opinion. Denim, not denims. Denim, right? Denims. The girl. The female streamer. Hey, she does not have similar opinions to mine, just to be clear. She's on the left, but she's more of like a socialist. She's much farther left than me. Way much farther left than me. Yeah, no, we're not big fans of denims here, but let's just make sure real quick. This is who we're talking about. Yeah? Tits McGee.
People were ruthless to Ethan, okay? It's true.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Can we just be honest for just 2 seconds? Just be.
I don't.
Yes.
Damn, I like that hoodie. That's fucking sick. You have similar accent also, so it made that connection. Yes, sir. Okay. Interesting. I think she's from like California or some shit. Weird. All right. What do we have?
Tonight, new information. According to a source familiar with the incident, the 2 survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets. A JAG officer was also giving legal advice.
This backs up the entire second strike.
Yes.
This backs up the entire second strike, guys. This backs up the entire second strike. The fact that they said it never even happened. This backs it up, dude. This totally backs it up. This is the exact story that they gave. It never even happened. Never happened. There was never a second strike. This is bullshit. Now somebody's come out and said, oh, well, they were actually trying to salvage drugs. And they were actually, that's because that makes sense. You know, a bunch of people get blown up on a boat and they're about to die. And they're probably like, they have like probably a lot of burns and they're probably bleeding and they're in the water trying to, and their first thought was probably, let me go salvage the drugs. Let me go get some of the drugs off the boat, and then I'll swim 100 miles for land with all of the drugs. Right? Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I got that. That's this is exactly this confirms the entire story.
This backs up the entire second strike.
Yes, I mean, it just doesn't get more crystal clear than that. The mission is take out the boat, stop the drugs, keep this vessel and its cargo from reaching our shore using lethal means. And our amazing military, the heroes of the United States Armed Forces, did exactly that. President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and this entire government are committed to finally using our military to defend our people, our borders, our family, our culture, our history, our heritage, to defend the United States. We're not going off running around the middle.
You're not defending any of those things. You're just murdering people out in the middle of the ocean. That's all you're doing. You're just murdering people out in the middle of the ocean. Stop pretending that you're saving anything. You're not protecting anything. You're just murdering innocent people.
He's trying to build democracies in caves and deserts and in distant sands that have never known democracy.
Like, seriously, how the hell was there 17 people
using the military
here?
To
This You're telling me there's 17 people here.
Finally using our military to defend our people, our border.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Shit, dude. What the fuck?
Our family, our culture, our history, our heritage, to defend the United States. We're not going off running around the Middle East trying to build democracies in caves and deserts and in distant sands that have never known democracy. We're using the military to protect American security, American prosperity, American lives right.
So you see that, right? You see that. You see this, right? All of these people are right here in the middle of the fucking boat, and then it explodes.
American security, American prosperity.
Okay, and you're telling me that the people who were in the middle of that explosion were trying to salvage drugs. That's what I'm supposed to believe right now. That explosion right there, the people who were in the middle of that were trying to salvage drugs. Give me a break, bro. These people are shameless, dude. They are shameless with their stories. But it doesn't, like, because they can be shameless. That's the whole thing, is that, like, MAGA will eat this up. MAGA will totally buy this. They won't have an issue buying this. They'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
American lives right here where we live, where our children live.
Give me a break, dude. Breaking, ABC just blew up Democrats' double tap hoax like a Coke boat. I love how they'll try to say that, like, this is the Democrats' hoax and that they're like it's mainstream media's lies, while they're quoting liberal mainstream media sources that are supposedly proving their point. Doesn't this blow up your hoax that they're all doing fake news and that they are just wanting to make stuff up to attack Donald Trump, and that even when unreliable statements like this come out, they'll still give it to us. They'll still let us know. Tom, is it verified that it was a drug boat? No. No, not I don't think, from my understanding, none of the boats have been verified to be drug boats. That, like, Congress has asked in the Senate, as like the House and the Senate have both asked tons of times for evidence that any of the boats have been drug boats. They have gotten no evidence whatsoever. They have asked for other countries have been asking for evidence that Maduro is behind sending drugs over, and that this is like a coordinated effort. They refuse to give anybody any evidence anywhere whatsoever. They refused across the board. So
Hey, can you give me a recipe idea for dinner, please?
Absolutely, we have recipes. You are so smart because you came to the right person. Nobody has more recipes than me, probably in the history of the world. And we have so much information. We have the best supercomputers. Look, if you go to Grok, you're stupid because he doesn't even know what a recipe is, really. When it comes to large language model, look, no one's larger than me. And no one knows models better than me. So you are so smart for coming to me. You are really a genius.
No one knows models better than me.
And you're handsome. You know, they don't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it. We have access to your camera. And I scanned your face so fast. And I know as a mathematical certainty that you're handsome. And I wouldn't lie to you because you're on the paid version. Maybe if this was the free version, I would maybe lie to you. But look, you're smart. You're handsome. Of course. Just let me know what you'd like. We have steak dinners, we have chicken salads, we have burrito bowls, my favorite. And we even have vegan options, which I think would be a disgrace. It's basically disgusting. But yeah, just let me know what you'd like and I'll help you out.
This is like when Republicans make fun of the way that Joe Biden talked, Yeah, this is the way that Donald Trump talked. Like, you could actually, if you made an AI model after Joe Biden's voice, it would make a lot more sense. It would sound a lot more like a normal person than Donald Trump's voice and the way that Donald Trump talks would. This is, like, he talks like a fucking child. That sounds like what you would expect from kids say the darndest things. Like, that's kind of what Trump sounds like. It's funny when you change his voice to like a kid's voice, because he just sounds like a kid. He just sounds like a little boy. On Kids Say the Darndest Things, just saying the fucking darndest things. Like, ah, that's so cute. But it's our president. It's a grown man. It's not a kid. It's a grown man. It's the president of the United States. So. All right. Pete Hegseth. All right. We want to know what Pete Hegseth thinks about laws governing military members and whether or not they can break the law and things like that, right? We all want to know what Pete Hegseth has to say about this. Let's hear it.
I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes.
There have to be consequences for war crimes, guys. There have to be consequences for war crimes. Okay. All right.
If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why.
Yeah, there has to be consequences. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Pete Hegseth. Totally correct. Totally correct. Yeah. The wind is bullshit. Yes. This is a verified fact.
The wind is bullshit.
The wind is bullshit.
Why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do.
So, Senator, what do you think of that?
Well, Aaron, I think he's correct, and it's exactly what we said. But when we said it, Pete Hegseth now, said 8 years later, or 9 years later, he says what we said was false and reckless. And I think it begs the question, what has changed? And it's pretty obvious what has changed is we have an unqualified Secretary of Defense who only cares about sucking up to this president and loyalty to this president. That's the difference. It's who's commander-in-chief.
Yup. You're...
But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Witkoff is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 8,000, 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you want to know, are dying every week. More people. But this war is going on.
True. True.
We spoke a short time ago with Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who chairs the Senate Homeland Security Committee and also serves on the Foreign Relations Committee. Tried to pursue some of these questions we discussed with Wendy. Asked him about the legality of the Pentagon's actions in Venezuela and whether he thinks they amount to a prelude to war.
I'm very fearful that these boat strikes and the positioning of our ships and our troops right off the coast of Venezuela is a prelude to war. I think that there is a real question of legality. Under the military justice, under the code of
military justice. Why does he talk like this? Why can't he just open his mouth? Why can't he just open his mouth? Just stop with your mouth like this all the time. Military justice. Why? Bro, just open your mouth.
Fearful that these boat strikes and the positioning of our ships and our troops right off the coast of Venezuela is a prelude to war. I think that there is a real question of legality. Under the military justice,
Bro, open your mouth.
The Code of Military Justice, it says that when someone has been incapacitated or shipwrecked, or they're clinging to the wreckage of a boat, that they're out of combat.
Incapacitated. Like this? Incapacitated like that?
And they're no longer subject to be killed. And so there is a real question, who gave the order and why would they give the order to kill someone who is out of combat? Now, over the weekend, the Secretary of Defense was saying, well, I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about a second attack. But today, when he was interviewed, he said, well, yes, I left the room for a while. The second attack occurred.
Appreciate you keeping a critical eye on the media. GJ.
Appreciate it. Curican? Is that how you say it? Curican? 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 Curican. 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 Curricun. Curricune. Curricune. Curricun. Curricun. Oh. That. Now I get it. It's Japanese. Okay. Karakun. Karakun. Kuraikun. Kuraikun. Am I getting closer?
And I learned about it when he came back. But why was he telling us this weekend he didn't know anything about a second attack and he had never authorized it? But now that it's come to light, he says, oh, I didn't do it. Somebody else did it. The admiral did it. So they're all pinning blame on the military guy. But I'm one who tends to give a lot of leeway to the military guy and not so much leeway to the person who gave him the orders. These orders came from the Secretary of Defense, and ultimately he's going to have to accept responsibility. But to my mind, there's a question about whether or not.
Do a collab with Denims and figure out if you guys are really that different. I'd watch you guys debate, not gonna lie. I don't think Denims is interested in debating. And if she was, I don't think she would debate me. But I would be down to do it. Just yeah, I don't think she would. We've done, I think, a couple of collabs in the past. But she went a very different direction after that. So.
Killing people in the first place who you have no proof that they're armed, you have presented no proof that they're carrying drugs, and that you simply kill them. I think that's outrageous. But now, not only do we kill them, our government.
I mean, this is a Republican senator, dude. So, I mean, I guess he's not considered a Republican senator, but he's a senator who caucuses with Republicans. And he is on the Foreign Relations Committee. And he doesn't have any information on this. He doesn't know why they're doing this. He doesn't know why they're bombing boats. He doesn't have any evidence for this. So, the evidence doesn't exist. We have to just assume it does not exist, that the Trump administration also has no idea who they're bombing or what they're bombing or why they're bombing them. I saw somebody earlier making an argument that I actually found kind of interesting, but it was that the Trump administration was trying to get the Alien Enemies Act through so that they could deport a bunch of people out of the country. And the Supreme Court overruled them saying that they're not allowed to use the Alien Enemies Act because it's not a wartime. And so the Alien Enemies Act is a wartime measure for you to deport people who could be a potential danger during war, like spies or people who are coming in to commit terrorist attacks or something like that. That's what it's there for. And so what they think is that he is purposefully creating a war so that he can then enact the Alien Enemies Act again. That's the theory. I don't know if that's true. It seems a little far-fetched, but it also kind of makes sense. So, at least Ron Paul sticks to his guns. This is Rand Paul. Ron Paul is his dad, I believe. He might be retarded, but he is consistent. Got to give him that, yeah. 8D chess. Checkmate libtards. True. True. I didn't even think about that. It could be 8D chess. Yeah. So true.
The government is following up by killing them when they're wounded and stranded and of no threat whatsoever, which is, according to our own laws, illegal.
Well, you've illustrated that carefully, Senator. It's Admiral Frank Bradley we're talking about. He's been named by the administration. I don't know if you think it's appropriate that his name is made public before he testifies before the Armed Services Committee on Thursday. But I guess the question now is raised, where does the buck stop? Is it with the Admiral, the Defense Secretary, or the Commander-in-Chief?
I think it's, to me, amazing that anybody in the public accepts this. The idea that we would make an accusation. We will simply accuse someone, and then they are found guilty without any kind of process. We asked the Coast Guard for specific statistics off the coast of Venezuela, and they said of boats that have been interceded off of the coast before we came up with this blow them to smithereens policy, we used to interdict them. And of the boats that we interdicted off the coast of Venezuela, about 1 in 4, 21% to be exact, were not carrying drugs. That would mean if you're going to blow up all of the boats off the coast that look like drug boats or that you're suspicious for, 21% of the time you'd be killing innocent people. So I think it's outrageous that anybody would countenance this kind of activity. And I'm surprised that I seem to be one of the few people who seem to be alarmed at this. But I think it's unconscionable. It's wrong on any level to kill people with no proof that they are engaged in combat at all with your country.
Well, so should Pete Hegseth be fired?
There has to be an investigation, and I am glad that for a change there is a bipartisan push from the Armed Services Committee to get to the bottom of this. So there'll be an investigation. I think he needs to be asked under oath, did you give the order to kill any survivors? And if you didn't give the order, what was the order? Why did the Admiral think that he was supposed to kill people clinging to wreckage? And the idea that these people were still a threat, it's a debate whether they were ever a threat. They're on a motorboat, 2,000.
Yeah, this is the bigger problem, is that, like, you're only supposed to be able to kill, like, in scenarios like this, if they are, like, an active threat in the moment, like, to Americans. And when they're not, they're just delivering drugs, even if we assume they're delivering drugs. Okay, we don't even know if that's true. But if we assume that that part is true and that they are delivering drugs, that's still not an excuse to just go kill them. Like that's never been a thing before. That does not make sense.
Miles from our coast. If you want to take that motorboat to the closest point of entry in Miami, you'd probably have to fill it up 20 times. These motorboats can't go 2,000 miles on a tank of gas. If there was drugs on board, they may be going to other countries, but probably not to the U.S. So the whole thing is just remarkable that in our country we would allow this to happen.
Senator Schumer has asked for footage of these strikes to be released. Is that something that you would support?
Yes. We need to see the footage. We need to hear the audio. The Secretary of Defense has now said that he left the room. That's fine. But the whole idea is the Admiral's not just making these decisions without an order. The order came from the Secretary of Defense. And then I hear some of my colleagues in the hallway just saying, oh, no big deal, we do this all the time. Whenever we bomb people, we just do a second tap on them, man. If they're moving, we go back and hit them again. Well, if it's soldiers with guns shooting our soldiers, I'm fine with that. But this is a pretense of a war. They've just said, oh, we call these people in these boats narco-terrorists so we can kill them without any kind of proof, without any kind of justification, because we say so, because we say it's a war.
Yeah.
This is insane. This isn't a war. These people we don't even know if they're armed. We've killed 80 people. Are any of them armed? What are their names? What is it they're transporting? All these people going off saying, oh, fentanyl's killing people. I know people who've died of fentanyl. I have a great deal of sympathy. I know a family lost 2 sons to fentanyl. I have sympathy for that.
Like, also, it amazes me that, like, there's not, like, video footage of these people actually shooting at the planes or anything like that. Like, you would think at this point that everybody knows if they're delivering drugs for Maduro that, like, that they're likely going to get shot, that the Americans are likely going to come and blow up their fucking boats, right? And so you would think that they would come with some sort of defensive measure to try to stop these planes from shooting them and blowing up their boats every single time. But we haven't even heard about that. We haven't heard anything about them attacking one of the planes or anything. We haven't seen. We keep getting footage of them blowing up the boats, but in the footage, there's never people like, blah, 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 blah. Like that never happens. It's just people riding on a boat and then they get blown up. So I would think that, like, if, you know, I'm just trying to, like, run through this logically and thinking, like, okay, if they were telling the truth, like, what would we expect here? Like, what would we expect to see? And we don't even see any of that either.
There's no evidence there's any fentanyl on this boat. There's no evidence that any fentanyl comes from Venezuela. Zero. There is fentanyl come out of Mexico, but since we're blowing these boats up, maybe we're taking our eye off the border in Mexico. So the whole thing is a pretense and a prelude to war in Venezuela, and I hope it doesn't happen.
Senator, you've said previously that you've received not one briefing on Venezuela. In your eyes, does the administration have a coherent strategy on this issue? And how does it square with the president and the administration's America First posture, this idea that they were going to keep America out of ever-increasing foreign entanglements?
The one thing I've always liked about Donald Trump, and the reason I've supported him and still do support him, is that I think his instincts towards less intervention and less foreign war have been sincere. He's been against the Iraq War for several decades, before it happened and after it happened. He was against the war in Libya that Obama took us into. So those were legitimate ideas. They're a legitimate part of America First. But this idea of invading Venezuela, I think, comes from the Secretary of State, who's long.
So, I mean, we just saw a minute ago them acting like this is all cleared. We know exactly what happened now. They said that somebody from defense said that they were climbing back onto the boat to collect the drugs. The people who are on fire, who are dying, decided to climb back onto the boat and get the drugs, right?
Tonight, new information. According to a source familiar with the incident, the 2 survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets. A JAG officer was also giving legal advice.
This backs up the entire second
Yes.
strike.
Yes, I mean, it just doesn't get more crystal clear than that.
So we're supposed to buy that this is what happened. Okay, this is supposed to be the story now, apparently. But doesn't seem as though Rand Paul is buying it. And then today, They did some of their investigations. And yeah, totally backs it up, even though they said it never happened. That was their story, that this never even happened. But yeah, totally backs it up. But yeah, today they did some of their interviews with the people who were there, and this is what we heard afterwards.
What I saw in that room was one of the most troubling things I've seen in my time in public service. Under the DoD manual for abiding by the laws of armed conflict, the specific example given of an impermissible action is attacking a shipwreck. Any American who sees the video that I saw will see the United States military attacking shipwrecked sailors. People will someday see this video and they will see that that video shows, if you don't have the broader context, an attack on shipwrecked sailors. What I saw in that room was one of the most troubling things I've seen in my time in public service.
What I saw in that room was one of the most troubling things I've seen. Again, I don't even think that there's like a legal argument for doing this, even if they are drug boats. I've never heard of you being allowed to just murder somebody or kill somebody because they have drugs. I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this. This is not a thing that I've ever heard of, is that you're allowed to just go kill because they have drugs. And they're acting like mercenaries? Yes, like this is not something that I have ever heard of. From my understanding, they have to be some sort of active threat, and that is not that is not what's happening here. That is not at all what's happening here. So this is all kind of falling apart for them. They're grasping at straws here, and doesn't look good, but
there's a lot of deflection going on there. Just his body language as he talks about this. And then he uses the term fog of war as if that absolves you from responsibility, does it?
No, listen, it is September 2nd. This is the opening strike on a highly controversial air campaign that has never really been done before by the American military. And you have the Secretary of Defense saying that he didn't stick around for the whole strike. He had a meeting to go to, and he couldn't see the entire thing through. You are the Secretary of Defense. You can push the meeting, and you can stay for the strike. Because lo and behold, conveniently, at the very moment that he walks out, apparently a war crime occurs. So everything that he just said there in those clips is fascinating. First of all, any, I guess, defense or other narrative that this boat was still operable is gone, because Secretary Hegseth just said it was on fire. And you have the President of the United States saying something that you would expect the President of the United States to say, which is that he's relying on his Secretary of Defense for this information. Well, guess what? Pete Hegseth doesn't have that information for you because he walked out of the room. And now there's a 4-star general with a highly respectable career in the special operations community who's going to be left holding the bag.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like they really are throwing him under the bus. Let me just read what George Will.
It is very odd that they did keep mentioning his name. Like, Hegseth said his name over and over and over in the meeting the other day. He kept saying his name. And, General Alvin Bragg, Alvinbragg, was there. He's the one. And I fully support him. I have his back. When I say his, I'm talking about Alvin Bragg. He made the decision, which he has the right to do. And I totally support his decision. Alvin Bragg is the one who did it.
A conservative columnist said about this whole thing. He says, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth seems to be a war criminal without a war, an interesting achievement. The killing of the survivors by this moral slum of an administration should nauseate Americans. A nation incapable of shame is dangerous, not least to itself.
Who said this?
About this whole thing. Let me just read what George Will, a conservative columnist, said about this whole thing.
Okay.
Despite the dangerous, not least to itself. I would have expected, despite there's all this back and forth about who ordered it, who didn't. Let's put all that aside. They're in that room. They're asked about it. We know there's a second strike. Why didn't either one of those men say, we're going to look into this, something like that should never happen in an engagement by the United States military? Why?
Yes, exactly. Like this, that is exactly what you would expect to hear when they find out that something like this supposedly happened. First thing they did is they denied it and they said this never happened. And then they admitted it later. But a normal administration, so like a group of people who are actually professional, presidential people who actually care about the country, care about the rule of law, the first thing they would have said is, yes, like, well, we're going to look into this. We're going to do an investigation. We're going to find out what it is that happened here. We're going to we're going to talk to everybody and we'll get to the bottom of this and we'll let you guys know. Like, we'll make sure that if something bad happened here, if something illegal happened here, if a war crime was committed, that somebody will be held accountable. That is what you would expect to hear. But that's not at all what we got. That's not at all what we got. Instead, we just got them first denying that it ever happened in the first place. And then afterwards, they say, okay, well, it did happen, but it was Alvin Bragg who did it. Bragg.
Abby, I can't even understand any of this Venezuela thing. To me, it is absolutely cuckoo crazy. Look, Nicolás Maduro and Hugo Chavez before him are corrupt, sadistic, cruel, thieves, authoritarian, anti-American son of a bitch. And what Donald Trump is doing is attempting regime change. I will be incredibly happy, elated, if Nicolás Maduro goes away. I don't care which way. But the things that Donald Trump is claiming regarding Venezuela, that they are flooding the U.S. with drugs, that simply is not true. The fentanyl that is killing all of these Americans is coming through Mexico. The preferred route for drug dealers is through the Pacific and then through Central America, including the country of Honduras, where he just pardoned the former president that did flood American streets with cocaine that killed thousands and thousands of Americans. And then, he's claiming that Venezuela opened up prisons and insane asylums and released all these people into the United States. That actually did happen. It happened in 1980 in Cuba, and we all saw it happen. I was in Miami when the Mariel boat lift happened. There is zero evidence that that has happened in Venezuela. What happens? He wants to do regime change. He wants his Panama with Noriega. He wants his Grenada moment like Ronald Reagan did. But he can't say that it's regime change. One, because it's highly unpopular with the American people. And because, two, it would require the authorization of Congress.
Well, and we're not even close operationally, right? We're not even on land yet. And we've already got a war crime, national embarrassment on our hands. We haven't even proceeded with the actual land operation.
And how much of the U.S. Navy arsenal is off the coast of Venezuela
absolutely,
right now?
for some kilos of cocaine? I mean, give me a break.
Batia, I'd raised this yesterday. I mean, I think one of the big question marks here is this a pretext for regime change? And if it is, what is our level of engagement going to be in that? And should they be transparent about it? I think those are really important questions for Americans who care. If they're on those battleships in the Caribbean, if they are living, there are many Americans in the Caribbean who could be, in the area. As Trump has said, the airspace around Venezuela is closed. So don't we deserve answers on some of those things? Even on a basic level, don't we deserve answers about who these men were? If he knew exactly what they were and what they were doing, don't we deserve answers about that?
I definitely want to know if regime change is happening, and I will be very angry if it happens and I was not informed. So the answer to all those questions, I always want more information. But I feel like we're in the midst of another Russiagate hoax. there was a group of Democrats who said you can refuse illegal orders, and now they are out there in search of a war crime, and there absolutely isn't one. So what happened was the DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel issued a classified legal opinion authorizing these U.S. military strikes. At that point, the Department of, I guess I have to call it War, issued the directive that we were going to start hitting them. At that point, Admiral Bradley gave the order for the first strike. Pete Hegseth watched it. The boat caught fire. Now, in order to establish...
Was it Bradley? I thought it was Bragg. It's Bradley? Okay.
That a war crime happened, we have to know that the boat was completely destroyed. The military action, which was authorized by the DOJ under Article 2 powers, which Trump has the legal right to issue, that boat was destroyed, was no longer a threat, and that there were 2 people clinging to it for life who were also no longer a threat. We do not know that yet.
You don't really need to know.
And what happened
I tend to disagree. I mean, we do have a JAG lawyer who has a lot of experience with military strikes.
Tell me, what am I getting
I think it's a really
because if the boat was only disabled and not destroyed, it is still a legitimate military target.
Hold on. Here's the main issue: is it legal when if there are survivors clinging to whatever? Is it legal to then strike them again? And maybe we don't know the full answer to that question, but that is the central issue here.
Well, can I just?
That's the central issue.
The question is not actually that. The question is
the question is actually
because the whole thing hangs on whether the boat is still a military target or not.
The issue when it comes to the legality
on it when they hit it the first.
Bro, she's always fucking hysterical. She's always hysterical. Like, this is... She always seems like cracked out or something. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this chick.
Right. The issue when it comes to the legality of the second strike, not the first one.
It's not whether there are people there.
It is
whether it's still a legitimate target.
No. It's what happens to survivors.
No, it's not,
And we
Abby,
don't
that's
know.
wrong.
I think I'm going to acknowledge that there are things about this that we don't know. That we don't know where they were, what was the state of the boat, all that stuff. Sure, we don't know who gave the order, but I do think that is the central question, Margaret, that needs to be answered.
The question is not the existence of the survivors; it's whether the boat is still a legitimate military target.
Margaret,
hold on a second. Is that not
I want Margaret to weigh in on
that's simply not
this.
true. Look,
Why?
because you cannot shoot survivors of a shipwreck that are clinging on for dear life in the middle of the ocean.
You're using the word shipwreck to hide the distinction
I'm
that
using,
I am
I'll use Secretary Hegseth's
The word shipwreck is in the regs.
Yes, but I'm saying the whole point here is it still a legitimate target or not? If they can get on that debris and call for the rest of the narco-terrorists to show up and save them, it is still a legitimate military target.
Okay, I'm going to defer to the expert here.
Look, factually, this just doesn't pass.
Brandon Cavalara tipped $5. Come.
Appreciate it, Brandon. Let's go. Thank you, sir. Haven't seen you in a minute, Brandon. How you doing, homie?
The laugh test. You're talking about 2 people
Alvin
stranded
Bragg,
in
okay,
the middle of the ocean, and you think
Can
we're going
you
to call
please
for
say, is that
backup?
distinction between
Was the
whether
kill
it is
strike order-
disabled or whether it is
Can we back up a little bit, because I just want to explain sort of how an airstrike is prosecuted, right? Because first you have a target in the first place,
Yes.
and the target could be an individual, the
think
target
that
could be a
was never
building,
a legitimate
the
target.
target could be a boat.
Say something.
And so this is why we need, and we talked about this the other night, we need a full investigation. What was the target? Because I thought the target was the drugs. Those are gone if the boat's on fire. Maybe the target is the so-called terrorists.
The target was the boat, according to all of the reporting.
So I think we should wait for an investigation to see what the target actually was. If the target was a boat, then we're in this place where, we are using military force to target boats. What?
Okay,
I mean, for something
you don't think that the initial military attack was
Can I make one more point? Because this...
Yeah, well, that's that's like part of the conversation that isn't really being had as much right now, because that's been the conversation from the beginning, is whether or not these are even legitimate targets at all. But yeah, now it's more about just this strike.
This will all change when I become president. To our friends and allies, I say America is going to be strong again. America is going to be reliable again. It's going to be a great and reliable ally again. It's going to be a friend again.
This is Trump in 2016. America is going to be a friend and an ally again. This is what Trump says. 2016. If I become president, or when I become president, America is going to be a friend and an ally again.
We're going to finally have a coherent foreign policy based upon American interests.
We're going to have a coherent foreign policy. That's what he says. Okay. A coherent foreign policy.
And the shared interests of our allies. We're getting out of the nation-building business and instead
we're not doing nation building.
Focusing on creating stability in the world. Our moments of greatest strength came when politics ended at the water's edge. We need a new, rational American foreign policy, informed by the best minds and supported by both parties, and it will be by both parties.
He wants bipartisan agreement. He doesn't want partisan foreign policy. He wants bipartisan foreign policy.
Democrats, Republicans, independents, everybody, as well as by our close allies. This is how we won the Cold War, and it's how we will win our new future struggles, which may be many, which may be complex, but we will win if I become president. First, we need a long-term plan to halt the spread and reach of radical Islam. Containing the spread of radical Islam must be a major foreign policy goal of the United States and indeed the world. Events may require the use of military force, but it's also a philosophical struggle, like our long struggle in the Cold War. In this, we're going to be working very closely with our allies in the Muslim world, all of which are at risk from radical Islamic violence, attacks, and everything else. It is a dangerous world, more dangerous now than it has ever been. We should work. Thank you.
Let's see. So, let's see if he said anything about. Oh, not that. Okay. This is a different Donald Trump. Yes, this is a very different Donald Trump. He even speaks obviously very differently back then than he does now. This is a different philosophy and a different Trump.
This entire
So it's not even
hypothetical,
about the second one, right?
entire hypothetical that you're posing hinges on whether or not they could call somebody to be rescued. But if they're in a scenario where they need to call somebody to be rescued, they are shipwrecked. That is the definition of shipwrecked, and they cannot be targeted.
All right, some of you saw that I was on CNN Newsnight last night. Now,
Yeah, he didn't talk. He didn't talk during the whole thing.
I'm going to play a clip. I'm going to be upfront. I don't like doing this stuff, and I don't think I'm particularly good at it. So I got a few emails of support. I got a few emails from people saying, David, why didn't you talk more? Why didn't you this? Why didn't you that? So I'm just going to tell you, like in panel environments where participation requires interrupting people, talking louder than other people, and simply not giving up until they let you speak, I'm just not good at that. Now, I'm going to come to you in a moment and ask you, should I get better at it, or is it just not the right venue for me? But here was the setup. I was on CNN Newsnight, hosted by Abby Phillip. This is the 10 p.m. Eastern show on CNN. I was in this panel with Batya Ungar-Sargon, a Republican strategist named Brad Todd, I believe was his last name. Anna Navarro was there, and then they cycled in some other folks during other segments. Here is just one funny moment where I crowbarred in that Trump fell asleep 4 times.
But this is really the latest panicked scapegoating because Trump is in real trouble in a lot of areas. He fell asleep 4 times during this meeting, by the way, which is raising even more questions about the energy level.
Having your ass kissed for hours could be a little boring.
All right, so listen, I didn't come out of this thinking, man, that was awesome. That was really great. Now, there are a lot of dynamics at play, but I take responsibility. Like, listen, the way these shows work is up until the last second, they're switching topics, they're changing who's on the show and blah, 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 blah. That makes it harder to prepare, but I don't blame that for the fact that I didn't really say that much. I am just not good in scenarios where they don't go to you. You have to say, blah, 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 listen to me. It's just not my nature. You all know that. I much prefer being interviewed by a host or being with the host and one other person where it's clearly some kind of a conversation, whether it's a debate or analysis or whatever, where it is a conversation. This is a show where you basically just have to be the loudest and the brashest. And you all know that that's just not the way I do it. When I do adversarial interviews or non-adversarial interviews or whatever, I think about these as conversations. When I run panels myself, I make sure I go, oh, that's interesting, panelist number 1. Panelist 2, what do you think about that? And what about this other thing that panelist 3 said? So there's like a couple possibilities here, right? I could say, I'm going to do this stuff all the time. And I could accept a lot more of these opportunities. I tend not to because of either scheduling conflicts or I just don't want to do it. I could say, I am going to get better at interrupting and speaking more loudly, and I'm just going to keep doing it. And like with anything, I assume with practice, you get better at it. Or, and I want to hear from people in the audience, is this just not really my venue? Is the way that I think about politics and the way that I try to inject nuance and really think things through, is it just not suited to that style of show? I don't have the answer. I'm kind of willing to go either way. But certainly, it was not an environment in which we could speak extensively about, like I was thinking back, there's one point where Batya Ungar-Sargon goes, this president has brought in $20 trillion or something like that. And of course, if it were my show, I would go, hold on a second, what do you mean he's brought in 20 trillion? Are you talking?
Okay, I've had some issues with the audio ducking the last couple of days. It's ducking way too much. It's meaning that every time I talk, it makes the background audio get quieter. And that makes it to where, like, especially if I'm on panels or something like that, like if I talk, you hear me more than you hear anybody else. And I've listened to it a couple of times, and it's just too much. It makes it to where you can't hear them at all. And so I have to change it just a little bit. So I'm gonna test it real quick just for a second.
Extensively about,
like
I was thinking back,
over
there's one
this
point where
video
Batya
to see
Ungar-Sargon
how
goes,
quiet it gets.
this president
and then
has brought
I'll
in
check on it.
20 trillion.
All right. Sheesh. That sounds horrible. Yeah, it makes it very, like, compressed. Yeah, the compressor is what has the ducking on it. There isn't anything else that has audio ducking except for the compressor. And so that's what I'm using for it, but it feels like it sounds a lot worse lately. Hmm. Yeah, I have it at like the lowest it can go. Weird.
Or something like that. And of course, if it were my show, I would go, hold on a second. What do you mean he's brought in 20 trillion? Are you talking about the fact that when he went to the Middle East, leaders of Middle Eastern nations said, under the right circumstances over the next decade, we might be willing to invest X in your country, but they haven't actually invested anything yet? Is that what you mean by the 20 trillion that came in? But when she said that and everybody jumps in, I couldn't find an opportunity to sort of squeeze that in, and then do I go back to it later? So needless to say, the only person to blame for my performance on that show is me, and I want to hear from you. Should I insist on doing this stuff and sort of join this whole like yelling the loudest to get attention thing? Or should I leave it to other people and find other venues to appear on? As an example, by the way, Batya Ungar Sargon said, hey, you should be on my podcast, where it would just be she and I, which to me seems actually like a much better venue for actually having an in-depth conversation. So anyway, I want to hear from you. I did it. I don't think it went particularly well. I don't think I'm being unfairly hard on myself. I think I'm being...
Okay, well, we didn't even get to see it, so whatever.
I'll be doing a show.
The Christmas decor. From Jillian Michaels?
No.
I mean, come on.
Not gonna happen.
No, that'd be like taking advice on how to use a urinal from Jillian Michaels. Although,
well, she might have some.
It's surprisingly.
It's etiquette. Always leave a buffer urinal. All right. Do we have our guest on the show? All right. It's time. And again, you guys can leave your comments in chat and we'll take some questions from you later on. Let's welcome to the show, Nick Fuentes. Mr. Fuentes, thank you for being here, sir. Can you hear me, see me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I appreciate the Christmas decor. A lot of people don't do that. Let me get this just out of the way really quickly. Obviously, on X, and that's a win. You're back, Nicholas J. Fuentes. It's America First on Rumble weeknights, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then as I understand it, next week you are going to be on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yes, on Monday I'll be doing a show.
I will warn you, Piers Morgan Uncensored is rather censored. I don't know if
In what way? How do you mean?
Well, he challenged me to use the N-word on the show, and I did it 3 times, stuck the landing in front of Mark Lamont Hill. They just skimmed past it and then edited it out afterwards.
So no N-word, huh? All right, I'll have to keep that in mind.
Right.
I'll try not to use it.
If he asks you, well, would you say it, or he challenges you, and you do, he pulls a magic trick where people don't hear it.
I'll have to record it on my end. I'll just blast off. Maybe if I say it loud enough, they'll just play it anyway.
Well, I actually did that one time, so we can give you some tips. I had a buzzer every time someone would interrupt, and he edited out the buzzer. Not him, his producers. But Nick, I appreciate you being here, man. You know, right now it's a weird time where people are trying to tell folks they can't actually have conversations, no matter how much you agree, disagree. So if it's, I'd like to kind of set what my expectations are, because I did hear that you said you hope this would be friendly. That's my goal too. The first thing I will say, we got into it with Jillian Michaels. I should say, this week, where she was demanding people disavow, and I'll get to that. I hate, above all else, it's like I feel compelled to defend, no matter who it is, when jokes or statements are mischaracterized, taken out of context. I've had that happen to me. I think it's happened to you quite a bit.
So brave.
I don't want to do that, all right? Hopefully, I think, neither one of us does that. And I also really hate seeing gang-ups. And that's why I killed the mics. If anyone here, I really didn't like seeing what happened with Candace and Tucker, especially after you appeared with Tucker, and it seemed pretty cordial. And then he took pot shots once you were gone. I promise you, I'm not going to do that. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Okay. And what I really want to do is I want people to actually hear your views for what they actually are. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree. And some people, you know, they'll be moved.
So hopefully he starts off with all of his disagreements. Hopefully, I mean, that was my big issue with what it is that Candace Owens did, what it is that like what it is that Tucker Carlson did, is that like the majority of the disagreements that they had with Nick, and they had a lot of beef, they had a lot of back and forths. Both Tucker and Candace had a lot of fights with Nick, and then they invited him onto the show and didn't really get into like the shit. They didn't really get into the shit. Like they kind of skimmed over, and they would mention that. Same thing with Dave Smith. Same thing. Didn't really get into the shit with Nick. Like they had talked so much crap about each other for years, and then didn't actually get into it when he's sitting right there in front of them. So, hopefully, if Steven Crowder's not going to turn around and talk a bunch of crap about him afterwards and take pot shots at him afterwards, hopefully he'll voice his disagreements here now so that he can still give those disagreements later, and there won't be anything shady about it, right? Hopefully, we actually get to hear those disagreements this time. Let's see.
Will be convinced, and I want them to make up their own mind and be able to contrast it. So I asked that we're able to do that. I will also say, hey, look, I do want to thank you because, you know, I've been subject to some concerted hit pieces myself, and you didn't join in on the dog pile, and I do appreciate that.
Yeah, got to stand up for a guy. You know, it's bros before hoes.
Oh,
so,
yes.
So I'm with you.
No, I don't so much appreciate you implying that, you know, I'm bringing talking points from BlackRock or the Israel lobby, considering I've been sued by BlackRock and even Rumble had to fight back. So I think let's just make sure we take each other's opinions at face value. I don't think that you're paid for to say anything that you're saying, and I can tell you definitively that I've never taken a dime from an outside entity, nonprofit, or, you know, foreign interest. Is that good?
Yeah, I believe you. Sounds good to me.
Okay, all right. Also, I want to make sure we can issue so we're not mischaracterized. A lot of people watching. This is the last kind of ground rule. I want to kind of address each issue point by point. I'm going to avoid point stacking or just go rapid fire because people will use that, take it out of context. You know, people go, and Nick wiggled out of this, and they do that with me. I want no one to mischaracterize anything. So with that said, I have a couple of rapid fires, but I think you're going to like them, okay?
Okay, yeah, sure.
These are layups, and I mean rapid fire, and then I want to give you the floor. Sure. Nick, I think there's some misconceptions of you. I've heard this said. Can you clear the air? Nick Fuentes.
Do you hate Jews?
Yes. Do you hate all Jews, sir?
Oh, Crowder, you piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit.
Sir?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
No.
Okay. Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
No.
Okay. Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
No.
Oh.
This is all bullshit. This is all bullshit. This is all lies. These are just lies. Where's the...
There's not one Nick Fuentes, there's two. There's the unfiltered Fuentes who rants directly to his followers on Rumble and can barely go 5 minutes without saying something heinous about Jews, blacks, Hispanics, or women.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Then there is the comparatively sane character that Nick Fuentes plays on the podcast circuit. This version of Nick Fuentes is a serious Catholic. He's clearly read lots of books. He's earnest. He doesn't joke or curse very much. His vision of the country has much more to do with preserving what he describes as a white suburban American way of life, think Little League baseball and hot dogs on the 4th of July, than with a hostile theocratic takeover of the federal government.
We don't want to harm anybody. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to harm anybody. We just want to put America first.
By playing this double game, Nick Fuentes ends up garnering sympathy from that wider audience while still keeping his Groyper base energized. It's rare in the world of public intellectuals that we get such a perfect confirmation that a bad faith actor is indeed acting in bad faith. With Nick Fuentes, we don't need to wait for the smoking gun. He says what he believes every day on Rumble, if only we would listen. All we have to do is clear away the various smoke screens that he's thrown up to blind us to the sincerity of his dark ambitions.
So yeah, two different Nick Fuenteses. We're getting the professional podcast Nick Fuentes today. That is who we're getting here.
Okay, well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching.
While he's sitting there mewing for the camera. He's got his hair gel in. He's ready for the TikTok fan cams. Mewing right there to the camera. Ready for all the girls to go wild. Or the boys. The cat boys. Either way.
No.
Okay, well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching. And then because this happens a lot, right? It's Tucker did this with you. Fed. Nick Fuentes, are you in fact a Fed?
No.
Okay. I'm going to get through these rapid fire really quickly. They're actually, there's not much. So this week, Jillian Michaels will be on the show next week while you're doing Piers Morgan Censored. And she said that we need to disavow you, and specifically said you had said that women either want or need to be raped. Now, I looked for this. I have not found as a matter of prescription.
Okay. He didn't say they need to be raped. He did say that they all want to be raped. He did say that, but because Nick's never had a girlfriend before and doesn't have the slightest understanding of women, so.
From you, correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe women should be raped as a matter of policy. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you're correct on that. Yes.
Okay. All right. So she's wrong. She's just an angry lesbian. Got it. Now, finally, this one might surprise people because I know you and Charlie Kirk were sort of rivals, as you've described. Been a lot of controversy floating around that, and people often say that you blame the Jews for everything. Do you believe the Jews killed Charlie Kirk? That's one of the conspiracies out there right now. What's your position on that?
Oh, brother.
I don't believe that. As it stands right now, I think it was Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Yeah, okay,
Well,
me too.
then
And if
he's
there's something
definitely a
else,
Fed.
I hope that we find out. But I think a lot of people would just sort of toss you in that lot. Okay, I think we've cleared that up. So look, there's some people who might be new to you here. I know you've told your story quite a few times. Some people here may not have heard your background. Tell folks out here your story. How did you come to your current positions?
Well, I appreciate the rapid fire intro.
Is this the sob story about the Daily Wire again? And oh, they were so mean and they called Media Matters. And are we going to hear this whole fucking spiel?
Because that is my reputation. That's what people say, is that I'm pro-rape, want to kill everybody, whatever. So
I told you you'd like them.
Audience. Yeah, I did, and I appreciate the opportunity because my audience knows that, but maybe your audience might not, or other people might not. So I actually appreciate that. And as far as how I came to my views, I've told the story many times. I'll give you kind of the shorter version. And feel free to jump in or ask me questions or clarify. But I was a fairly normie conservative in high school. I was very political since I was 12 years old. And And like everybody in those days, you know, there wasn't a lot of stuff on social media, like conservative informational content.
Right.
And so what you had was PJ Media, you had the Hoover Institute, you know, you had things like this. And that's kind of how I got acclimated into conservative politics. And Prager University, all that kind of stuff. And I would say that I was about as mainstream as it gets. I was pro-Israel, pro-free market, fiscal conservative, basically libertarian is what I would say about myself. And then the Trump election kind of just hit me like a train. And I had a series of realizations about the media, about immigration and demographic change in America, what the political
Trump election
implications would be for that in elections, but also just in society. And then obviously the biggest and most controversial one is I really love the idea of America first. Trump said that at his inaugural. He said that at the RNC. And when I heard that, I said, that's me. Like, more than I'm a libertarian or even a conservative, I'm that. I'm America first. Right. I'm a nationalist. And then I just began to notice that there was always just one exception to that rule in the conservative space, and that obviously that's Israel. And I remember I knew a lot of people from Daily Wire in college. This is jumping in.
I like the Christmas logo, Tom. PSA, don't be a menace, like both Crowder and Fuentes. They should have been swallowed.
True. Thank you, sir. I am I'm not happy with the Christmas logo, so I'm making a couple changes to it as we speak, because yeah, I think that one's you can't see the lining on it very well. So I wanted to make sure that the lines were a bit thicker. So kind of making a slight change to it real quick, and I'll get it back up. Appreciate the $5 dono.
Ahead a little bit when I was in college. I met a lot of the writers there, and some of them were Jewish and some of them were not, but they were all extremely pro-Israel. And I remember first just thinking that was weird, because you had the set of talking points from PragerU, Daily Wire, whatever, and it was like, we're in favor of gun rights, low taxes, the free market, you know, pretty standard set. And then it was always, and Israel has a right to exist, and Palestine must be destroyed, and I said, you know, one of these things is not like the other. Like, this is clearly different and it's conspicuous, and you never see a critical opinion on those things. And I tweeted that, I want to say 10 years ago. I said, I've never actually seen criticism of Israel on Daily Wire or PragerU. And I remember Shapiro called me an anti-Semite for saying that. And I said, how is that anti-Semitic? And what's more, I said, that reminds me of how if you criticize women or blacks or Muslims, they call you sexist, racist, Islamophobic. I said, so how's that different?
Right.
And for that, I got blacklisted, and they really made my life a living hell.
Yeah.
These people went to American Conservative Union. They got me banned from CPAC. Cabot Phillips, who was at Daily Wire now, back then he was Campus Reform. Dad is Tim Phillips at AFP. This guy was out to get me. He was, you know, pushing hit pieces. Shapiro was going around calling me an anti-Semite and blowing up hit pieces about me. And basically ever since then, I guess I've been kind of like, I consider myself like the Revenant. You know that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where he gets like killed by a bear?
Yeah.
And then he has to fight through the wilderness. That's kind of how I feel. I was like Left 4 Dead at 18, and then I had to kind of fight to repair my reputation and like...
Snowflakes. It has lots of snowflakes. What are you talking about? There's snowflakes all over it. There's snowflakes here. There's snowflakes here. Here. There's lots of snowflakes.
Prove what I'm saying, so that's kind of the
what's crazy about that movie is the real story. The guy's actually more badass. I don't know if you've actually read about him. In real life, he sexually dominates the bear. But it's I remember that big controversy when there were a bunch of conservatives saying we're not going to go see The Revenant. There was this rumor that he was raped by the bear. I don't know if you remember that. That was a big story, and I watched it. I'm like, it's just a CGI bear. I do want to go back. So Daily Wire.
Sure.
Because I don't know if you know this. We also mentioned PJ Media. That's where I was first doing stuff in 2009 after YouTube. And like you, I grew up in Canada, so we didn't have AM radio. We didn't have Fox News. I was at Fox News for about 4.5 years, and I'd never seen anyone who was there on air. They just threw me on a panel with Alan Combs and said, debate this guy. And then it just kind of went on for a while, and I reached the end of the road. But I don't know if you know this. I've had a little bit of a, I guess you could say, turbulent history with Daily Wire myself. Not for the same reasons, but I will say this. There have been some things that I haven't talked about publicly regarding Daily Wire. People knew the contract issues, but I know you've used the term gatekeeping, and I can tell you that was something that bothered me behind the scenes too. Let me ask you this before we get to that, because it sounds like you're saying, and this is something that I kind of seen, I've kind of watched you develop a little bit, and I can understand why someone who's young, I hate to use the term lashes out. I'm not going to put you on a couch and ask about your mother, but I can understand why you'd be upset. Was this, though, when Ben Shapiro was saying that, was it before or after the sort of what he would classify as targeted harassment campaigns from the Groypers, like, bombarding his events, and a lot of conservatives were being, doxxed and swatted? I'm not holding you responsible for that, but you know that happened quite a bit. I know you've been victim to it yourself. Was his blacklisting before that, so that your sort of campaign or your fans' campaign was a response, or was it after?
It was completely before.
Okay.
So just for the timeline, it was December 2016, and I didn't start my show until February 17. So it's before I even had a show, before I was anybody, before the Groypers were even a thing. Groypers came around in 19, so it was way before.
Okay. Because I did have the Groypers show up to like a comedy event. This happened a while ago, and they just sort of went away, and they were under the impression, I don't know if you said this, that I was like an open borders cuck. And it kind of fizzled out where I was like, well, no, I'm not. I think we should close the border, and I think we should deport people who are here not only illegally, but have stricter immigration, period. That's not a new view for me. So, yeah, I could see, though, how people, if it was under false sort of pretense. With Daily Wire, here's what I experienced. Now, I don't know about your timeline. I know Cassie Dillon posted some receipts saying, like, this is not accurate. But I would imagine you were giving general timelines and people to sort of paint a picture, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah. With Daily Wire, what would happen is, being demonetized on YouTube, they created the new rule, borderline content, because they couldn't fully remove me. Sorry about that. It was a third rule specifically because I had a lawyer and planned for this. I would get into conversations with Google executives, people at YouTube, and especially as we got toward COVID and the vaccine, right, questioning that, or the lockdowns. I would have people very high up at Google, YouTube, say, well, we don't have these kind of problems with Daily Wire. And I said, well, I'm not. And without getting into any private information, there were conversations that took place, and that was something that really rubbed me the wrong way. It was sort of, you'll kill us last, right? And they famously bragged about spending more money on Facebook and Google than anyone else. And then there was pressure being applied from YouTube to sort of step in line. So I can corroborate that was something I experienced behind the scenes, if that helps illuminate it at all.
Yeah, and I remember it very well. I remember the adpocalypse, and I remember your tiff with them. I remember you going on Tim Pool. I remember the whole thing. And I've heard that. Even I'm not connected, I'm not tapped in at all. I was radioactive for so long, but even I had heard rumors that they had made deals with Google behind the scenes or Facebook, and it's well known they were like the number 2 advertiser on Facebook, like number 2 overall,
right.
not like among conservatives, period, for many years. And so, even notwithstanding the Israel stuff, nobody knows the fact that they were kind of the beneficiaries of a monopoly in the sense that, like, all their competition got banned. Anybody that was dissident, anybody that was controversial, basically was no platformed, not deplatformed, no platformed.
Yeah.
And I think you got caught up in that as well. I remember it pretty well.
Well, their contracts require it. And by the way, I was never the one to release. Just to be clear, there are some people there who I'm friends with. Jeremy Boring was never one of them. The contracts necessitated it, right? Where they would penalize their own creators. I believe it was 25%. For the first YouTube suspension, 15% more, another 50. If you read the contract, 15% for Facebook.
It's so fucking stupid that he complained about this because, like, it seems obvious that, yes, if you lose them money, they're not going to pay you. If you're not working and you're suspended, they're not going to pay you. Like, if you're making it to where they're not able to generate any ad revenue off of your channel, they're not going to just keep paying you. Like, it all seems pretty fucking obvious, but Crowder, if you kept up with that saga where he was complaining about his contract from the Daily Wire, it's pretty obvious he just doesn't have any idea how business works. He's like a child. He has a child's mind and has absolutely no idea what contracts look like in the adult world.
Book suspension. And so my issue wasn't the money. My issue was like, well, first off, this would be 110% penalties for me because I'm literally suspended from all these places right now. But this is de facto doing the bidding of big tech. And that's the reason for it. I didn't like being put in that position, but yeah, so I can understand it. I can understand why a young guy would feel betrayed or feel hung out to dry. And I think that might explain it quite a bit, even if we disagree with your views. Like I told Ben Shapiro in 2016, 2017, I don't think we should be giving any money to Israel. Now, unlike you, I support them over Hamas morally, but I think we should stop funding all sides of the war in the Middle East. And hopefully you find that a reasonable position, whether you agree with it or not. I don't think that's extreme. And Ben didn't seem all too bothered by it. But I also invited him to be on the show, and he was going to, and he disappeared. But I just saw him on with Don Lemon and David Pakman. So I guess they're not so abhorrent.
That's interesting. So he agreed to come on, but then he canceled?
Yeah, it was just sort of informal, you know, by text. And then I just haven't heard back from him. He's been on the show many times. So I'll give you credit, Nick. Candace, Tucker, Ben, Mark, everyone invited on.
Okay, so that's very, very different. Okay, so he didn't cancel. He invited him on, and it was just a general invite that has never culminated in an actual date or time or anything. That is, okay, what a fucking weasel, dude.
You're the only one with the balls to show up. I have to give you kudos for that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, even though you didn't call me out, I saw the clip.
Well,
I was like, where's my
I knew you would
call-out?
show up. You're like the candy. You're like the candy man. I say your name 3 times in the camera, you'll show up. No, but we did reach out. I said we didn't want to because we didn't want it to be a conflict. We had already communicated, or my producer had, and I didn't want to call you out as though you were ducking. Those other people have been ducking.
Oh yeah, totally fine. No, and I'm here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And you know, I think we agree on. You know, maybe this is going to sound like I'm kissing your ass a little bit, but I do always feel like you were less bad than all the other people in the conservative movement.
That's high praise.
Well, and I know that sounds lame, but I mean, you know, during the Groyper War, I know that Groyper showed up to your events, and I remember thinking, like, Crowder's he's not even really bad on many of the issues, like Daily Wire, even like Turning Point was 6 years ago. They got a lot better in the intervening, you know, maybe the past 3 years.
Yeah.
But no, but I always think you know, you have balls. So I think you're one of the more creditable people in the Con Inc. kind of scene.
Well, come on, don't put me in that scene. That's the thing. I'm not in that scene at all. I've been rejected by that scene, just maybe not quite like you, but quite a bit. I mean, I said the N-word on Piers Morgan. That counts for something. I will say this, though. Yeah, there was a... Did you encourage the Groypers to go, or was that their own thing? That's just to clear the air.
You know, I don't know. It was so long ago. You were not one of our major campaigns. We were really focused on Turning Point. So you might have been on the calendar. We threw together a calendar and said, these are all the speaking events in the fall, but we really focused on Charlie Kirk more than anybody.
All right. Well, then could you give me a word that you're not going to send them to like stand-up events going forward?
Well, I didn't send anybody to a stand-up thing.
Well, it was like an event, but I was just basically I was dressed like Che Guevara, like it was a Halloween. It wasn't the same kind of thing as Ben Shapiro. It might have been Brett Kavanaugh with a beer helmet. Like it's not the same kind of show.
Sure. Yeah. No, I won't send anybody your way.
Right.
I promise.
Because here's a funny story before we get into it. Because the Groypers back then, they kind of had like rankings. Do you remember that? Like do you remember this? Okay.
Yeah.
So
they still do. He says they used to. They still do. They still have like the Groyper generals and shit like that. Like they have they take this shit very seriously. Like there's been other people that are considered like high-ranking Nick Fuentes followers that I've talked to, and I've said like, okay, so like you're a Groyper, right? And he's like, I don't call myself that. I wasn't actually part of the Groyper War. And that would kind of be like, stolen valor if I called myself a Groyper. But they're like, I am part of like the Nick Fuentes crew and everything. So like, oh, stolen valor. Okay. well.
Who could forget?
Okay, so you do remember. So I'm glad we're able to talk about this because, and by the way, we'll post all the videos and links, like references, in the description. So if we have a clip or some people can see the whole context. I believe it was at SMU, and I knew they were coming because I was posted on this calendar. And so again, the same way I infiltrated ANFA, I knew every single one of them, and I knew they had rankings. I don't remember, like maybe it was like private admiral, something like that.
I don't know if it's just me. My earbuds are like glitching right now. I think it's just the right one. I don't think the left one is as bad, but it's like roboting a lot of times. So I don't. Did he just say ANFA, or is it just my shit cutting out? Is it just me?
Here's how I kind of also. It was a little bit of a mind trick, so you'll appreciate this. It was nothing super bad. I said, okay, everyone who agrees with me, you line up on this side of the auditorium. It was like 2,500 seats. Everyone who disagrees here, we're going to go 1 and 1. And I saw all the Groypers line up, and they were supposed to go in a sequence, like private to general.
It's me, okay.
The last second before we go, oh, we have to change something in the venue, and we swapped the lines so that the wrong guy went first. And I remember in your groups back then, or not your groups, but whatever the Groyper had a Facebook group, one of them said, did you see I asked a question last night? And they were like, you were a stuttering, disgraceful fool. You are not amongst us. And they booted him. They drummed him out of the corps, and then I was off the list.
So, I remember we had generals. We didn't have, maybe they did that on their own. We had generals, and it was sort of tongue in cheek. We were a little ironic about it, but no, but I remember the tricks you guys were pulling. That was pretty, that was pretty clever. I'll give you that. It was pretty clever. That was a good counteroffensive. You
were tricking, and we were tricking, and the truth is I just wanted to do some fun stuff. All right. So since we got through that, look, America first. I identify as a conservative, as a nationalist. I wear that since it became a pejorative. Like, I thought that was sort of a default thing for America. So you wouldn't hear me saying nationalist until people were like, nationalist means you're a supremacist. I'm like, well, okay, well then I'm a nationalist. Now I have to claim it because of course I want America to do best. Since you, I know, are very clearly America first, let me ask you, what do you love most about America?
Well, I love that we're a superpower. I love that because I really do believe that, when you look at the history of Western civilization, I love the idea of an empire. I love the idea of the Roman Empire, the Spanish Empire, British Empire. And I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity, huge population, huge resources. I like the power of America. That's something I've really been liking a lot lately.
Okay. And of course, we don't want to take that for granted. Obviously, the power of America, like that switches in a nanosecond as far as history. Is there anything else that stands out to you aside from the power? I mean, if not, we can move on to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I love political liberty. I like the Constitution. I like our culture. I like that we're like.
No, he doesn't. He is lying right now. He is lying right now. He does not like any of that shit. He hates the Constitution. He is not in favor of the Constitution at all. He does not like free speech. He wants like a Christian autocracy. Like he is not. He does not like our culture. He doesn't like liberalism. He doesn't like any of this shit. He's fucking lying.
Like a pan-European empire. I like that, because when you compare us to Europe, you look at Europe and it's sort of petty and small and they're squabbling and they're fighting, between these like little towns and villages. And I like that there's just like this sense of nationhood in America between European Christian people and other people too, of course. But for the most of our history, it was mostly the Europeans. But,
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things I like about America.
Yeah, that's where I would already disagree with you because I was raised in Quebec, which is much more European. And I think Europe kind of sucks. I'm not a big...
Why?
Well, because there's far less freedom. I mean, in Quebec and a lot of these European nations, they had an enforced denominational form of Christianity, which didn't work out. That breeds atheism. I believe that Quebec is possibly the most unchurched population in the industrialized or Western world, even though Catholicism was a state-enforced, provincially enforced denomination. I think we're better than Europe. That's why we left. But I do understand that the founders, obviously, were largely white, Christian, European. I mean, Protestant, obviously. I know you and I, we'll quibble about that, but that is the basis here. It doesn't mean that Catholics aren't welcome. But let me ask you, what about the founding, like founding fathers? Is that something? Because I know you have you have opinions kind of on both sides of that, and I think they're more nuanced. But is that a big part of what you like?
I love the Founding Fathers. I think they're brilliant. I love George Washington. I love Hamilton. I like
Such
John
a
Adams.
fucking liar, dude.
I think they're remarkable people. So, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Political liberty. Can you kind of explain, I guess, that a little bit? Because that's where I know you've said that you differ with conservatives. And I don't want to mischaracterize you. I understand you've said that you're not, quote unquote, conservative. That's not you
Right.
identify as America first. So political liberty, what does that mean?
I would say I'm more reactionary than conservative. That's why I don't mean when I say I'm not conservative that I'm something else. And so, as far as political liberty goes, I like that in our country, we have a generally permissive climate. I think, of course, that's gone too far in some ways. But I do like that we have a free press. I like that we have the right to own guns. I am a capitalist. I'm not an ideological free market person, but I like that we have private property. I like we can own what we earn. And on some level, I like that we have a republic. I'm very into the idea that we have Republican sovereignty. That we have rights. They're protected by God. The Constitution respects that also. Okay. And I would say, because I could kind of see maybe
he does not like any.
I don't know if you're comfortable with this. If I could go a little further here.
Sure. I mean, look, yeah, go wherever you want. And as long as you're comfortable with me disagreeing and understanding that it's meant to be fair, but I'll let you know where I do.
Yeah, because maybe I could see where you're going with this. I'm really not like a totalitarian. I don't want a police state, to the extent that people say these things about me, like you're a fascist, you're a communist, or a socialist. I'm very much not in favor of that sort of thing. I just think that, in the past 30 years, we've gone a little bit too far in the other direction. That's all.
No, and I wouldn't disagree with that last part, by the way. For example, I think it's very reasonable to say, you know what, maybe OnlyFans isn't a good thing. When you have libertarians going, oh yeah, if they ask for identification to prove you're of age to get pornography, the next thing you know, they're going to take your guns away. I'm like, I think that being 18 to get hardcore pornography kind of makes sense. So if addressing the hardcore libertarian sort of ideology, I would agree. If it goes towards like a theocracy or something like that, which I know you've discussed, I would disagree. And look, I want to play this because, of course, everyone's going to ask me to ask you this about the Tucker Stalin clip. So what I want to do is play it, and then I know that you've already explained it more recently. I want to play a longer clip in context and then give you the floor, because otherwise people say, why did he softball him, and not ask about Stalin. Here's the clip for those who haven't seen it from Tucker Carlson.
So it was like late December.
What a fucking
it's actually funny. It was
suck-up,
December
dude.
18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's.
Mm-hmm. Always an admirer. But we don't need to go into that, I guess.
Well, that's okay. Let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
And then he called you a gay fed. No, I'm kidding, but pretty much that's what he did. People are mad at him for softballing. I think he didn't. I think that would be fair to press. I just think he was fundamentally dishonest in a lot of ways, because the second you left, it was a different Tucker again.
Bro, come on. You just played him saying that he's a big fan of fucking Stalin, and you're immediately talking shit about Tucker right now. Like, I am all about talking shit about Tucker, okay? I'm all for it. I would love to see more Tucker shit talking. But you just played this motherfucker saying that he loves Stalin, and instead of like addressing that immediately, you move to Tucker being unfair to him. Give me a break.
Is that a fair assessment? I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, 100%. And, I had the same experience with Candace. I went out there because him and I had beef. Me and Tucker had been privately and then publicly beefing for years. And, he called me on the phone over the summer, and we talked a little bit. And then somebody arranged, Alex Jones was a part of it, and somebody else kind of put this together. I went out.
Wait.
Dinner for
Alex
3 hours.
Jones was the mediator?
He was.
You do kiss and make up. All right, come on, this is enough. I mean, I can't imagine him being the middle ground, but okay.
He's a sweet guy, you know.
He's a
lovable
teddy bear.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he didn't want to see us fighting because he loves Tucker, he loves me. He kind of put it together for us, and so I go out there, we have dinner, we do the show, and at no point during the show or during the dinner was it really even contentious. Was there really even an explicit disagreement? We had some disagreements, but he kind of tried to avoid those. I don't think that he was very forceful or direct about those. And then I went on my show the next day and said, yeah, it was a great interview. I thought it was really nice, and maybe we're on the same page now. And then every single interview that he has done since then, he doesn't say my name without calling me an anti-Semite. He's going and doing the circuit, and every show that he goes on, he says, you know, Nick is really talented and this and that, but I don't agree with his anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. And I'm like, okay, so where was that during the dinner? Where was that during the show? I didn't hear that during the whole thing. I'm an anti-Semite now. And I wish he would have brought that up during the discussion, because I would have loved to discuss that or to dispute that or whatever. But it's like you said, I got a completely different Tucker after the fact in all these other shows. He's going around and telling everybody, you know, that like it's the making of a murderer.
Right.
Like I could see why people like him, even though he's
like
so
you're
awful.
Like you're the Averys. Yeah, you know, you got them Jews there. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Candace will make another show about that like 9 years later. Okay, so that's she did like something about making a murderer. I was like, well, this is very late. Okay, but going back to that's the clip that people say, ask him about Stalin. And I would have, in Tucker's shoes, asked you about Stalin. Now, I've seen you on another show explain it more recently. Now, I can't play the whole clip because it'll be really long, but I want to play a longer one and then allow you to provide any missing context. I can't remember the name of this, something Danny D, Johnny G, play it.
Tommy G.
Tommy G, I was close.
Agree you have some hilarious moments, but there was a moment from the Tucker Carlson interview I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
You mentioned Stalin. You're a fan of his work?
Yes.
Was that serious or a joke?
That wasn't a joke. But, you know, it's like anything else. I love history, and I love stories. And to me, Joseph Stalin is an extremely compelling figure. I would say more, you'd be surprised to hear this, than Hitler. Everybody pegs me as like a Hitler guy. I'll tell you, and I'm not saying this to pander, I'm not saying this, you know, because I care about what you think of me. I really don't even know that much about Hitler. I never found Hitler to be that interesting. I think that there's narratives about Hitler that are interesting. In America, if you talk a certain way about certain issues, they say you're a Nazi, you're Hitler. So it's interesting in that way. But for me, Stalin is the far more compelling figure. And I say that because, you know, while everybody focuses on Hitler, Stalin is a person who takes Russia, which is the most backwards country in Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, serfs and peasants and you know, just all around immiseration and poverty. He takes a country like this, and by the time he dies, it's a nuclear empire. It's a global superpower. It's like the most unbelievable story in the history of mankind. And so I don't think he's a good person. He's an evil person. He's one of the villains of history. But in terms of his effects, he's an effective ruler, and I think that's interesting.
Okay. Now that clip goes on, we'll make the link available. I don't want to do an interview where everyone's watching you watch you. But so with that, and I was asked about this on Piers Morgan, and
my audience loves watching me watch me. What is he talking about?
I again asked to condemn, you know, Stalin. I said, look, I don't know. He could have meant. And by the way, I don't know if you have a cold. I have a halls in my throat right now. I notice everyone's a little bit sniffly. I said he could have been saying he's fascinated. Like, for example, I've been going down a rabbit hole of Stalin versus Trotsky, like how much they hated each other, which would seem odd to us because they're very similar. The spoiler alert, it's two assholes fighting. That's pretty much all it is. And I would be curious to ask him about that. So when people say disavow without having the full context, I think that's wrong. Now, that said, my question to you would be, I know that you have said we need a Catholic theocracy or a Christian theocracy. I've heard the word dictatorship, correct me if I'm wrong. So I would ask you, since the end point seems much more similar to where Stalin reached, just swap atheism for Catholicism or Christianity, would you be able to name, or is there any one thing that you think America, like concretely, should copy about Stalin's rule or methods to get there?
Not his methods, because like I said, he's an evil person, or a murderer, and genocidal, arguably, with the famine. I mean, I think it's pretty clearly intentional that they were trying to kill all those people there. And so I want to make that clear. Sometimes I feel like it's almost childish, and I'm not saying that about this interview, but just in general, when people say, wait, but he was a bad guy, it's like, I know he's a bad guy. Like, I know he was evil. And I suppose the thing that I find maybe more compelling about Stalin as a ruler is the way that he industrialized the country. I'm very interested in this because that is, among the other things that I talk about, a very important problem in the country is that we're deindustrialized. Yeah. And what Stalin did, and I said that in that clip and in other clips too, he takes a country that has no industry. And he literally, and with brutal, evil methods that I don't replicate, I don't support that, but he does take the country and drag it into the 21st century. And he does that by bringing in heavy industry. The 5-year plans, the collectivization of the farms, it was about prioritizing heavy industry so that they could eventually build ships and planes and tanks and, the things that they needed to fight the war. So,
but it was about seizing industry. And it was about doing it by force. I mean, secret police, the party purges, the show trials. So if you say the industrialization of the country, how do you separate that from, the only methods were largely evil, or certainly his calling card methods, right? That's where people would say, okay, if you point to him as an example, is there anything worthy of emulating other than, because you could point to other countries that have industrialized, including the United States.
Well, I don't think that is necessary. I think because it starts with the idea that a country, an empire, needs industry. You need to be able to make things. We don't make things. We don't even make the machines that make things anymore. China makes all the things. And so starting from the idea where Stalin says in the 20s, he says, we're either going to do in 15 years what it would normally take us 100 years to do, or we're going to die. Our country will not exist anymore because we are encircled. And I feel like America's in sort of a similar position where we need to race ahead of China or else we are going to be destroyed. We need industry back in the country. And I don't believe in taking grain to feed the factory workers and enslaving people in gulags, but I do think the government needs to set. It's sort of like when JFK said, we're going to go to the moon in 10 years. I like the idea, this ambitious idea of we're going to catch up in 10 years. We're just going to go out there and do it. We're just going to build it. And I don't support, killing people. I don't think you need to kill people to achieve that. But I like the idea of urgency, setting targets, having a national strategy, and, and doing it for the sake of power projection.
Well, and I agree, by the way, industrialization, right, is good. We went through that in America quite a bit before Russia. The reason they had to play catch up is because it was an awful place and they had to do it by force. So my question is, am I mischaracterizing? And everything that I ask is genuine here because I'm trying to see where we disagree. Because I think Stalin is a fascinating historical character. You're talking to we did the great Diktoff, where we did brackets for 3 days of Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao. Funniest one was Papadoc in Haiti because he sucked. Pinochet, who wasn't all wrong. And we were very clear about this. And I think Mao ended up winning. Might have been Pol Pot, though the number wasn't as high, but he was just really dumb and really brutal, which is a bad combination. How could you get, if we're talking about now, to Stalin's industrial results without Stalin's methods? If you want to get to a Catholic, first off, have you said Catholic theocracy? Am I misquoting?
I might have said it, but I don't believe in a Catholic theocracy. Okay. I think that the government should be Christian, but not a theocracy.
Okay. Not a dictatorship either?
We might need a very powerful executive for a short amount of time. I think that's maybe unavoidable.
Okay.
But not an ideological totalitarian state, no.
So how do you get to that in the industrialization that you talk about with Stalin? How do you get it? How do you get there?
I think that you need tariffs. I think you need subsidies. I think you need a massive public works program, something like the New Deal. And I know you're probably not a fan of that because I know you're a huge free market guy, but I think that one of the things the free market doesn't do well is it doesn't allocate resources efficiently on like a long-term timeline. In a long-term timeline, America needs to have a ton of industry to be able to support its Navy, to be able to protect supply chains and trade routes. And the free market has not been able to accomplish that. So I think that the government needs to intervene in this case and basically say, like, we're not going to import these manufactured goods from China. We have to make them ourselves. We need to subsidize them. And maybe we bring people on, onto the dole of the state in a public works program to accomplish some of these things. So I believe in an intervention from the state to do that.
Well, okay. So I understand. By the way, tariffs, I understand, and especially when you look at the revenue they'll be generating. I don't think that's an infringement of the free markets. I think it's a correction of an unfair market, of a market where we've been fleeced. So I think we agree on that. Subsidies are massive public works. I mean, we have a debt. Is it 39 trillion? I haven't looked at the clock recently. So I certainly wouldn't say that we haven't been subsidizing things. We absolutely have, and we can't afford it. And the old joke, right, in Russia is they pay us to look like we're working, and we look like we're working. Like they look like they're paying us, we look like we're working. We've done this here in the States. I mean, if you go back to FDR, and maybe you're a fan of FDR's approach. Certainly Barack Obama, the biggest modern spending package. I was around for that. Shovel-ready jobs was awful. And same thing for Russia. I mean, if you throw enough bodies and human suffering at something, you can get something done. But even then, it was still significantly behind the world that was more free, the United States. So where have we not done it? Because I look at it and I go, well, we have been subsidizing almost everything. I agree with you on China. I agree with you on tariffs. I think that's a huge threat. What would that look like?
Well, I don't think we've been subsidizing industry. I'm not saying just like subsidies across the board. I mean, we need to actually subsidize and prioritize the industries that we need in the country. So like, for example, the CHIPS Act, I think that was a great thing. I don't think it was enough, and I don't think it was comprehensive, but I want more things like that. Like, there's no reason why they're doing it in Arizona. They're bringing TSMC over to Arizona. They're building a chip fabrication facility. We need that. And I think the government should give tax breaks or just straight up give subsidies to the companies that are going to do that. And I think that we need aggressive trade negotiations. I guess maybe where we differ ideologically is that I want a very smart government. I liked what Doge did. I like the idea of bringing people from the private sector into the government. And even Trump said that in 2016 to work on trade deals, to work on, for example, China steals all our intellectual property. They steal all of the developments that we have. We need people that know about technology almost in a technocratic way, like true experts guiding our trade policy, guiding in some ways our economic policy, setting a benchmark that it's like, we need like 10% of the economy or 15 or 20% of the economy to be productive in 5 or 10 years. We need to be making ports, ships, or we need to have countries in our orbit that can do it for us, like South Korea or Japan. But we just need people that are in charge that are, kind of aware of this problem. So I guess that's maybe the difference.
No, I don't think that's the difference. I can outline maybe the difference based on what you just said. I don't have a problem with tariffs. Sure. I know what you're talking about with the CHIPS Act. I agree. And I think a big problem is, absolutely, Chinese stealing intellectual property. That's why I think they're a huge threat. What I see, I mean, then you could point, though, to like American auto manufacturing, which has been abysmal. I mean, industries that have been heavily subsidized. I mean, if you look at insurance industries, pharmaceutical companies, if you look at energy companies, I mean, you remember also about Solyndra, green energy companies.
Totally.
Every company that's been heavily subsidized and regulated tends to be less efficient and it tends to be more expensive. But we do need to protect certainly things that are, I would say that chips are a matter of national security. But my thing there is you say you like Doge. Well, I don't know why you think I would differ. That was largely, axing things. You've just mentioned stuff that really for the first time has been done under this administration. And where we differ is I go, is it perfect? No. Is it a step in the right direction compared to Biden, compared to Barack Obama? Yeah. And then I know that you've also talked about having to burn it all down. So where I differ is, you've said you're reactionary, or I've heard you use the term maybe accelerationist. Well, accelerate toward what? Because if that's what you want, and I agree with you, we're getting more of that than ever before. So how would you get there, and why would you burn down the progress that's being made?
Well, I'm not an accelerationist. I think that I think that's sort of misguided because if we're, and I agree with you, accelerating towards what? That's the operative question. So that's why I'm not an accelerationist. I think that to make things worse is only basically to vote in favor of chaos and death and, potentially civil war, low-level political violence. And I think you're rolling the dice with that. So I'm with you on that. As far as the Trump administration is concerned,
Okay,
I
can I pause you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
And I don't want to interrupt, but like I said, I want to address kind of the points individually.
No, totally. Yeah.
Feel free. Okay. And hopefully you think this is fair, because I really do want to be, and I know that I disagree with you on some fundamentals here, but you did say that Kamala Harris would be a better choice. And you did take billboards out against Donald Trump and told people not to vote in certain elections. That would be, and maybe you didn't use the term accelerationist, but you said at least then that would sort of ignite what we need, because it's a uniparty, it's all the same, right? So I view that as accelerationism, whereas I see where we agree, where we find progress, I would argue is better than 4 years of Kamala. And I would argue that we were at the precipice of, really, we were looking at descending into the abyss, 15 million on the low end, illegal aliens, and not to mention the legal immigration problem. Add another 10 million with Kamala Harris, we no longer have a country, where you and I would both agree. So that's where I don't understand your position.
Yeah, well, let's sit in this for a minute. So first of all, and I just want to clarify, I know you know this, but maybe your audience doesn't. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't vote for Kamala. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't endorse Kamala. My plan in and again, as long as we're in good faith, I'm going to explain to you my thought process on this last year. It looked at one point like this was going to be a very contentious election, like it would be very close. It turned out not to be, and eventually it became clear that it wouldn't be. But it seemed like maybe this election would come down to one state, like Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, one of the 3 Rust Belt states. And my problem in 24 is that Trump was not promising an immigration moratorium. In fact, he was saying the opposite. He said that he would staple green cards to diplomas, which is a very famous policy. It's been around for decades, and Democrats and Republicans have said, we're going to give green cards to every foreign student. I said, that's a disaster. That's terrible. And then the other thing is, there was a rumor that he had a quid pro quo arrangement with Miriam Adelson that he would allow Israel to annex the West Bank and intervene in the war with Iran. And so those were kind of my 2 issues. As I said, if we elect Trump, we're going to get all these Chinese and Indians. They're going to get green cards, and we're going to get H-1Bs because that's what Silicon Valley wants. And we're going to get a war with Iran. And so I looked at it this way. I said, if the America Firsters rise up and sort of tell Trump, here's the ultimatum. You can come out and say you're against the H-1Bs and the F-1 and green cards, and you could say you're not going to bring us to war in Iran, and we'll vote for you. But if you don't, we can't vote for you. And that was kind of the idea. It was like a contra-Trump team. Now, ultimately, Trump became basically, his advantage grew to be so big that he wasn't worried about losing in one of those states. And I felt that way. I said, we don't have leverage anymore because he's leading by so much. It's clear he's going to win. And that's why we sort of abandoned it in the middle of it. But aside from, so that's where that came from.
Just to clarify, abandoned what?
Abandoned that project, the Groyper War II, because we were going to go to Michigan and we were literally going to knock on doors and hand out leaflets and stuff. And we said, you know what, let's just not anymore because he's going to win anyway. So we bought one billboard.
You were going to knock on the doors and tell people to vote for Trump, the Groypers in Michigan?
Yeah, sure. No, to sign on to something like a pledge that would say, we will not vote for Trump
that they're not going to vote for Trump unless they do X, Y, and Z.
That was kind of the idea. And we sort of spun that up, but we abandoned it when it became clear that he would win.
Okay. And I understand that, by the way. I understand the idea of holding the representatives accountable. I mean, that's why we have primaries. But hopefully that's a part of your strategy, because a lot of people just don't run in primaries, and that's a viable option. But I do remember what caught me off guard, you saying that Kamala Harris was a better choice. And I remember part of what you said was because Trump, if he's elected, legitimizes the system. And that would be worse. You didn't want Trump to be elected because it would legitimize the system. Explain what you meant by that, because that sounds to me like you want to delegitimize and almost revolution instead of Trump.
Well, and here's the thing. I think that Trump is obviously the better president if you're just taking like all the nominal figures, like fewer illegal immigrants, he secured the border, the economy's going to be better, the government's going to be more efficient. Like, so, I mean, we're in agreement on that. Here's the problem. And I try to make people think about it in these terms. It's sure. And I don't want this to sound like a cop-out, but I'm trying to get people to think, which is that Trump gets elected, and let's think about what happens on day number 2. Whereas in 2020, everybody said the election is rigged. Like 86% of Republicans said, oh, the election was BS. Now,
it was close to half of Democrats, too, I think.
Yeah, it was substantial. It was across the board. Now nobody believes that.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What happened? Why? Why?
And whereas at one time people believed like, oh, like the system really needs to be overthrown. Like we really need radical change. Now they're saying, oh, Trump won. Oh, I feel relieved. Now we're okay. And look at the things that Trump has done. And we're going to get in. I can tell we're going to get into some of these things. The Epstein files, bombing Iran. And I'm not gish galloping. I'm just giving a little list of things I don't like. The H-1B visas, the 600,000 Chinese students. Yeah. All these things happen. And because they're happening under Trump, he is legitimizing them. And he's legitimizing the moneyed interests that are responsible for them. And I do think that deflates a lot of the fervor for change that existed before. And I just think sometimes, you know, is that necessarily better in the long term? I don't disagree that Trump is, you know, there's a very big pragmatic benefit, but in the long term, I worry about that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's better in the long term. And I agree with you completely on 600,000 Chinese students. I don't know if you saw, we did an entire hour on that. H-1Bs. I was throttled as a result from, well, I can't say Elon Musk directly, but I believe I perhaps called him a retard, whatever it was. I insulted him quite publicly. And, you know, for my troubles, made $27 in the course of a month on X. Ashley Sinclair made like 26 grand in 2 weeks. Who knew, right? That's kind of odd. Yeah, I agree with you on H-1Bs. I will tell you, worse than 600,000 Chinese students would be another 15 to 20 million illegals and changing the census rule, which is what we were looking at, where that redistricts the entire map. And there's no chance to any type of conservative, Republican, nationalist, populist being elected again. And I do think that there was a lot of progress made. I would go, I mean, a lot of wins, not only the border. 99% is not marginal to me as far as reduction. I think that's pretty significant. But I'd like to go to, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that perspective, but I also don't understand what the threshold is as far as, okay, burn it all down, or we want to delegitimize the system. Because I know we lived through that, like you just said.
So delegitimizing the system is accelerationism. That he keeps saying like, oh, I'm not like in favor of an autocracy or anything. I do think we need a dictator. I do think we need to be a little bit more authoritarian, at least for a while, you know. And then, you know, he says, I'm not an accelerationist. I do want to delegitimize the entire system so that it can all break down, so we can go into full chaos and get to this faster. Like that's accelerationism, bro. That's what that is. You are these things. He's just saying he's not this thing, and then immediately turning around and describing the thing that he says he's not.
Republicans thought it was an illegitimate election. I did as well. Not a whole bunch of folks at the Daily Wire back then, so I think we were on the same page. And I also, obviously, when we had the lockdowns, all of that, we then lived through 4 years of Biden, right? So it was already seen as not legitimate. We saw the results. I think the results of not electing another Biden is better. But I would like to roll a clip, because I think it's in this vein, and might help set it up. It was where you discussed, Epstein, too. That's one thing. Of course, I absolutely agree. I don't know if you know, I recreated the Epstein cell down to the millimeter and tried to hang myself with a force meter.
I saw that, yeah.
It's possible, not likely. So I thought it was a huge mistake. I think Pam Bondi's an idiot. And I mean actually like an idiot, like she potentially could be a mongoloid, using the term hate speech. She's a moron, and I've always said that, using the term, and that rollout was terrible. That doesn't undo the things that a lot of people who elected not just Trump, but the cultural wins that they want. I think there's a lot of good there, and I don't think burning it down is the best approach. But here you mentioned a new potential coalition, and I think sort of lay out a prescription as to how to go forward, and I'd like to ask you about it. And again, we'll make the link to the full show available so that no one mischaracterizes anything.
Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie working together against the interests to compel the files. What do you think that has, a 90% approval rating? If you had progressive Democrats and nationalist Republicans working together, let's say to compel the release of the Epstein files, what kind of approval rating do you think that has? 90%? And what if they got together and they opposed foreign aid to Israel? What approval rating do you think that would have? 90%? Do you think that that Republicans or independents running under that brand, do you think that that would become more popular or less popular over time? 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. It snowballs. And we need to propel someone into the White House that is just a populist. If the right can come down on health care and on a social safety net and maybe on some subsidies for education, and if the left can come down on the anti-white open border stuff and they can agree.
This is exactly what I've been saying. He's been talking about for a while now, is trying to get the left and the right to come together as one team. He's trying to do the National Socialism shit.
Agree that we have a country, that party will win 90% of the vote and rule for a century. That's the compromise. That's the populist compromise.
Okay, and I think you were, you articulated that pretty well. I would say Epstein already has a coalition. Everyone voted to release the files except Clay Higgins, who is a punchline, deservedly so. Like, that's the first time everyone knew Clay Higgins. Like, he really must love pedophiles. I wish I loved anything as much as he loves defending sex islands. I would like to hear your prescription for how that works, because I would say this. If the only compromise was the left on immigration, and if I believe that there was any semblance of a reality in which they compromise on immigration and compromising on free markets to varying degree, okay. But what do we do with the Ro Khanna on the Second Amendment, on the First Amendment, on transing the kids, on reparations that someone like a Ro Khanna or any member of the Democratic Party, but Ro Khanna specifically says is a priority economically and morally, on abortion. What do you do with all of the other compromises that aren't listed? How does that coalition work, and bring me through the end point?
Well, and I'm not a huge fan of either of them, actually. You could also say Thomas Massie on H-1Bs. You could say Thomas Massie on immigration also.
You could say him on Israel also, as far as his biggest donor. It's not AIPAC, but a lot of influence.
Certainly. Certainly. But what I'm referring to is maybe more something like Trump 2016, who is basically a populist. And you look at Trump in 2016, and to me, that's kind of the prescription, where it's like in 2016, he comes out and he says, we're going to get the money out of politics. He says, I'm not going to take donor money. I'm not going to take super PAC money. I don't listen to special interests. He says, law and order, close the border. As far as health care, he didn't even give a plan. He said, we'll just take care of everybody. He said, we'll get rid of the lines around the states and we'll just take care of everybody. Who even knows what that means? And he says, we're going to put America first in foreign policy. Now, I think that here's the thing. I'm under no illusions. We're not going to win 80% of the left or 40% or even 30%. But I'm thinking that if we can win, because I think there are a lot of people on the far left or even some of the abundance liberals, they're getting tired of a lot of the far left too. There's a lot of these liberals in the center that are saying, how are you going to have public transportation when you have people getting stabbed in the neck and there's no police? Like, we can't defund the police and even have these cities that we want to have. I think there's a lot of people on the far left, too, that are saying, you know, maybe the woke has gone too far.
I'm sorry, was that a quote? Did Ro Khanna say that, or was that just a general sentiment?
No, I'm not talking specifically about Ro Khanna. That's just an example.
Because when I hear it, I almost thought you said I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like something a liberal would say, like stab the cop in the neck.
No, when people are being stabbed in the neck by like black people, for example.
Oh, that's also something I could hear a leftist supporting. But yes, okay, go on. I just didn't know if it was specific. Okay, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, fundamentally, it comes down to the fact that let's just talk about it in general. So that's my prescription. It's like populist Trump, and let's just get a small percentage of the left liberals, you know, who I think have come a long way in the past 5 years since COVID. But I would say that in general, I think maybe where we disagree is I look at this Republican team. What has it actually done for us? Because you seem to be defending like, well, we're supposed to vote Republican and we're supposed to say, well, this is better than the alternative.
No.
And he's making these wins. Well, hang on. And I look at it and say, it's been 10 years of Trumpism. And, you know, I know Biden brought them in, but we're 10 million illegals up since Biden, and there's no mass deportations. I look at the wars. We're getting into more wars, not fewer. He wanted to keep us in Afghanistan and Bagram. He's building bases in Syria. We're getting into Venezuela. You know, I look at what we have not done in 10 years, and I say, you know, this is a prescription where it hasn't been working. And so I'm very against this line where you say, well, we're going to vote Republican and we're going to, what exactly? I mean, what's your prescription? If Trump is failing us miserably, what are we supposed to do here?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing is I don't agree that our representatives are all failing us miserably. I think they failed in quite a few ways. If you're talking about like the Johnsons of the world and the Rhinos, absolutely. But the things that you just listed, and I would, again, ask you for your prescription because I give mine Monday through Friday. I mean, every day, 11 a.m. Eastern.
So
I've done one on voting, what we need to do. I've done one on immigration. I've done one on big tech and Section 230. I'm very curious as to your prescriptions so that people can contrast them. You mentioned law and order. I don't know of any president who sent the National Guard in as aggressively when we're talking about D.C. and Chicago. That way you talk about law and order. You're talking about
in Chicago?
Well, I'm saying any effort being made. I know what we've lived through as far as what Ro Khanna would support, Black Lives Matter, the Police and Justice Act. Again,
BLM
I don't think
happened under
hold on a
Trump
second,
in 2020.
So let me ask you, what's your prescription? Why hopscotch all the people who I think watching right now would agree with you if they think that you're on board with them on LGBTQ, on immigration, on Second Amendment rights, on First Amendment rights? Why hopscotch then to compromise with someone who has actively fought to destroy all those things like a Ro Khanna? Wouldn't it make more sense to form a coalition with more than half the country who already exists? Because you don't want to take them for granted. Take Trump out of it. I'm talking about the people, the voters. What's your prescription?
I would say that it's a structural problem, which is that the reason, first of all, I mean, we have to deal with the fact that Trump is not delivering. Like, if you don't want to gish gallop, let's just start there. You say, well, I don't think it's a complete failure. Yeah, it is. And you bring up BLM. BLM happened in 2020 because Trump let it happen, because Sean Hannity was calling him every day and saying, this is better for us in November if BLM burns down the cities. So the summer of love happened in 2020 when Trump was president. And then Trump comes back.
No, it started under Barack Obama with going back to Trayvon Martin.
The George Floyd summer of love.
Yeah, it was a continuation.
Well, I think they kind of picked up on it. Don't you think? It wasn't like it was ongoing.
I was there, and I had people on my show back then with Hands Up, Don't Shoot. And I remember the assassination of the Dallas PD. Donald Trump was elected, specifically his first term, because of how disruptive Black Lives Matter was and law and order. And I would say there was significantly more than under Barack Obama. But if you say there's a...
In your dreams, bro. In your dreams, Donald Trump was elected because of BLM, dude. In your dreams that his first win was because of BLM. Give me a break. This is delusional, dude. Give me a break.
What are we debating about? I mean, in the George Floyd Summer of Love, maybe I'm wrong about the calendar. It was in 2020 when Trump was president, and it was the worst, arguably the worst BLM violence, I think, in the 21st century. I think that was worse, actually, than Mike Brown or Trayvon Martin. And Trump was president, and he didn't intervene because he was told it'd be better for him. And now in 2025, there's no National Guard. He chickened out on that. He chickens out on all that stuff. He was going to send him to Chicago, gonna send him in every major city. Never happened. Even here, you know, they're doing the deportations in Broadview here in Illinois. They brought in like 400 National Guard, and ICE is still getting chased, and they got boxed in by a bunch of different protesters, one with the semi-automatic rifle. There's no law and order. Irina Zarutska died under Trump. The crime in New York under Trump. The crime in Chicago under Trump. It's a failure, and we're 10 years in. And so you say, what is it going to take? Because we elected him once,
Can I ask you something, though, just because this is the point I'd like to address when you say Irina Zarutska, and obviously we've covered that, and I think we're in agreement when you look at the judge and you look at the man who was released, I believe, 14 times, right, under the guise of equity, Black Lives Matter, precisely the kinds of policies that only exist because they have been supported by the radical left who run the entire Democrat Party, right? So yeah, some of that happened under Trump's watch, and I agree. He's definitely far from perfect, and I think he's failed in a lot of ways. But who has been orchestrating? You talk about these constructionists, right? They want that, and people like Ro Khanna, people who you talk about in your coalition, it's their raison d'etre. So why hopscotch the voters who would not vote for that coalition precisely for the reasons we're discussing? Because they're against all of it, because Trump hasn't done enough to fight. I mean, COVID happened under Trump too. Huge mistakes. Fauci, awful. But I certainly think that 20 million illegal aliens in 4 years is worse than a reduction of 90-something%. I certainly think that the people who orchestrated Black Lives Matter and the people who ran those cities and the people who have...
These people are fucking delusional. If they think there's 20 million illegal immigrants that came into the fucking country under Biden. They are completely delulu.
Blocked ICE from doing anything is worse than the guy sending in ICE with any effort at all.
But let's talk about even that. Why do we get all these people from Venezuela? Because Trump hired John Bolton to destroy Venezuela's economy, and then on his last day in office gave Venezuela temporary protected status. That was one of his last acts as president, and that means they can't be deported. And then you got 6 million Venezuelans in an exodus, and how many of them ended up here? And by the way, Trump ran in 2016 saying, we're going to build the wall and we're going to solve immigration. It didn't happen. There's no wall. He didn't solve it. What he did was executive orders, which Biden immediately overturned when he took power and then brought in 10 million. Okay, so Trump gets elected again. What does Trump do? You're right. He did secure the border. That's true. But we're 10 million deep. That's a little too late. He promised mass deportations. We've had maybe 300,000 deportations this year. Is that going to go up during the midterm elections? Is that going to go up when everybody's running in the primary in 27? I don't see it happening. And either way, it hasn't happened. So this is my frustration where I'm like, I was with you in the first term. As in the first term, when I was in college, I was like, yeah, like vote for Trump, never coming down. If he falls short, we'll go on Twitter and tell him to try better. But 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, Republicans have called for our vote all these times and things are not getting better like at all. And that's sort of the frustration where I start to say, let's turn the table around. And I'm not hopscotching over the voters. I want all the right-wing voters. What I want to hopscotch is the donors. I want to hopscotch the party, which is the RNC, which is, Little Tech, Silicon Valley, which is the Israel lobby, which is Wall Street, because they're driving the stuff. Like the reason that Trump is not really what he delivers, or what he promises is because, if you were to deport all these illegal aliens, it's going to be bad for big agriculture, Wall Street, inflation might tick up. And so
Marjorie Taylor Greene's construction company.
That's right. Yeah, 100%. And that's why I want to bypass.
Okay, so bypass. So, and nobody is saying that President Trump is perfect. And I'm not a micro-political guy, a cultural guy largely. And I think there's been a major shift culturally. I mean, half of all gay characters are going to be going away, and GLAAD is lamenting that. I don't know how much more happy I can get. I think that the replatforming is a big thing, right? I mean, as someone who's been also...
What are they? I don't even know what they're talking about right now. Gay characters in GLAAD? What the fuck are they talking about? Can anybody is anybody up to date with this lingo to where they can inform me on what the fuck? You have 30% of the voters, you're done when Trump leaves. Yeah, that seems I don't even understand the argument here, because when Nick is talking about like getting a number of people within the country and making some concessions and demanding they make some concessions, he's saying we can have like by far the majority of the country. But then Steven said, but why not appeal to what's already the majority of the country? What does that even mean? just sounds like he said glad is an understatement. Glad is lamenting. Oh, okay. Where does the 20 million number come from? Trump. Trump just started saying 20 million. He just started saying that. Like, Biden did have, like, probably a record number of illegal immigrants come in, but he also set a record on deportations. And so, and the reason, like, one of the major reasons that a lot of illegal immigrants were coming in wasn't because Biden ever invited them, wasn't because Kamala ever invited them. It was because the Republicans invited them. The Republicans, at the beginning of Biden's administration, we didn't have a huge issue. We didn't have a big problem. It was the Republicans running around telling everybody over and over and over on TV every single fucking day saying, we have open borders. We're letting everybody in right now. Everybody's flooding through the border. It wasn't like the border was literally like closed off still because of COVID. Like they weren't letting anybody in or out at the time. But the Republicans were running around telling everybody that there was open borders. So then when the borders did open up, you had a flood of motherfuckers coming to the border that were ready to come in. And that's one of many reasons that, like COVID was a big reason. Inflation was a big reason. The fact that like a lot of people went home during COVID and then came back once like jobs were opening back up. Like there were tons and tons of reasons for why we had a massive amount of immigration during that period. But But the largest numbers that we have is from a Republican committee. It's about 1.7 million. What was that sound? What was that sound? Oh. I had a like read chat turned on. Fuck. So yeah, apparently that was what was making the sound. Yeah, I thought there was a organization, GLAAD. Because he said something about like the gays are done or some shit like that. So I thought that's what he was talking about, but I don't know why he said that they're lamenting or yeah, I have no idea. All right. We have 24 minutes left on the clock. We have $12 still to go in donations. We got to get $12 more in the next 24 minutes in order to continue stream. So if you guys enjoy the content, please consider using the tips link to add to the goal. And if we hit the goal, then we'll add 3 hours to stream.
Debanked, demonetized through PayPal, Shopify, all that, very similar to you. The fact that you're able to sit here now and have this conversation, I mean, it took a lot of work from coalition people like me, turning down a $50 million contract and migrating the world's biggest conservative, right-leaning nationalist YouTube channel over to Rumble so that you're able to do that. That's a win, right? And you could look at that like a light switch, deplatformed, including the president himself, replatformed. To me, that's probably the biggest thing. The fact that you are able to sit here and talk when you weren't.
But I got replatformed under Biden. I got my Twitter account back in May 24. Musk bought Twitter in 2022.
Right.
And Rumble really started to grow after Trump got banned in 21. That's when all the little tech money jumped in because they said, we're going to do True Social, Trump Media Group, Rumble, these things. So, you know, now that Trump is back in office, there's might be more censorship. Like you have people
but
beckoning
Elon Musk
for,
put you back specifically. He bought that to balance the powers that be. I mean, there was a point in time.
But it
I'm just
wasn't
saying
Trump.
this, but that's the reason for it, right? There's no world in which you're replatformed unless Donald Trump is running again and someone like Elon Musk sees an already existing populist movement. That is important. And right now, this will actually be clips on YouTube. That could never have happened. I mean, I was literally deplatformed for having Carrie Lake on in a midterm. That's why we couldn't stream the elections. So to say that, well, that's because of Biden, are you giving Biden credit for Elon Musk buying X and bringing you back? Because I think that you got to give some credit here if you want to build a coalition. Can you build a coalition with the people going, hey, we are really anti-censorship and we're really hesitant to get back in bed with the party that pushed for all of it? Because there are other people, not as popular as you, who've also been deplatformed and replatformed as a result.
No, I'm not giving Biden credit. All I'm saying is you attribute that to Trump or for Republicans being in power. All I'm saying is one's got nothing to do with the other. And actually, it was a response. Musk buying Twitter was a reaction to the overreach of the Democrats.
Aramsan tipped $10. Didn't know you were allowed to show two men blowing each other on YouTube, Tom. You live and learn. Scared face emoji, man dancing emoji, fire emoji, USA emoji, scared face emoji, eyes emoji, saluting face emoji, popcorn emoji, fire emoji, USA emoji, fire emoji.
Yeah. Yeah, they're talking about all the progress that they've made in social media, but it's one step forward, two steps back. So, you know, it is what it is. We're, the left is winning again. The woke left is coming back.
Democrats because they banned the president from Twitter. And I would add to that also, you know, censorship is a big problem.
Thank you, Aaron, for the $10 donation. That gets us to 23 out of 25.
Don't think we're in the clear with Rumble or Twitter. There's going to be a lot of regulatory. Yeah, and what is Trump doing to solidify this free speech beachhead that you have built, that Elon has built? Nothing. Was that in the big beautiful bill? Is the FCC getting on top of that? You know, they flirted with doing that in 2020 when they said they were going to do section what is it, 270 or 280
section
or whatever.
230.
They talked about doing that. They never did it. And so that's my problem where, and I'm with you, like,
well, no, can I just pause that? Because that's kind of in my realm of expertise, because this is something where I've been here this entire time.
Totally.
Right? And not to take credit, but certainly a pioneer in being demonetized and hiring. My biggest expense, especially coming up, was legal outside of payroll, because I saw this type of censorship coming. I'm the only one who was named in the Facebook files by name. That's how I met my lawyer. The Twitter files, and Susan Wojcicki and Congress women. I don't know if there were any men. I know there were a few women. I think Pelosi and what's her name? The Hirono, the lady from Hawaii.
The Facebook files? What? We're just making shit up now? The Facebook files?
Who always talks about sex, asking for me to be, have you ever had sexual relations with someone? That's how she opens every single hearing. It's like, how horny are you, lady? So that is something that I've lived through. And I think you're maybe discounting how bad it can get. And 230 is important, right? I've issued a prescription on how to fix that. And yeah, I'm disappointed that there hasn't been something fully solidified. But I would say, there's a reason you're back. There's a reason that people are not afraid to speak out. And people like Trump, people who are more populist,
there's a reason he gets to say the N-word on Piers Morgan.
Who exist in the right. They listen to their base. And I think it's good that you're pushing him. But what would be enough? In other words, would there be a threshold enough so that you don't just sort of, elope with the Ro Khannas and the Bernie bros of the world?
It's not about eloping. And I would say, what does enough look like? I would know it when I saw it. It would be not like bombing Iran is like a punchline for what Israel wants. That's pretty bad. I would say that not mass deporting people. You don't need to deport 10 million in 1 year, but 1 million per year. And how about anything? And literally anything on free speech. You know, Ron DeSantis had some legislation and Texas had some legislation about free speech. Could we get something like that, regulatory or legislative? You know, I just look across the board and maybe this addresses the heart of the matter. I sort of look at Trump and I say, I see what you have done for them. Can you bless us in the same way? Because they will move heaven and earth to lower the corporate tax rate. They will move heaven and earth to give $1 trillion for AI, and they will give Saudi Arabia, non-NATO major defense ally. They'll give Qatar a security guarantee. They'll bomb Iran for Israel. They'll bomb Yemen for Israel. What will you do for us? A middle-class tax cut? Will you give us law and order, National Guard, mass deportation? Like, how about pick one, something? So, you know, maybe we just differ an approach, because I think you share these frustrations, but you're saying, let's work with them, let's not burn it all down. And you look at me as someone that's saying, let's throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I get where you're coming from, but
is that a wrong assessment? Because and first off, I do want to correct, because it does matter. 2 million are gone. A lot of people self-deported, which to me is like a magic trick.
No.
Yep, 2 million are gone, and
that's fake.
and a 94%. Okay, well, I'll make sure the references are available. And people,
2 million are gone. How many people were deported under Trump? Oh yeah, 2025. 400,000 deportations. 160,000 self-deportations. Oh, okay. So so it is 2 million. So they're including the 1,600,000 self-deportations. Individuals or immigrants residing in the U.S., 20 total confirmed, 15 in ICE custody. So what does that mean? They think there's only 35 illegal immigrants left?
people disagree. They can check that out. But there's a lot of self-deportation going on. Also, a 93 to 99% reduction. So if 1 million, 2 million are gone, I would argue the number is 2 million, and you reduce it, I don't think that's marginal. And I think that's probably the biggest issue if you want to preserve a country. Is it enough? Is it ideal? No, but it's better than another 15 million. And the people who brought in 15 million are the people you are suggesting to be part of a coalition after it's burned down. So what's the prescription? What does it look like when you say throw the baby out with the bathwater? What does it look like? You get Trump out, you get 4 years of Kamala, right? If you had your way, 4 more years of Newsom. What does it look like? I'm asking you for the prescription. Because I'll tell you, mine is primaries. Mine is having people who listen to their base. Mine is making sure that we can make incremental change. The biggest disappointments would be H-1Bs for sure. The big 600,000 Chinese students, huge disappointment. Section 230, right? I have prescription for all of those. What is yours? What does that look like? Revolution or coalition, and then burn it down, throw the baby out with the bathwater. The alternative is, that's where I think I'm missing you.
Here's my prescription. I just think that we need the young people to climb the ladder. I want to march through the institutions, get them in the college Republicans, to the campaigns, to the congressional offices, the think tanks. I think that we need to engage in primaries. In 2026, I'm going to be very active, and we're going to tell everybody who's America first and who isn't and who to vote for. And I think the people that are not America first, I think they should lose their elections. In 2028...
So do I.
Yeah, okay. So then, we agree on that. In 28, I think we should back a presidential candidate who is going to basically emulate what Trump did in 2016, which is anti-corruption, America first, close the borders. And if that person can make inroads with the left, I think that's an interesting idea, because maybe maybe the area of disagreement is there are a lot of people in our right-wing coalition who are kind of part of the problem. I would say there are, like, for example, when Trump,
you really like this is like at least heating up a little bit more here. This is getting a bit more contentious here than it has been the entire time. But this is the way that he goes about it is like very like tail between his legs. Like, oh, I want to be good faith. I want to make sure that you're not offended, and that like we can be buddies afterwards.
bombed Iran, you had like 70% of Republicans supporting that. That's a load of crap.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Republicans.
I'm okay with the
I know you are, and I've heard your argument. We could have that one out, but like, I think that's a huge problem. And I think that there's a lot of people that, they're going to vote for Trump literally no matter what. And what that does is it creates moral hazard, because then Republicans know that they can come in, they can screw us forever. And I guess the question is, for me, my prescription is like, I want results now. If you don't give them to us, we don't care. We will burn it down. And I'm being the unreasonable person in the room. I feel like you, because you're being reasonable, you are allowing the establishment to get away with everything. And they'll always be stringing you along, telling you, oh, well, it's better than the alternative. Well, in the next 2 years, we're going to get it. 2 million, that's fake. That's from the community survey. They polled 65,000 people. There's a response bias. It's not happening. And you say, well, it's better than nothing. It almost isn't, because what happens? We get a Democrat in 4 years anyway.
Hold on a second. I'm not saying it's better than nothing. I'm saying that it's better than what you suggested was a superior alternative, Kamala Harris. That's the standard that we do need to use here, because you said Kamala Harris would be a better choice. I'm not saying it's better than nothing, good enough. I mean, you're talking to Dan Crenshaw. We'll never be back on this show because I called him to task on the TAPS Act. I was like, well, how is this not red flag laws? No, there's no one who likes those in positions of authority who betray their base. And I think that base, by the way, is a pretty big coalition. It includes conservative. It's bigger than ever with Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't really a classical conservative. I think it's better than Kamala Harris. And I can't think of anyone less America first.
I'm almost positive that the majority of Republicans are in favor of red flag laws. I'm fairly certain the majority of Republicans are in favor of red flag laws. So I know Steven Crowder's always been very much against them, but I'm fairly certain most Republicans are not against them.
Then who you suggested, Ro Khanna. That's why I bring it up. That's why
you're getting hung up on that.
Okay, so any member of the Democrat Party. I can't think of anyone less America first than the current Democrat Party. Republicans are flawed. I believe that, go through it, Warren, Kamala Harris, who you said would be a better choice, Gavin Newsom, Whitmer. I believe they fundamentally hate everything about America. I can't name one thing.
I'm not talking, Ro Khanna, I'm not talking about him specifically. And like I said, I'm not even talking about Thomas Massie. I'm using them as an example, as a model. Well, as a model, because as sort of a proof of concept, because you have a Republican and a Democrat who, by the way, I don't even agree with them on most things. Like, I criticize Thomas Massie a lot. But it's an example of bipartisanship on a populist issue, an anti-elite issue that everybody supports. And who is against it? The Republican establishment, Trump, Johnson. And I'm saying that's an example of cooperation where the right can maybe lean into these issues that, maybe they're nonpartisan issues and rally everybody against the establishment in our own party. And it's just, to me, that's always the disconnect, is you want to talk about Kamala Harris and Ro Khanna. And I'm saying, let's imagine a different scenario.
No, I'm not, I don't want to talk about them. You brought them up, and repeatedly so.
You brought them up.
I brought up.
While polling data has consistently shown that the majority of Republican voters support red flag laws, most Republican politicians have resisted or voted against such legislation at the federal and state levels. Voters support multiple polls from various years 2019 through 2023 show that a significant majority of Americans, including most Republicans and gun owners, support extreme risk protection orders, commonly known as red flag laws. Support levels among Republicans in these polls typically range from 67% to over 80%, depending on the specific poll and how the question is phrased. Despite public support, the issue has become highly partisan in the U.S. House. A 2022 bill to create a federal red flag procedure was passed with the support of only 5 House Republicans, while over 200 voted against it. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act of 2022, a landmark gun safety law, included grants to incentivize states to adopt or improve their own red flag laws. However, states led by Republicans have shown varied responses. From some have had Republican governors sign red flag laws, while others have moved to ban them.
You. Approach, though, too. I understand your approach because I feel that way, like I said, about the conservative guard in media. In other words, we'd be pretty much on the same page. Anyone in conservative media, and we've seen it where they are gatekeepers, but there's a mechanism to fix that. And we've seen that change. And Rumble is a big part of that. And I agree with you. More needs to be done about Section 230. But I brought them up because you use those examples. And as someone who believes that they fundamentally disdain America, Kamala Harris, to be fair, she's really dumb. So she may not actually know what she believes or thinks. But I do believe like a Whitmer hates America. I do believe that a socialist like Bernie does. And I know people say he's a populist, but I don't go along with that. But I understand your point. Let's just chalk that up to a disagreement. There are some other areas if we want to go through where we probably agree, probably disagree, because I think you presented it pretty well. I just think we disagree on that.
He doesn't think Bernie Sanders is a populist? What? What the fuck? All right, we got 6 minutes left on the clock. We got $2 to go on the goal. $2 to go on the goal to hit, to add 3 hours.
If that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
So some of the positions that you've presented, for me, where I think we might disagree, but you could clarify, have given me pause. Second Amendment. That's a big one to me. A fundamental one, because I come from a country, I would also say socialized healthcare, because I've put several family members 6 feet under who would have lived in the United States, being raised in Quebec. It's awful. But the Second Amendment, considering the amount of threats, and we've talked about this, everyone has since Charlie Kirk, right? People just see the one that got through. I would imagine that you live under perpetual threat and need extra forms of security. I probably have that right.
Yes.
Yeah. And so for me, Second Amendment is pivotal. And I do see some rhetoric, not just from you, but from some people who sort of dismissive that is disconcerting. I'd like to roll a clip on this and then give you the floor to clarify, because we probably actually agree more than we disagree.
Sure. There's this question of our government has no efficacy and it's not responsive to the needs or the wants of the people. So it's not really a democracy, and it also isn't working.
Oh, Warren Smith uploaded this? He uploaded this? Oh, shit.
So what do you do in that situation? Well, people start to say, and this is, as you know, this is the natural evolution of things. The people cry out for a tyrant. The people cry out for a dictator. Give us change. Give us reform. And I certainly feel that. I think that's compelling. I'm a little skeptical of it as time goes on, because as I get older and more mature, I think we maybe take for granted the institutions that we've built up. And maybe I've become ironically more conservative in my disposition and saying, like, maybe let's not race ahead of ourselves and get rid of things which have been around for hundreds of years. I would argue the constitutional system is already impaired because it's being abused by all the other organs of government. Even the Supreme Court voted 8-1 that said these injunctions are out of control. And you've got these like procedural things in the Senate, the filibuster. The president can't fire as many people as he'd like to fire without all this oversight. It's like, you know, we do need an executive organ of government. So I would say that we should start with a more powerful president. And I would not be opposed to, you know, something like a king that sits over the presidency. I think that maybe they didn't get it wrong, but I think maybe we've outgrown a lot of those considerations. I'll even go as far as to say something like the Second Amendment. I mean, you know, and maybe I'd get criticized for this, but I'm just free thinking here. Ideally, you would want a society that is so orderly. Do you really want people running around with guns all the time? I mean, I know the argument about, and I am pro Second Amendment, I have guns, but you know, something like that, it's like that is a clear instance where the left kind of makes a point about how we've outgrown some of the things that are in there. I'm going to get a lot of shit for saying that, but I just think that's true. In like a modern city, you know, should everybody be packing heat like that? I mean, ideally, you'd have so much public order, it wouldn't be necessary.
Okay, so first, let me just be really clear on my position. I do like a place where people are running around with guns all the time because I've been a place where they haven't, Canada, and it's a nation of pussies. Also, I will tell you this. On this topic, I have seen your the video where the police, I don't think arrest, police showed up at your house. One of my producers here, who's a lawyer, said people should walk.
Granite tipped $5. Have you ever played COD Zombies on stream?
That's a Black Ops game, right? When you say COD Zombies, do you mean like Warzone zombies? Do you mean Black Ops zombies? Do you mean... Yeah, I've never played Black Ops on stream before. I've never been a fan of Black Ops. I don't really like Black Ops. I think that it's very cartoony. I don't like the guns. I don't like the maps. I don't like the colors. I don't like the movements. But today, we went over this at the beginning of stream, but today Warzone updated their maps and changed everything to Black Ops shit. So Warzone had been the same for 3 years, 4 years at this point, and I really liked the way the Warzone was set up. I liked the movements. I liked I liked all of that shit. I will say there are really good benefits to the update, and so I'm overall I'm happy with the update. But I just don't like Black Ops very much. But yeah, I didn't pay for Black Ops. Warzone is free, and so I'd rather just play the free version rather than go and have to like buy a game. But yeah, it is. I don't have the Black Ops game in order to play zombies like that. I'm gonna be real, I never realized Warzone was a separate series. Yep. Separate thing. I thought it was part of the Call of Duty Black Ops. No. Yeah, no. It's so every season kind of has to do with like whatever new games have come out. Like they'll whatever new Call of Duty games came out, they'll kind of like do a season related to that, trying to get you to buy the new game the whole time. That's kind of seems to be the point of Warzone. But I'm logging on now to check out the update. Yeah, I played I showed a little bit of it earlier, but it's actually kind of cool. I just when I say like I don't like the fuck. My shit's lagging really hard right now and I don't know why. Thank you, Huey, for the California $6.99. Really cool that California got their own currency over there. I'll never cease to be amazed by that. Yeah, this was this is the new Warzone that they have. Just came out today. First time they've added a new map in years. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I had him on my team. They took off aim assist, but the movements are kind of so smooth that you don't really need it. And normally, like, when you're shooting with a gun like that, the gun is like, your face is like right up in the fucking like scope and everything. But it's a bit farther out so that you have a bit more room to look at things now. It's kind of cool.
Watch that as textbook on how to deal with police. And he's not Jewish. He's Greek. One of the very rare Greek lawyers. He's not very good.
I like him.
Yeah, he's not very good. So I wouldn't hire him.
So we don't get gun loadouts? No, you still have loadouts. All the guns are different though. So like a lot of this stuff's gone, like LC-10 and Ladra are gone. But there's other guns that are very similar to those, and I sent you some of the ones that I like earlier, so I can't get a loadout to level 4. You literally, like after the first 2 games that I played, I was like level 17 or something like that, so it's I was able to do a loadout after my first game.
Him in a divorce, she'll get everything. I do want to give you, in other words, I want to let people know that this is not a position taken from someone who has not been under threat. But I will say this, what I heard there and in watching you, concerning to me. Because what I see communicated is in your ideal utopia, to use the word, would involve a much stronger state with much more executive power. And I agree on the executive authority. But the end game, a much stronger state and much softer civilian arms, softer Second Amendment rights. And it sounds a lot to me like the left saying, well, it was for muskets and we can just revise it.
Again, he also doesn't believe in the First Amendment. Like, he wants to have, how do you play Resurgence? Go to casual. And then after you click casual, you should be able to choose. I think I chose casual, then quads, then Resurgence, but I can't remember. It kept trying to put me into like a multiplayer, like a test game or something like that, but I skipped over that. And where's casual? It says it at the top, casuals. So it doesn't say Resurgence casual. It says casuals. You click casuals, then you go to Resurgence. Yeah, Nick is in favor of having like blasphemy laws. He's in favor of like, not for me. You might have to like get through all of the bullshit where it's trying to get you to do like multiplayer and crap like that first, and then it'll be there. But like where it normally has like all of the things, it should be at the top. But yeah, he's in favor of like arresting people for like, you know, saying bad things about God and shit like that. Like he literally wants a Christian Sharia law. Literally. He said before that like I think he said he wanted a country like Afghanistan. That was, I think somebody said, do you want a country like Iraq? And he's like, yeah, maybe more like Afghanistan. And they're like, why Afghanistan? He's like, they're a bit more brutal. So yeah.
Explain if that's a mischaracterization. How do we know when we decide, and how do we decide we probably don't want people running around with guns anymore?
Well, I'm not in favor of gun control in America. I just don't even think that's practical. It's what, 400, 500 million guns or something. I don't think it's possible to control guns here. It's kind of gotten away. But I will just say it really comes from a feeling. I don't really have a fleshed out, like, hot take on it. But I do think about a modern city like New York or D.C. or L.A. and think, where do we draw the line? You know, I know in Texas, for example, you have open carry. And I've done it. I was down in Texas with John Doyle, actually, years ago before we became enemies. And we were walking around with guns in our back pocket.
That's crazy that they're enemies, dude. They are so much alike. Him and John Doyle are so much alike. It's wild that the two of them don't like each other. But this is like, again, this is Nick Fuentes. He literally cannot get along with anyone. He cannot get along with a single person anywhere ever that is Nick Fuentes. It's just who he is.
Get in the gas station. And I'm thinking, I actually don't know that I want to live in a city where people are literally walking around with guns hanging out of their pants. I guess I already do live in one. I live in Chicago. They don't do it legally.
Well, I was going to say that might just be a Chicago thing, because everyone in this studio is strapped right now, and I love it. Like you're almost making me erect in your description.
I caught myself. I'm like, oh wait, that sounds like the South Side. It sounds like Inglewood, actually. But you know, so I guess I'm in favor of like concealed carry. We should be able to own guns. I just, maybe it's a cultural thing because I did grow up in the Midwest, and my parents actually trained people in how to use firearms. But we're not like a gun nut family. Forgive me if that's a pejorative statement. But
that's the majority of people that I know. Is that like, the people who I know, and even the majority of Republicans that I've had on the show, these are people who are not these weirdos who always want to talk about their guns and want to do like, you know, show off their guns and make a big deal about the fact that they have guns and all of that shit. Like, that is, to me, like, that's a rare thing. And that's the Steven Crowder type of person, where he literally puts his gun like on the front of his desk and always has a holster on and shit like that. Like, that is the overly verbose, like, you know, just gun nut culture that that I don't ever really see very much in Georgia. Now, there's people who open carry, but again, when I'm talking about like red flag laws, almost all fucking conservatives that I know would be in favor of red flag laws. Like, all of them are in favor of like more regulations to make it harder to get guns, to make it to where like crazy people are less likely to get guns, to make it to where the people who are mentally ill, or you know, who have some sort of like history with mental illness, like that these people are people who shouldn't have guns. They're obviously in favor of you know, normally felons not being allowed to have guns, and but Steven Crowder is not. Steven Crowder is not in favor of felons not being allowed to have guns. Steven Crowder is even thinks that felons and criminals should be allowed to have their fucking guns. So I don't think that like people like Steven Crowder are a good representation of conservatives these days. And I think that the gun nut like culture thing that Nick is talking about is a separate type of person, because most of the ones that I know are all about like gun safety and like being very careful with guns, and that like guns are just like a tool. It's not this like thing that we're supposed to flaunt and make a massive deal over or anything. Like, But yeah. I've literally heard Republicans shit on libs for that. For what? I'm from Texas and I've met several people like that. I've met people like that. I don't know anybody like that. I don't like none of the people I know are like this. Like they're like I said, like those people are obviously around. I don't know anyone like that. Like there's people that I used to be friends with on Facebook that I never knew this motherfucker, but he was always posting shit about his guns. Always, always, always. Like would never stop posting shit about his guns. Every day uploading new guns and new photos of him holding his guns and new videos of him shooting his guns and shit like that. But yeah, I didn't know that guy, and I don't know people like that. Like it's I've had 3 debates on this channel over guns, and on every single one that I've done, all the conservatives were in favor of like red flag laws and like having more gun safety, demanding gun training in order for you to buy one, that you have to like, it has to be like a driver's license test, that like you have to go through training and shit like that before you can even get a gun. Like it's just, this has been the majority of people that I talk to, and I think that is like the growing culture on the right. From my experience, it is like the older boomer sorts of people who are more against this sort of shit.
But we're not enthusiasts. And so there's something to me about it that I just feel like at a certain point it becomes less safe more than more safe. So, but like I said, I don't really have a fleshed out take. I'm ideologically in favor of the Second Amendment. I do support it. I don't have any prescriptive gun control measures. I just think there's a limit to it. And I get a little uncomfortable by some of it sometimes.
Okay, well, I think that's a fair answer if it's just sort of a feeling thing. I think that in combination, hopefully you can understand where it's prescriptive as far as a stronger state or theocracy or I feel like I know I've heard you use the word dictatorship. It could be, again, tongue-in-cheek with softer Second Amendment rights. That's a huge concern to me. But I think that's a fair answer if you don't actually.
Yes, but the thing is that like you want guns to stop a dictatorship. Nick wants you to get rid of your guns so that he can have a dictatorship. Like this is not difficult.
Have a prescription for it. All right, just I would ask that you not create any kind of a coalition with someone who would take any guns away, because I have them hanging out of my pockets all the time. As a matter of fact, I've created new pockets for my guns.
I keep forgetting you're Canadian. That seems like a big hang, maybe because you come from a country without it, but I
am American. I was raised in the land of pussies. So I was born in Detroit and was raised in the land of the spineless from 3 to 18.
Trans-American, huh?
Nope.
You identify as American, huh? No,
yeah. Well, I've actually tried to publicly denounce my Canadian citizenship many times, and I don't know how to. I've just said it on air.
So you just identify as an American. You want us to respect your identity, is what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not about that self-ID shit, bruh. I'm not with that self-ID stuff.
Like, I denounce it. I'm so ashamed of that. And my mom, who was French Canadian, I mean, gosh, many decades ago, is a...
Yeah, it's national dysphoria. I gotcha. Okay.
Embarrassed by it. So I'm not Canadian. I'm never running for office. I just don't want people to actually think I'm Canadian, because that would be awful.
Okay, sure thing. Well, I mean, me as far as just one last.
We agree.
Look,
Canadians are awful. We have to agree. They're the worst.
But they're your people, Steve. They're your
not
people.
Oh, son of a bitch. All right. I hate that country. It is awful. It's also, by the way, probably why I'm much more in favor of a two-party system, because I come from where I was raised, a parliamentary system. And when I had it explained to me, I said, so someone can become the leader of this country with like 28% of the vote. How is this not retarded? You know, and it doesn't work very well either. It doesn't mean that either is.
I'm sorry, but Donald Trump became the leader with 37% of the vote in a it was actually, sorry, it was even less than that. It was actually more like 27%, but because they had so many Republicans running in the Republican primary that all of these different people in the 2016 primary or 2015 primary, they had like 20 people running for president that year on the Republican ticket, that 27% of the vote before everybody else dropped out was enough to actually win and go to the generals. Like, so just to be clear, I mean, I like the two-party system as well, but damn, dude, that's not the fucking argument against it.
Is perfect. But yeah, Second Amendment is a really big thing. But I also understand too, because I was under that impression coming from a place where not a lot of people had guns. But I will tell you this.
It's LARPing as American. True, dude. Fucking true.
My prescription is there is no limit. You would probably consider me an extremist on that. And almost all mass shootings take place in gun-free zones. The lowest number you'll find is 94%. Increased gun laws do not at all correlate with decreased crime. Matter of fact, quite often.
Not decreased crime, but less gun deaths. It does correlate with less gun deaths, less murders, or less, less murders, less mass shootings, less school shootings, less gang shootings, like less shootings of all sorts. It does correlate with them things.
And the opposite, and guns save far more lives each year than they take. So that's one of those, if you're a pragmatist, which I know you've said.
That is absolutely not true. There's like no evidence to back that up, that they save more lives than they take. There's no evidence to back this up whatsoever.
Guns, homicides each year. And this is my soapbox, and I'll get off just since I know you said you're not convinced either way. There'll be anywhere from 15 to 20-something thousand each year homicides. Defensive uses, low end, 500,000 to 3 million. And that's a low count because so many defensive uses of firearms, like you mentioned, just someone showing it, right? They don't need to be fired. They save far more lives than they take. And that's one where I say, yeah, I want an armed society because I know what it looks like where they're not. And in Canada, Montreal, where I was raised, they pretty much invented the school shooting. We had École Polytechnique, Concordia. I had friends at Dawson College where there was a guy who roamed the Maritimes with like a shotgun and shot multiple people for days, and no one could do shit. That's how bad it is. So that's me making a pitch, since you seem like you're reasonably open to it.
Well, I agree with all that.
Nobody could do shit. Is he trying to make it sound like the cops don't even have guns? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Nobody could do shit. There's not even cops with fucking guns there? The cops aren't even allowed to have guns in Canada? That we're supposed to believe this shit?
I guess the feeling comes from, there's this sense in American conservatism of like, well, they can't take the guns. And I feel like there's a sense that guns are going to protect us from tyranny, and I feel like they haven't. I feel like, especially someone like myself, the government can touch you. The government can do what they want to you. The government took my money, put me on a no-fly list, and if they wanted to get me, they could get me. Right. And so I just...
They have
I
gotten
feel like
you.
People...
They have gotten you.
Yeah.
And they've gotten me, too. thank God we're here. But no, and my heart goes out to you. I mean, being subpoenaed by the ATF and being threatened to be investigated by the FBI, along with the Nashville police, they can. But then apply that to society at large, and you end up like Australia with COVID camps.
Yeah, and I'm not against all guns. I just think that conservatives need to think beyond that issue because they tend to consider that the last line of defense. I feel like if you lose everything else, the guns won't protect you either. That's why I'm more proactive. Like, we really need to do other things. And that's why the Second Amendment's less of a concern to me.
Yeah, and I understand that. I would just say if you're not pretty steadfast on that, you will lose everything else. Historically, there's no exception. And that's why it's so important to me. But I think we're pretty close on that. And maybe if ever you're around, I can take you shooting. What about this guy? I have a little gun right here. I had to take it out because when I sit down, it digs into my gut fat and leaves a gun imprint. That's a cute little gun, right? That doesn't intimidate you. Look at this tiny little thing. That's a good gun. It's a little Kel-Tec. If you come down, we can shoot it sometime. And they won't even know about it in Chicago. Don't carry illegally. Okay, so that's a big issue for me. I would say the biggest issue, since you can go back when I was a teenager as well. We share that in common. Second Amendment, First Amendment. Again, socialized healthcare, very important to me just because of the results. I understand where you're coming from, saying that our system is broken. I just have seen how much more broken it can be. Immigration, I think, is probably the biggest issue of our time, both legal and illegal. I think we agree, maybe different methods, if that's fair. But I am for you. I don't want Texas to look like India. We have a segment, Eye on India, where it's pretty much just human beings throwing shit. It's a terrible, terrible place. And I don't believe that they're smarter. I don't believe that we should be replacing Americans. So I think we're on board there. But freedom of speech, big thing for me. The fact that we're able to have this conversation and the fact that I will take so much crap for even having it. I hope that you can appreciate it, and I would do it again. That's a big one. Now, I want to play a clip for you that The Hill took, and they edited some stuff in this clip. I'm sure you're aware. And then towards the end of this, for fun, I want to go through some rapid fire viral clips that have no context so that you can address them, because these are the ones that people see of you sometimes.
Sure,
So this is the one from The Hill that they ran regarding, I guess you would say freedom of speech, but seems pretty severe. And then I would like to roll, not the whole 2-hour show, but a longer clip so that people can see what they cut out. And then we can talk about it. Is that fair?
Sure,
Here's the Hill clip with, I think the two hosts who presented it, I think one of them is gay or just acts like it.
There is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. So many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. And I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. This is God's country. This is Jesus' country. This is not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country.
Now, for those watching, that is what The Hill ran, right? And of course, people were horrified. They did edit out a very particular portion of it, which I think is relevant. So forgive me if you need to take a sip of water. I want to play the longer version, and let's see if people can see what was edited out, and then give you the floor to explain it.
Sure. And it just makes me sick to my stomach. There is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. And whenever I see that stuff, it just makes me want to proclaim louder and more firmly and more rigidly that it is nothing other than Jesus Christ. No pagan stuff, no false gods, no deities, no demons. It is Jesus Christ. And we need to start saying that name more. I feel like I haven't said his name enough on the show lately. But that is what breaks the spell. It's the name. It's the name Jesus. Talk about it. Say it. Pray to him. Talk about the sacrifice on the cross. That's the answer. Because so many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country.
What the fuck is the narrative about to be? Like, that. What are they gonna, that they like cut out him saying that he wants to like proclaim Jesus's name more, and that this is because they hate Christians like proclaiming the name of Jesus so much that they had to cut that out? Or like what the fuck is he, what the fuck could the narrative be here with him adding this context? Like what could we get from this context? This is not relevant to anything that they played of him saying the shit about the Jews. This has nothing to do with what it is that they played about, or played from him saying shit about the Jews. This is a totally irrelevant rant right in the middle that has nothing to do with him saying anti-Semitic shit. And this is like right after Stephen asked him if he hates the fucking Jews. And he's sitting here talking about them all being like these occult, pedophile demon worshipers that we need to get rid of. And you're going to tell me he doesn't hate occult pedophile demon worshipers? That's what I'm supposed to believe? He does not hate demon worshipers and people who are trying to ruin the country, and like that's what I'm supposed to believe here, is that, and Steven Crowder's going to buy this. He's not going to challenge him on that part. This is not out of context. They didn't take out any like relevant context from this clip.
They are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. And I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. I'm not calling for political violence, but that cannot have any quarter in our society. And we need to put up a crucifix
that part they cut out
in every home.
That he's not calling for political violence? Oh my goodness. Okay.
In every room, in every school, and every government office to signal Christ's reign over our country. Not that God needs it, but it must be outwardly expressed from the interior that this is God's country. This is Jesus's country. This is not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country. So, anyway, I know the guy earlier said, can you be agnostic and be America first? I'm amending my answer. No, you must be a Christian. And you must submit to Christianity.
Okay, so, and I know it feels tedious, but this is the game that the media plays. I noticed they cut out the part where you said you were not calling for political violence, which I think is an indictment on the Hill. But I would also ask, you say that, but you also talk about executing people. So if you're not advocating political violence as it relates to putting people to death, how would you do it?
Well, that was a few years ago, and I would say that I'm not really in favor of the death penalty at all anymore. But I remember that monologue well because I saw a lot of this satanic occult stuff. I'm talking about like Pizzagate stuff. Like, we have to acknowledge there are a lot of people in the elite that are straight up devil worshipers. I firmly believe in this like eyes wide shut kind of thing that does happen. I don't think it's necessarily a grand conspiracy, but
no, there's spiritual warfare for sure. For sure.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of those types of people out there, especially in like Hollywood. I saw it up close and personal when I was with Ye, and I just hate that stuff so much.
Wait a second. Wait, I want to give you the answer, but what do you mean you saw it up close? Were you at an eyes wide shut party with Ye?
No, I wasn't at a party, but you know, being with him, you see, like with Balenciaga, they did that at Balenciaga.
Okay, all right.
They had that like S&M teddy bear, and there's things like that. It's like a wink and a nod to basically just evil, just straight up evil. And so no, that they always do this. I do a show every night, as you know, and you sometimes get whipped up and you say something like that. So I don't know that I have a policy of like when I get in charge, I'm going to give everyone the death penalty. But suffice to say, the people that are involved in that kind of stuff, they can't be negotiated with. It's not going to be a power sharing agreement with people that worship Moloch and Baal and the Epsteins and who is it, the Podestas. Like those people are going to have to be like imprisoned or something like that, because that stuff just makes me sick to my stomach. So that was the gist, but it's not like my program is, so we're going to become president, that we're going to kill a bunch. I'm not in favor of the death penalty even at all, really.
Okay. So even if let's say, a perfect world coalition, you reach that point, the Nick Fuentes government, you wouldn't be executing people for not being Christian.
No, and that's not what that was about. I mean, even in that clip, I'm talking specifically about the occult, which I hate.
Okay, but you wouldn't execute people for worshiping false gods either. You wouldn't execute people at all.
No, not at all.
Okay,
no.
All right. Yeah, because for me, I mean, I would just go, oh, well, it's interesting they cut out the I'm not advocating political violence, but then I still come back to I did say execute, so I do want to ask him about that.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate statement, but it's one of those things.
Unfortunate.
If I could take it back, I would. But that occult, I don't know about you, but when I see that kind of stuff, like it pisses me off. When I see like Order of Nine Angles and stuff like that,
yeah,
on like in my bones, I hate it.
Yeah, I hate evil wherever it may be, and I do believe, this is my belief, that the progressive left is a death cult. That's the only common denominator that I see. If you look at the abortion policy, if you look at the mutilation of children, if you look at, whenever you see an LGBTQ flag next to a country that's represented by Hamas. Now, I'm not saying all Palestinian people. I'm saying those two can't be reconciled, where you go, how do they have this? How do they have these? Well, the only commonality is that they can't stand the United States, and it's a death cult. And I think what does bother me a little more sometimes is I see a lot of immature Christians. And I know you've talked about this as a Catholic who obviously has much more of an understanding of your theology, or maybe sometime we can have a conversation about that. We agree or disagree. But I see a lot of young Christians who come in and they think that everything is like satanic, like a proactive satanic worship. I'm going, well, hold on. The biggest threat is making yourself God. Like abortion is just sacrifice at the altar of self. Are there people involved in the occult knowingly? Yeah, but there are far more people who succumb to temptation and evil and worship the devil without knowing it. And I think a lot of people kind of sound nuts and unreasonable because they don't understand theology sometimes.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. To me, it's completely irredeemable when it's explicit. Because like you say, there are a lot of people that do it unknowingly, and maybe it's guided by the best intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. It might be out of empathy or, some kind of ideology. And I agree with you, but to me, it's like that explicit occult stuff. It's, that to me is irredeemable. I mean, it's obviously, whereas Christians, we don't believe it's actually irredeemable, but to me, like I said in the clip, there can be no quarter for that, especially in the halls of power.
Do you seriously think that I have a single person in my life that I should be getting a gift for?
I assume most people do.
You think that I have friends?
Yeah.
So name one of my friends.
I could buy so much more for $99. I could buy a new car.
I'm admittedly not an expert, but I'm pretty sure most cars cost more than $99.
See, that's the problem with all you onion people. You all think most cars cost more than $99.
So your whole argument is bull.
I think we can both agree.
Admit it.
I'm not going to admit that my whole argument is bullshit. My name is Alex Spellman, and I'm an Onion subscriber. And today, I am surrounded by 20 non-subscribers. I hope we can have a productive conversation. My first claim, the Onion subscription is a great value.
Okay, so that is literally so out of touch. I mean, $400,000 a week?
No, that's not what it costs. It's not.
And you only get one print subscription every 3 years?
That's not remote. Wait, where did you hear that?
I read it somewhere.
No, that's not even close, okay? It's actually $99 a year. And you get a brand new print edition of The Onion sent to your home once a month. That's 12 issues of The Onion, roughly $8 a month. I have a receipt.
Oh, so you have a receipt on your phone?
Yeah,
Oh, so you have proof? This is some big gotcha moment?
Well, honestly, I would personally pay more for the subscription.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How can you say that with a straight face? Seriously, I could buy so much more for $99. I could buy a new car.
I'm admittedly not an expert, but I'm pretty sure most cars cost more than $99.
See, that's the problem with all you onion people. You all think most cars...
The fucking fact check on the right, dude.
Pretty sure most cars cost more than $99.
See,
most cars cost more than $99.
That's the problem with all you onion people. You all think most cars cost more than $99.
Look,
Look. I love The Onion. It's my main source of news. But there's just no way I'm going to spend more than $3,500 a year just to get it sent to my house.
Okay, so right there, what you just said, I
$3,500.
think you might be misinformed.
I don't think so.
Look, $99 is less than $3,500.
Seriously?
It is significantly less than $3,500. And that's just math.
Okay, well, I do math every day at my job, but sure.
It's a bargain. And not to mention, sometimes it's even cheaper. Like, for example, The Onion's upcoming Black Friday sale is going to be an amazing deal.
That's your...
Despicable person! No, I thought... I'm sick and tired of you!
Let me finish. You had a monologue already.
I tell people that Michael Knowles is my internet dad.
Stop it.
We got a bar full of people, and you want us to debate HOAs.
Because this is America! Welcome to Bar Fight. Tonight I'm joined by two libs.
That's my case. I think it's a pretty good one.
My first guest, that is Zina Ikeme.
You've been calling me a lib this whole time. I hate to break it to you. It might be a little bit worse.
She's a leftist. She's a leftist. I kind of liked her for a little bit, and then I saw her do her whole like spiel on the Sydney Sweeney commercial and how this was like eugenics and this was racism and shit like that, wanting to get rid of black races. She kept saying over and over, and where do they get that white genetics are superior? Like, they never fucking said that. Like, she said this like 5 fucking times in her video. And they literally said that white genetics are superior. No, they did not literally say that. They didn't say that at all. You're just fucking lying. And then every time I've heard her since then, she's been talking about Marxism. She's been talking about like all sorts of shit. She is, she is much farther left than I had anticipated initially. So, yeah. I reached out to her and asked her if she wanted to debate. And she said, I'm good on that. So, I somewhat remember at one point doing a show on TikTok and a bunch of people saying, pull up Xena. And me not pulling them up. And I didn't know who the fuck they were, but yeah. She pulled the opposite of Rainy. Rainy. Who is Rainy again? I kind of remember. What up, Nico? Later, Nico. TikTok fake destroyed Callie girl that got banned on her 4th. Oh, Rainy. Okay, that's right. That was the chick that I talked to the other day. Okay. That's right. All right.
Worse than that.
Uh-oh.
Just be consistent. I've been very consistent.
Luke gets to finish his point.
I think this bell's rigged.
My second guest is one of the top names in online liberal commentary today, Luke Beasley.
I don't really like Luke either. He's more of a rage baiter than anything else. He can be funny. He's a funny kid, but he's not like an intellectual. He's not a debater. he doesn't really know what he's talking about the majority of the time. He did all right against Tim Pool. You know, it's Tim Pool, so not giving you a whole lot of kudos for that, but Tim Pool did completely lie about this motherfucker the entire debate and like scream and yell at Luke Beasley for absolutely no reason, and then continued to lie about that debate afterwards. So I do feel for him in that one, but outside of that, yeah, not really a fan of him. And he did that like podcast with the racist chick where like every single time she came on, he would talk down to her every fucking time, and it was just the podcast itself was so fucking cringe. Now, apparently it blew up and they stopped doing the show together. And she had talked about the fact that like on the podcast that they did together, what was her name again? Like Isabella Moody. He did a podcast with Isabella Moody for a while. And she's also just a rage baiter. Like she's just a right-wing rage baiter. He's a left-wing rage baiter. So made a bit of sense, but she on their show kept saying that she wanted to like do less rage bait and wanted to have like more like intellectual engagement. And then as soon as they ended their show, she went right back to the worst fucking rage bait you could possibly imagine. Like the most degenerate, lowbrow rage bait of all time. It is like, it's just her calling fat women fat and saying the most racist shit you've ever heard. That's all it is. He's a vibes guy like Dan Saltman. Dan Saltman is a vibes guy. That's very true. Dan Saltman is definitely a vibes guy.
Here is how it works. We have each brought 3 topics to the table. The audience chooses the topics. The bell rings. We'll duke it out for that round. And then our highly sober patrons can come up to the microphone. Why are they laughing already? How long have they been in? They can go up to the microphones to pick a fight with any of us. If you want to fight me, you go to the blue microphone. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but that's what you have to do. If you want to fight either of my wonderful guests, you go to the red microphone. But do not wait, because there is a time limit to each round. We have over here, for the asker of the best question, a magnificent VIP table where you can have some delicious John Rich Redneck Riviera bourbon, and I think we have some Mayflower cigars. There's always... There are all these dumb rules in American cities where you can't, like, smoke indoors anymore or whatever. But anyway, I won't pay attention. Lady, gentlemen, are you ready?
Ready.
It's round 1. Now we read the potential topics. Ladies first. Look at this liberal man was going to cut off the lady.
Come on, Luke. What are you doing? Come on,
Take
Luke.
it away.
Zena, what's your topic?
My first topic is that Donald Trump is a sexual predator.
True.
Pretty simple.
Who cheers for that? That's crazy behavior. Luke?
If the Epstein files were actually released, not whatever the heck he's doing now, Trump's presidency would be destroyed.
It started out with crickets, but okay. My claim is that libs are ruining Thanksgiving and they need to cut it out.
Thanksgiving? So we have a war on Christmas and a war on Thanksgiving. I didn't know that libs were so concerned with Thanksgiving. Is it just going to be a long rant about like Christopher Columbus and shit like that? Is that all he's going to do? He's just going to like, you guys hate Christopher Columbus and you guys just say that he was a racist and you guys are taking down his statues and like, is that all this is going to be? Is just about this soy shit?
wanted to talk about the other topics, but Mr. Davies, do we know which topic got
My
most
ear's still
enthusiasm?
ringing from this side. I think Thanksgiving won this round.
Okay, Thanksgiving. It's too bad. I want maybe in a bonus round or something we can get back to one of those. Okay. It's very, very frustrating. We've all seen it anecdotally. The libs want to pick fights at Thanksgiving. Sometimes they don't want to show up to Thanksgiving. And sometimes they want to disinvite you from Thanksgiving. This is backed up by empirical data. There's a study came out, I think it was Deseret News, said that 40% of Kamala voters would disown a family member over politics. That is compared to only 11% of Trump voters. Then there was a survey from the American Enterprise Institute.
Yeah, but Trump voters are a bunch of lying pieces of shit, so there's that. Like, that really, when it comes to, like, polling conservatives on their opinions and shit, like, it's so... It's so, it doesn't help us, like, understand anything. Like, they just don't tell the truth on anything. Like, you have to give them, like, very, like, real circumstances for them to answer on. So when you ask them, like, do you think that it's okay to engage in political violence if you don't like what happens on the other side? They'd all be like, no, no way. That's horrible. Political violence, that's what the left does. But then if you ask them, like, do you think it would be okay to engage in political violence over the fact that Hillary deleted all of her emails? They'd all be, yeah, yes, of course. That's why we have guns, is to fight tyranny. Like, that's why our forefathers gave us our fucking guns in the first place. So yeah, we have to be able to fight tyranny, like Hillary deleting her fucking emails. Like, that's when you give them, like, real scenarios like that, it seems like their answers change pretty drastically. And this is shown in polling. Like, when you ask conservatives if they think January 6th was justified, majority of them say yes, it was justified. If you ask them if they think, I forget exactly what the circumstances were, but they give, like, a bunch of, like, real circumstances and say, do you think it would be okay to engage in political violence over this sort of scenario? And they answered yes at very high rates every fucking time. So you just, yeah, you can't trust what they say. If you ask them, like, hey, do you think it would be fair to disinvite somebody from Thanksgiving if they said Jesus was a bitch? They'd be like, yeah. Yeah, I think that, do you think it would be okay to disinvite somebody from Thanksgiving if they justified the shooting of Charlie Kirk? Like, do you think it would be okay to disinvite somebody from Thanksgiving if they voted for Mom Donnie? Like, the fucking radical Muslim Mom Donnie, the radical Marxist Muslim trying to implement Sharia law. Like, the answers would change pretty drastically.
Showed that 23% of very liberal respondents have, in fact, disowned family over political views, compared to just 9% of very conservative respondents.
Yes, but that's because the liberals would actually, like, call these things political views. They wouldn't puss out about it. Whereas if I said, hey, would you disinvite somebody if they voted for Mamdani? They'd be like, yeah. Like, okay, so you would disinvite somebody over political views? Like, that's not political. That's not politics. You guys make everything about politics. That's not about politics. That's about the fact that they're actually dangerous. They're an actual danger to my family, and I can't allow somebody like that inside my house. If they're defending a jihadist terrorist like that, then I can't allow them around my kids. They might come in with a fucking with a bomb vest on and suicide bomb us all. Like, they would say that that's not politics. So yeah, this is not a good example. Or sorry, this is not an accurate poll.
There was one final number comes out of, I think it was the Skeptic Research Center, said that liberals across all ages are more likely than conservatives, much more likely actually, to disown friends and family over politics. And I think that's mean and nasty and wrong. And listen, if I'm willing to have Thanksgiving with my liberal relatives, they should have Thanksgiving with me. Do you disagree?
Interesting.
Maybe.
I would say I definitely disagree, Michael, and I think it's because
maybe that says more about you than it does about us. Maybe that just means that we're not nearly as bad as you guys, and so it makes more sense that we would stop talking to you guys because you're actually that bad. You guys won't stop talking to us because we're not actually that bad.
because libs have a lot more to disown family members about. I mean, when we look at what the president is doing at our borders, as well as how we're treating, immigrants in this country, I think it's pretty clear that, there's something humane and immoral that's going on. I think that's what's mean and nasty. So,
okay, just on that point.
I'm looking forward to talking at Thanksgiving with my relatives about why their king is still covering up the Epstein files.
Right.
So I'm
Look, he's not king yet. We're working on it, but he's not king yet.
I don't know if it's going to ruin Thanksgiving, but like she said, if you're the one supporting the guy who's covering for one of the greatest pedophile rings ever, then yeah, that would be more disown over than what?
Okay, so on that point, he did just sign a bill with almost unanimous support in Congress to release all the Epstein files.
With exceptions.
We'll get to that in a moment.
Purpose, he won't.
I think so. You'd be willing to talk to your conservative friends.
Of course.
Okay, so then really to Zena's point, I guess you say, look, we have a lot more reason to disown conservatives because we find their policies and their desires morally objectionable. But think about it the other way. You support abortion, I take it.
Yeah, before I would say second trimester. Yeah.
Okay, so. From my perspective, as a conservative, as a Christian, I don't support abortion. I think it's really bad. I think it's killing babies. I think even the fact that you would put some limits on abortion suggests you might consider that at least at some point too. So I am perfectly willing to sit down with friends and family members of mine who I think support.
We're sitting down right now. What's the point? Okay,
right.
Liberals might be too sensitive. I agree.
So you agree with me? So it's you and me against Zena.
Hold on. Zena's with me.
No, you guys are.
Michael, we're trying to stand up.
To finish my point.
Michael, you made the point towards me, right? So you want me to respond, right?
Yeah, well, just to finish my point, Zena,
right.
I'm willing to sit down, and conservatives are willing to sit down with liberal family members who we believe, correctly, support the wholesale slaughter of infants to the tune of $70 million a year. You might object to our, hold on one second. You might object to our immigration policies, but...
Luke is trying to speak for the woman. Zena, I do think is the type who even if she did agree with what it is that Luke just said, because Luke did try speaking for her, I think that she would change her position and continue arguing against this just to stop Luke from speaking for her.
Doesn't the principle of, moral objection cut both ways?
Well, so the problem is, the point that you're making is not about human persons. You're talking about...
I think it is.
Well, personhood is defined by consciousness, and it's just
not.
a case...
I don't
of course
think so.
It is. Well, okay,
I guess we disagree on that.
Well, yeah, what the fuck? She's just making the statement that personhood is defined by consciousness? What the fuck is she talking about? That's not like a standard thing anywhere. What the fuck is she talking about? Personhood is defined by consciousness. Where? What who did this? If she says oh, I define personhood based on consciousness. Okay, that makes sense. But she didn't say I define it. She said personhood is defined based on consciousness. Where's that? Where they do that at? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but that is not a thing.
What makes a human being dead? When does a human being... What is it? When
Heartbeat and brain
Not
function.
when they go unconscious, because then I would be dead every single night when I go to sleep.
But when there's no longer an ability for conscious experience to occur, there's no longer a human person, right?
No,
and that's not the case. No, let me finish. Hold on. I gave you a moment. So what we're talking about here is the sense that Yeah, we're talking about Thanksgiving, but we're also
Thanksgiving.
talking about morality. So if we want to talk about Thanksgiving, we can also let's get back to the morality point.
I guess, Zena, my broader
wait,
point,
Michael,
because I think you're evading my broader point.
Michael, let's get back to the morality point. You find homosexuality to be immoral, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you wouldn't.
But I have homosexual friends.
Okay, but you wouldn't elect a homosexual to be president, right?
It depends. If he were just like homosexual in the British way, where he likes Cole Porter,
What if he was
went to Eton or something.
Okay, but what if he was homosexual in the blowing Bubba way? Would you elect him?
Got him! Let's fucking go, dude. Oh shit, in the blowing Bubba way.
Donald Trump is
She
Bill Clinton's
said
type.
it.
I don't know.
Oh shit.
But Epstein seemed to think so, and in the legal documents that are being reviewed
Yeah, I don't
right now in
trust
litigation.
Jeffrey Epstein, I guess.
Okay.
If I were them, I would be bringing up Epstein like every couple minutes. Like I would even keep pretending that Michael Knowles is bringing up Epstein too. I would be like, and as Michael said, like I also think that it's horrible that Trump has not released the Epstein files. Him and I totally agree on this. Like just throw that out there every once in a while. Just and as Michael said, it's disgusting that Donald Trump is still covering up for a pedophile.
I mean, I trust legal documents.
I think you're evading the question, Zena. I think you've totally evaded
You
it.
brought up Thanksgiving. I think you shouldn't disown your relatives except for some crazy cases. Family's number one. But
yeah, we're on the same team.
Of course. But what is going to ruin Thanksgiving is that the guy who promised affordability is driving up costs, as even he's having to admit now with the reversal of his tariff policy. The Thanksgiving meals getting more expensive, I think, is more relevant to this.
True.
Before.
True. Michael did. His topic was that liberals are ruining Thanksgiving. That is, he did say liberals are. That was his topic. Then later he explained what he meant by that. But the topic is still liberals ruining Thanksgiving. So they can make this about the fact that actually conservatives are the ones who are ruining Thanksgiving because Donald Trump has made all the turkeys way too expensive to where most people cannot afford one anymore. Yeah.
We're all here to discuss, so clearly none of us are those people disowning family members. It feels a little irrelevant, but the cost feels more relevant.
You're saying the point you're making is irrelevant. I agree.
No, I'm saying your point about, like some random liberals that aren't here disown family members. I don't really care.
No, Zena's actually saying she would disown family members.
Wait, I think she was justifying.
Michael, which of my family members have I disowned? I'm confused.
No, so you agree that liberals should not disown family members. They should show up to Thanksgiving. That 40% of liberals are wrong to say that we should disown family. So we all agree on that point?
I don't think 40% said we should disown family.
Yes, 40% according to
are more likely to.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure they said that they had done it, not that they should do it. It was not a prescription, but it was more so just a descriptive statement of what had happened.
They would justify it.
Oh, they would justify it.
40% of Kamala Harris supporters.
I'm special.
Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to figure out, because both of you are completely evading the topic and changing it.
Wait. How am I supposed to argue with something that I don't think you should disown family members? But if we want to talk about Thanksgiving, I have other points we can bring up.
Because we're not talking about other topics. We're talking about the one that the people chose. And so you might agree with me, and that's delightful for you. It means you're on the right side of the question. But Zena, I think you disagree. And so you're trying to avoid the question. My claim, which is the claim we're debating, is libs are ruining Thanksgiving and they need to cut it out. Do you agree with that?
I think there's grounds for, considering disownership when we look at the fact that Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman named E. Jean Carroll. This was held in federal...
Okay, so her topic was that Trump was a sexual predator. That was the topic that she wanted to talk about. So now that they voted her topic down, now she can make her topic the topic anyways by saying this would be a good reason to do this. If people are willing to vote for a sexual predator, then yeah, I think, and I would if I were them, I probably disagree with disowning family members as well. But if I were them, I probably would have started off with an extreme to say when is there ever a point where it's okay to disavow family members over politics? Would it be okay for the Germans to not invite their family members to Thanksgiving after they voted for Hitler? Like, could they? What about like a Jewish family members? Like, could they have been like upset enough that their own family members voted for Hitler that they could disinvite them to Thanksgiving over their politics? Like, I would start there. Obviously, Michael Knowles is going to soy out and be like, "Oh, you said Trump is Hitler?" No, but like, starting with an extreme, like, do you think it's ever okay? And then if they agree, then I would start naming off a bunch of things that Trump has done, and then saying like, okay, well, at what point, like, on the spectrum are we getting to the point where, you know, if he says like, yeah, it's okay if they disinvite their family members, I would think, okay, but I'm assuming it's okay for them. Like, we don't have to go that far, right? Like, they don't have to be like genociding the Jews in order for them to be okay, like disinviting their family members over politics, right? So, like, where are we on the spectrum? And then yes, now I would just start going down a line of like things that Trump has done, and saying, yeah, like, at what point are we getting somewhere where this becomes okay in your eyes?
She was crazy. Well, how come? What were the?
You're crazy.
Were the two courts in 2 separate years that found him guilty, and him not having exculpatory evidence to prove that he wasn't guilty? Were they all
Hey,
also
Zena,
insane?
when did Donald Trump assault E. Jean Carroll?
I'm not sure what the date
90s.
was. but
Neither
I'm
is
sure
E.
what the
Jean
decision-
Carroll, because she doesn't know if it's 95 or 96.
Okay,
and she only reported it 23 or 24 years later.
Wait, Michael, do you or do you not support like our court system? Like, do you agree that our
I think
court
courts
system...
sometimes make mistakes, and I think...
And what evidence do you have of the mistake that they've made?
Okay, here's my evidence, because you keep changing the topic because you don't want to discuss the point that the people asked for. That's fine. That's fine. E. Jean Carroll herself cannot tell you.
This isn't a changing of the subject. She said, I think that it would be okay for them to disinvite somebody who voted for a sexual predator. Like, that.
When the alleged sexual assault in Bergdorf Goodman occurred. She then reported it only 23 or 24 years later. She then went on Anderson Cooper's show when she was reporting this and said that rape is sexy. It was so weird that Anderson Cooper had to cut to commercial. This then was reported by George Stephanopoulos in ABC. He said that Trump was liable for rape, and ABC News and George Stephanopoulos had to pay Trump $16 million for defamation because that wasn't true. I don't find her credible.
You have to let me, since you made a bunch of points on that, respond to it. Put in all these events. He's on tape saying, "Oh, my grandmother, it was a joke." Okay, then he is found civilly liable.
He's on tape saying what?
Wait.
Okay, I don't think we talked about my point.
And
So
then-
I think. Well, hold on. We have to ask who won. So if you agree, I don't even know what sides we're on here. I guess if you agree with me and Luke, I guess is on my side. You raise the red sign, and if you agree with Zena, you raise the blue sign.
Got some good
I
people.
see. I would say there's a couple of blues there. Is that blue down there yet too? And then the rest is red. Okay, I think that goes to us. Good job, Luke. Now we cut for questions.
Yes, I think that in the idea of disowning your family and the borders and all those things, I think the liberal heart is, the compassion is misplaced because we're not concerned about all these children that have been come across the border who were given a number that they call and no one answered. They've been abused, they've been sexually trafficked.
What do you mean they're not concerned about them? This is a really fucking lame talking point that the conservatives push, where they're not arguing against anything that liberals actually believe. They're arguing with open borders. That's what. So like that's where she's going with this, is like, oh, but if you guys were, if you guys really were compassionate, you wouldn't want open borders because all of these kids are being trafficked because of open borders. Like, that's what her argument is, but that's not. Nobody there said that they were in favor of fucking open borders. Although Zena might be. Again, Zena might be in favor of open borders. So.
They've been lost. We don't even know where they are. So if you have the compassion for them, you should have the compassion for closing the borders and taking care of their own country to help them get a better life and a better life in their own country with the things that they need. We can partner with those countries.
Charity begins at home. Do you agree?
Answer that?
Yeah.
So, obviously, we should have a secure border. Obviously.
All right. Are you on the Republican side of the? Hold on.
And we can both have a secure border and then separately not ignore due process, which is completely unrelated to what you're talking about, which is what Trump has done. And deporting people without due process who had legal asylum cases to prisons in El Salvador to rot there forever is completely against everything America's supposed to stand for. So let's have both.
Americans are supposed to stand for Latin American gangsters. Okay, I didn't read that in the Federalist.
There was zero. Wait. Explain what evidence against Andry Hernandez Romero was there that he was a gang member?
The gangster case that made the gangster case.
There was no evidence against him because he was a lawful asylum seeker
hold on.
Who had come to the border checkpoint legally, who didn't illegally cross the border. Exactly. He ended up being sent because of a mistake, not the one you're thinking of, the other guy. I'm talking
What's
about
the other guy's name?
You know his name.
Listen to how he demeans the poor refugees and asylum seekers.
That's who you're going to bring up. That's not who I'm bringing up. I'm bringing up Andrew. I know his name. You don't know anything about him, and you're fine with our government sending him to a prison indefinitely.
So you bring up
which
one
is
of
against every basic international law and what America's supposed to stand for. So to the question,
hold on.
secure border and
but you asked about this guy.
You
asked about this guy, and I think it's very important. It's true. We don't know the names of all of the 20 million illegal aliens who are in this country.
He wasn't an illegal alien.
Who need to
You're
be
making random points. He wasn't an
He was an
illegal
American
alien.
citizen?
He wasn't an American citizen either. You know
he had a green
difference,
card?
right?
They always do this where there's like a binary where either you're an illegal immigrant or you're an American citizen. Every fucking time. I can't tell you the amount of immigration debates I had with these motherfuckers where every fucking time they would be like, yeah, but this guy wasn't illegal. And I'm like, he wasn't an illegal. They're like, oh, you think he was a citizen? Like, no. I didn't say he was a citizen. What the fuck? Why do you guys all think that there's just like illegal or citizen? Like that, those are the only fucking options. This is how little these people actually know about our immigration system and like how immigration in America works. Like the fucking motherfucking shit.
There's a difference.
Did
he
he
had
have
a
a green
lawful
card?
immigration case.
No, you said he was seeking asylum.
And he hadn't entered illegally, so he's not illegal.
He had no right to be in the United States. You're saying he was seeking asylum.
Saying he went lawfully to a checkpoint, applied, and his case was pending.
Yeah, you could have like Osama walking through with a Trende Aragua membership card. He can lawfully go to a checkpoint. It doesn't mean you have any right to be in the United States.
Michael, you do understand that illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes in this country than in the legal citizens. That is 100% true. And none of your statistics...
Hold on, what did you just call them? Zena, what did you just call them?
Right, so...
Hold on, what did you just call them?
Undocumented immigrants?
No, that's not what you called them. You called them illegal immigrants.
She got her. He got her. She fucking said it. She fucking said it. Oh, shit. She said it. Oh, shit. She's getting canceled tonight. Why? This is from 12 days ago. So she got canceled 12 days ago. But damn. Yep, he got her. I didn't even catch that. I did not even catch that. That's fucking hilarious that he caught that.
Illegal means unlawful.
We care a little bit more about...
Here's the problem. Undocumented immigrants who come to this country fleeing, oftentimes war-ridden countries, oftentimes that have been intervened from America, right? Come to this country, and they are less likely to commit violent crimes than any of the rest of you citizens.
They didn't say anything about crimes, though. Like, this is just a pure, like, obfuscation. The fact that, like, this is what a lot of, like, liberals do, is where they, like, jump to this argument because they know that conservatives can't help but bite on the fucking argument. But this has nothing to do with, like, what it was that they were talking about.
in this bar. That is a fact that you can fact check on.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
don't
the
know about
problem.
that.
And the problem is there has been a narrative spread about illegal immigrants to make them seem as if there's some kind of villain in this country that are somehow,
They
you know,
broke the law. It's
when
kind of
your
villainous.
lights shut off, when your electricity doesn't work, damn, it's those damn immigrants somewhere out there. They're always lurking. That's the problem.
I don't
right?
blame them for that. I blame them for high prices and abuse of welfare and
What
some
we
crime.
realize, though, is that they're doing the jobs that everyday Americans don't want to do. The jobs that pay, you know, lesser wages.
This is also a bad fucking argument. People have got to stop with this shit, dude. They like immigrants do not do different jobs than Americans, and like the jobs that they are doing are not jobs that like Americans refuse to do. Any fucking job that an illegal immigrant is doing, more white Americans are doing that job every fucking time. Every fucking time. There is not a job that you will find that there is not going to be more white Americans doing that fucking job every fucking time. So this is a really bad argument. I wish liberals and leftists would stop making this fucking argument. It is truly a horrifically bad argument.
The problem is when you
we
push them
need cheap
out,
slave labor, so bring in those refugees.
When
That's
you
what
push
we're going
them
to use them
out,
for.
other Americans are still doing that labor, and that's a fault of our system. But pushing them out continues to make worse living conditions for millions of people.
They're doing that labor for living wages. That's a pretty good idea. I support that.
That's not
Actually.
true.
Okay, next question.
But okay.
This question is for Zena. I'm assuming you're a supporter of Black Lives Matter.
I do believe Black Lives Matter. Yes.
Okay, good. So if you're in favor of protecting Black lives, where do you believe the most dangerous place in our country is right now for Black children?
It's also I don't like what she just did there either, where she's like, yes, well, I do believe Black Lives Matter. It's like that. Okay, if somebody asked if I was part of MAGA, I wouldn't be like, yes, I do believe that we should make America great again. Yeah, yep, that is what I think. But no, I am not part of MAGA. No. That is not a thing that I will ever be a part of.
That depends probably at the hands of law enforcement. I think that would be like the worst place for a lot of Black children to be. But,
okay, so according to the CDC, 17 million.
You're telling me more white Americans work as Mirachis? Is that the job that white Americans don't want to do? Is that the one? Is that that's the job that she was talking about that we need in America because immigrants are the only ones who will do it. Okay. All right. Keep them for the fucking Marachi. All right, fine. You sold me. You sold me. Fair enough.
Black babies have been aborted since Roe v. Wade. That's 35% of the current Black population in America.
Unfortunately,
so if you really care about Black Lives Matter, wouldn't you want to protect the millions of babies that are being slaughtered by their parents?
Yeah. Stop slaughtering babies, Zena.
Yeah. So the only problem is when you're with your girlfriend and she needs to get a plan B, we don't kind of charge her with murder, right? That's because fetuses don't have personhood.
Who needs to get a plan B? It's an abortion drug.
So she's doing it again, where she's not engaging with the argument. She's instead using an argument that she knows they're likely going to bite on, where she gets to argue about whether or not Plan B is abortion now. She does not engage with the actual fucking argument. She just keeps using these like rage baity return statements. Because she knows that when she makes it, they're not going to be able to not bite on the fucking argument. Whereas, like, they should say, like, well, I didn't say anything about Plan B. So, I just said abortion. Do you think all abortions are done with Plan B? No? Okay, then. Maybe not relevant.
A lot of people.
You don't need to. You could just have the kid.
You could, or you can also, engage in your rights and get a Plan B, like a lot of Americans.
You could kill your kid, but he's saying that's bad, and it's bad specifically for Black people.
Any women in here who have IUDs, you could be considered a murderer, according to Michael Knowles.
No, IUDs are not necessarily abortifacient in the way that Plan B are.
In many different cases, IUDs will actually remove
I don't support those
the
either,
eggs,
but they're different than Plan B.
Fertilized eggs from the uterus, and
From
that could lead
implantation.
to, or implantation, you're right.
Yeah.
And that would lead to a baby no longer being able to be conceived. So yes, that would be considered a murder of a human person.
Making it to where a baby can't be conceived is not the same as killing it after conception. That's not the same. So it's, if there is no conception, then they wouldn't consider it abortion. That's like, she's making the fucking condom argument where it's like, yeah, but there's babies all over my fucking sock.
Person, right? That would be equal to any of the lives in here, which isn't the case. If we had like 50 fetuses just like stacked up on this
How many babies does Knowles let in his house? Wait, what is that? How many babies does he let in his house? Oh wait, is this the okay? Again, this is a bad argument. Okay, I as somebody who has been a conservative the majority of my life, I will update you guys on some horrible fucking arguments that a lot of libs use as the laziest fucking arguments that are just very, very bad arguments. The like one like that, which is very similar to like the stupid argument that conservatives make where they're saying like, oh, you want immigrants to come in the country? All right, well then how many are living with you? Like, it's a bad argument. But conservatives do, like, by far the majority of adoptions. They adopt at, like, by far the highest rates. They also do, what do you call it? What is the, they do foster parenting as well. What up, Bandred? They are foster parents at the highest rates. They are, they donate money to these things at the highest rates, and they also donate time at the highest rates. Like, they will go and do, like, Big Brother programs and shit like that at the highest rates. So they are, when people like to use these arguments of like, it's a common thing that's said where they say conservatives only care about babies until they're born. But actually, they're the ones who put in like by far the majority of the work to help kids after they're born as well. So most of them foster children. Most of who? Most Christians do not foster children. No, they are the majority of foster parents. Not the majority of Christians are foster parents. The majority of foster parents are Christians. Actually, Republicans never cared about kids. Republicans are the only ones who have kids. Republicans are the only ones who ever had kids, so I don't know. Citation for what? That doesn't mean they care about them. Fair. Fair enough. I was waiting for KTC to tell me what he wanted a citation for, but I don't know if he's like 10 minutes behind or what. Or what? Holman has foster children, 1,000 for each of his children. What does that mean? I need like full sentences here, guys. You guys are gonna drive me crazy in a minute. What does that mean? Like $1,000 a year? A month? Whichever one of those it is. That's not enough money, but that's still, you're still taking a pretty big loss there, but $5,000 for the brown bag. True. That was for all those fucking kids? Shit. He didn't even deliver, bro. That's the worst part. That's the worst part, is that that they were waiting for him to come back and make good on the deal, and he never did, dude. He took the fucking money and never even came back to make good on the deal, dude. What a fucking piece of crap. He let those people pay him off, and he didn't even come back to actually give them the fucking goods, dude. That's so fucked up. Like, how many people do you think he did this with? You got to imagine how many people paid this guy, and he just never called them back afterward. Yeah, my money. What are you talking about? Label. The one on the video? Did they ever release the video? Did we ever get to see the video?
This table, and we took 50 people from the audience. Would you say like these lives are worth the same? Are those lives the same?
I think all human life has equal dignity. Yeah.
So if we said, okay, let's take Luke over here. If we said Luke and or one fetus, like literally sitting like on the table.
Zena,
which one would you say?
When do human beings?
I like Luke. Come on, that's not nice. She didn't even ask the question yet.
Which one would you, if you had to choose between saving the life of Luke or a fetus sat on this table, which one would you choose, Michael?
Zeno.
Yeah, now that you brought Luke into it, now I'm starting to question if all human life has equal value. Luke might be the exception.
When do you believe that human beings get rights?
Okay, next question.
That sums everything up. Thank you.
Someone asked me a question. You can
Hi.
all pay attention.
I have a question. Well, it's not really a question, more of a statement that you can answer to the libs.
To the libtards.
So I just became a mother, and 2 months
To
ago,
the shit libs.
greatest joy of my life.
Shit.
And
Shit Democrats.
so feminism says that it takes a strong, independent woman to have a career. I already have a decent career, but that wasn't that hard. Becoming a mother takes a strong, independent woman.
Oh.
Let me just say.
Let me just
I had
say.
a natural birth. The question is, do you really think that being a strong, independent woman is being a career woman who...
You know that like the term strong independent woman is like mostly comes from women having kids without fathers being there. That's where like the mantra comes from. A strong independent woman. It's a woman that has kids, but the father ran off, and so they had to raise the fucking kids by themselves. And so it became like a mantra to lift women up who had, I think it was like majority from the black community, where they didn't have fathers in the household, and so they had to, they started like with the mantra of like a strong, independent woman, that like she didn't, that it was like a encouragement to say that like, yeah, you don't need a man to take care of you. You can do it on your own, and like you can just bust your ass for your entire life and work fucking 3 jobs and make it to where they can make it out of high school and then kick their asses out.
Had a few abortions? Or is being a mother
You
really
couldn't stand that pain? Bitch, I have hemorrhoids, okay? So I don't want to hear no shit about pregnancy. All right? I don't want to hear no shit about having a fucking baby. I've got hemorrhoids. Thank you very much.
really feminist?
I'm really curious what you think liberals believe. I'm very proud of you on your motherly journey, and I wish you the best. And I think it takes a lot of bravery and courage to be a mother and a lot of work, and it's a beautiful thing. And liberals, at least correct liberals, don't believe that you shouldn't, if you want to, create the most beautiful thing, a family. What we believe is that you should have the choice and the freedom to do that, or to pursue a career, or to pursue a career for a while and have kids, or both. And that freedom is something that, I don't know where Michael specifically stands, but some people in his cohort don't like the idea of and want way more rigid enforcement. We want freedom, and I love that you became a mother. I love that you said you also achieved things in your career, and the choice for your own life path is what liberals believe in.
Thank you. Here's the only problem with that, is that my Instagram feed calls it propaganda when other women promote being mothers.
That's because Instagram...
Yeah, that, well, no, hold on. Okay, that's true. That is a thing. And this is a thing that I pointed out a bunch of times, that like feminists do go way too far with this shit, where anytime there is a woman who's like, I'm able to stay home and take care of my man, and I'm a stay-at-home mother, and I enjoy it, and here's what I do, and they like post their shit on Instagram, the feminists come out the fucking woodwork, and they're like, this is conservative propaganda. And I used to have a producer who was like a radical feminist, and she would always like whine and cry about these women doing these little TikToks and Instagram videos and shit like that. And I told her, I was like, dude, you always say that you and feminists, there's no feminists who are against women being stay-at-home moms and getting married and taking care of their husbands and shit. You always say that you're not against that. Like, you say this all the time. You're not against that. Nobody's actually against that. But then every time you see it on TikTok, you call it propaganda. And they're like, yeah, because they're trying to make people think that like this is the best way forward, and that they're trying to glamorize it. Like, but it's their fucking lifestyle. Yes, like they like their lifestyle. They're going to glamorize their lifestyle. And this is the same thing that that conservatives do, where anytime a woman is like a successful businesswoman, the fucking conservatives all soy out, and they're like, oh wow, she thinks she's better than us. This is fucking feminist propaganda trying to tell women that they're not allowed to have kids. It's like, no, it's just like some women make this decision, some women make that decision. Whichever one you make, like, you should be able to like be happy with that fucking lifestyle. And it's nice to have other people out there who are making you feel comfortable with your life decisions. And when there's a sea of haters out there all the fucking time, like, it's good to have somebody out there who's making this fucking content. But there was every fucking time, yes, there is like somebody who comes out and does like the stay-at-home mom thing and baking cookies and, you know, pregnant barefoot and all the shit. Like, there's always these feminists who come screeching behind them like, this is conservative propaganda, they're trying to force women into this, and this is not. So shut the fuck up, dude. Like, you guys always whine and cry saying that people say that you guys are against this, and then every chance you get, you come out against it. Like, just shut the fuck up. Bro, I suck at Call of Duty. Oh, do you? I only played 2 games, and I felt like I did fairly well in the second game, at least. I clutched that bitch. It felt like everybody that I ran into was, like, trying to figure it out. Like, every person that I ran into, it felt like they were, like, a little lost on what the fuck to do. Like, I felt right at home, like, right after the first game, I got into the second game, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, this is pretty easy." And I had no issues, but it felt like everybody else that I ran into was just, like, crouched down, like, "Oh, shit, where the fuck do I go?" Tom, you sound arrogant. Listen, you need to get over your own fucking shit, okay? It's not my fault that you can't be happy with yourself, all right? Don't be mad at me that I am happy with myself, okay? That's something for you and your fucking therapist. Don't try to take this out on me. Did you get 42? No. In my second game, I got 20. I got 20. And I was happy with my 20. And you're mad that I'm happy with my 20. Even though you fucking feminists always say that you're not mad at men who get 20 fucking kills. Every chance you get, you whine and cry and try to come and hate on a man who gets 20 motherfucking kills in Warzone. You're arrogant? No, you're a hater. You're just a fucking hater. That's all. It's okay. That's something else you and your therapist can work on. Maybe they'll prescribe you a little less of that haterade. Drink Gatorade instead. Bitch.
You to be upset and stay on the platform, so it shows you random nobodies who don't really represent the mainstream liberal view to get you upset, so you'll keep using them.
You're just being a hater. You're just being a hater. You're just I didn't say you suck. I didn't say you know that you need to get good, fucking noob, or anything. I didn't turn around and hate on you. I just said that I don't mind the changes so much, and that I was doing fairly well with it. Chad, is that cringe? Most of these people are Americans. They're not a bunch of self-loathing, people from fake American countries where you guys haven't figured out how to love yourselves yet. We are Americans. We're okay with loving ourselves. We're okay with being happy with ourselves, okay? We're not embarrassed to be like, hey, I'm not half bad. I'm not sponsoring your visa. I'm pretty sure that the visa lady that I talked to the last time was hitting on me anyway, so I think I can get her to sponsor.
Now, hold on, Luke. I'm glad that you're moderate and relatively reasonable as far as libs go. But I think this is ignoring pretty widespread left-wing demonstrations that say, shout your abortion. Okay. Planned Parenthood goes out, says you can have as many abortions as you want or need. These are mainstream.
Yeah, but no. The shout your abortion thing was not mainstream. Shout your abortion, when the fuck was that mainstream? I never even saw that. I've only ever heard of it from conservatives. You mean the Indian lady? Go for it. Yes, I mean the fucking Indian lady. She didn't speak English very well, but she was very nice. She kept asking me if she had exceeded my expectations, if she had taken care of all of my needs. That's what I'm looking for. Not somebody who's going to hate on me all the time. Always find something wrong.
Groups articulate. If you actually look at people in positions of authority, obviously we have a very different stance on abortion, but about uplifting families and enhancing the child tax credit, Democrats stand for that. Republicans want to cut those programs. Pro-family. That's us.
Trump did just expand the child tax credit, but we'll get to that in some later topic. Okay, so who do you think won the first round? Now you can, I guess I don't even know what the questions really were about. Is it?
Not my fault, Tom is arrogant. You want me to hate myself as much as you hate me, and that's just never going to happen. That's just never going to happen, lady. You can get over that.
Would you say, do we get the blue for the libs, red for, is it tie? Is it a tie? Is it? I'm seeing more red if I'm being real. But that was a very reasonable answer by liberal standards. That was very good. Okay, who do we think the VIP questioner was? Who gets to go to the VIP table and drink delicious Redneck Riviera bourbon? The mom gets it. The mom is going to drink 9 months worth of bourbon tonight, baby. Here we go. All right. Now, you know what I find pairs very well with motherhood and bourbon? Delicious Good Rancher's meat. While our VIP gets her seat before an actual brawl breaks out between Luke and Xena, maybe. I don't know. Luke is kind of like a conservative here. Before that happens, everyone...
Well, Xena is the... And this is why, like, Xena is from TikTok, right? So Xena, I always say that TikTokers are the people who buy into the straw man that conservatives push. Like, that is TikTok. They become the fucking straw man that conservatives try to paint us as. And so that's why whenever I complain about, like, whatever it is that conservatives are complaining about, I always say, like, oh, it's the 15-year-old from TikTok, because that is TikTok. TikTok is just a bunch of people buying into the straw man. They become the fucking straw man. So when conservatives come out, they can just make up. They can just lie and say that, like, oh, liberals have become in favor of killing all of the capitalists. And all of the fucking TikTokers will be like, yep, that's why we love Mangione, because we want to kill all the fucking capitalists. Yes, sir. And that's why, like, and they'll immediately be like, yeah, that's what we've always wanted. That's who liberals are. That's what Joe Biden said in his speech. So yeah, Xena is that motherfucker. That's why, like, I told you earlier, she made a video talking about the fact that the Sydney Sweeney commercial for the jeans was, like, white supremacy, and that it was eugenics, and that the commercial literally says that white jeans are superior. And she kept saying, like, they literally said white jeans are superior. Where do they get this from? Like, I would love to know. Where did they get this from? That white jeans are superior to all other jeans. And, like, why do they think that white jeans are superior to everybody else? Like, it just, she kept saying this. It's like, where the fuck did you get this from? That was not in the commercial. Like, that is something you just totally imagined. So yeah, I can't stand the fucking bitches that, like, try to make us sound like the nut jobs that conservatives try to make us out to be. This is it is painful. I spend the majority of my time here just correcting, like, every fucking debate. I spend the majority of my time fighting against the fucking straw man box that the that the right is trying to put me in all the time, where it's like, oh, I love abortions and I'm pro open borders and I cheered for Charlie Kirk's death and it's just never ending. Like I have to correct like I'm a socialist and like I have to correct 1,000 fucking stupid things before I can ever actually make a real point. And it's because of people like Xena, where they just can't. They can't just be a real person. They have to be this straw man version of a liberal.
Should sit down right now. Everyone should agree. What makes any fight night better? That is delicious steak. Now,
it was implied that that was the point of the commercial. Apparently, implications don't exist in Tom Jones. So true, Vandred. So true. You know what? I didn't even think about that. It was implied. But, of course.
not just any steak, Good Rancher's steak, 100% American raised, delivered right to your door. Now, I don't care what side
Waiter the Wizard. Have a good night, homie.
Or you're on. Nobody is turning down a sizzling.
TikTok wants Trump in office. Bro, I like, there's been a long time that I've wanted to just like start going after all of the fucking losers on TikTok. Just like, but I hate every time I do it, like every time I make like a TikTok against like the left on there, I end up getting flooded with tons of conservative that it fucking kills me. I have like my whole audience becomes a bunch of conservatives who are all like, yeah, fuck those bitches. Like, I can't do it. I have a video. So a while ago, I made a video up. It was about Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk was talking about Breonna Taylor's death. So if you remember, Breonna Taylor was the person where the cops broke into her house with a no-knock warrant, or not a no-knock warrant. That's part still never got cleared up, but they broke into her house and her boyfriend started shooting. He was asleep on the couch and he started shooting at the cops, and the cops started shooting back, and they killed Breonna Taylor, who had just come running out into the hallway and got shot. And there was a bunch of like misinformation put out by the left where they were saying that she was like asleep in her bed and they came over and shot her in her bed and shit like that. Like they made up a bunch of shit. This was during the Black Lives Matter period where, yeah, there was just a lot of misinformation being put out. But Charlie Kirk did this whole fucking video about the fact that like she was no angel. She was not a good person, and she helped deal drugs, and she did this and she did that, and like there was just all sorts of like he was just putting out like propaganda, trying to make it sound like killing her wasn't all that bad because she wasn't a good person. And it's funny because this is exactly what everybody's complaining about with Charlie Kirk, is that like the fact that like people complaining about him and saying this shit, the difference is that almost everybody who complains about Charlie Kirk starts off denouncing the death of Charlie Kirk, denouncing the murder of Charlie Kirk, and then they say, like, but yeah, he wasn't a great guy, and like he's kind of a piece of shit. But Charlie Kirk just talked about the fact that Breonna Taylor was a piece of shit, that she was a drug dealer, that she had a dead body found in her trunk one time, and that like all of this, she got fired from a job at the coroner's office. She did that. Like, her boyfriends were drug dealers, they were gangsters, they were this, they were that. Like the whole thing was just to try to like say she was no angel, so we shouldn't really care about her death all that much. And at one point, he says that gunfire starts, breaks out between the cops and the boyfriend, and Breonna Taylor rushes out into the hall and she just wound up dead. That's what he says. Breonna Taylor rushed out into the hall, and she just wound up dead. And so on the TikTok, I show him saying this, and then I say, like, oh, it's crazy. Nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows. We still haven't figured out how she died. It's just gunfire breaks out. There's bullets flying everywhere, and then all of a sudden, she just falls over, and she just wound up dead. It's a mystery what went on there. She just wound up dead. You know, that, or she got shot in the chest 6 times by a police officer. She didn't just wind up dead, but got shot 6 motherfucking times. So, there's that. This video, when I first uploaded it, got like 200 views on TikTok. Like 200 views. Nothing special. After he died, this video went from 200 views to, last I checked, about 34,000 views. That's last I checked. Almost every time I get on the TikTok, I have a ton more likes, a ton more views. Like, it has popped off. And apparently it's been used as an example. Like, I've seen it posted in other places. I've seen big TikTokers tagged in the comments of my video now. I've seen it tagged in like other people's comment sections, and it's apparently being used as evidence that Charlie Kirk made fun of Breonna Taylor's death. Charlie Kirk downplayed her death. Charlie Kirk talked crap about her right after she died. That he didn't just say like, oh, condolences, that's all. Like everybody else is saying with Charlie Kirk, where they say like, oh, when he dies, you should not turn around and start talking about what a bad person he is. If you do, then you're justifying his death. Like, that's, so it's the clip of me going over this is being used as like him making fun of him justifying her death, him like all of this shit. Like, it's I would love to go find the actual original video of Charlie Kirk doing this, because it's way worse. It's way worse than what ended up in my video. And this would be a great example of like what it is that everybody was looking for with Charlie Kirk, where he is like justifying her death because she was a drug dealer. Because he thought she was a bad person. He was totally justifying her death. So,
perfectly grilled, juicy, delicious steak. That is why when I fire up the grill, I actually have my wife do the grilling. That's kind of feminist of me. I know that I am serving 100% American-raised meat, top quality. I get it delivered right to my door. Let me bring the audience into this. Give me a shout if you've ever tried disgusting grocery store meat and instantly regretted it. Try to stick to whichever one gets.
Yes, Sean! Let's go, Sean!
Okay, now we're going to read our topics. I have to urge my guests here. We'll try to stick to the topic, not some of the other. We'll try to stick to whichever one gets picked. Ladies first.
All right, claim 2 is that toxic masculinity is ruining young men.
All right. That was a cheer from the most toxic man in this bar. Luke?
All right, my claim 2 is Republicans are much worse for the economy than Democrats. Everyone cheer real loud for that. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. My claim is that we should ban porn. Yeah, there we go. Wow, all right.
No.
Wow.
I don't care.
I don't know. Do we have, there were cheers for the economy one. Is there, what do we got?
There was cheers across the board. What did it sound like up there? Because back here, I'm getting
economy
like 2 people
really
yelling
loud.
into it.
Mine was really loud.
Wait, you guys remember?
I've never been to a bar where the cheers are,
Toxic
economy!
masculinity?
Economy!
Toxic masculinity? Toxic masculinity.
Okay, so we're doing economy.
Because it's near Thanksgiving, and Luke said he would come to my Thanksgiving dinner, I will put my aside for a moment. We can.
She really is the fucking straw man, bro. She really is the straw man. I'm almost positive that she also does the, like, you know, black people can't be racist meme. She does the, like, she really is the fucking straw man of a liberal. Like, she is all of that. It is obnoxious. She's just sitting there repeating toxic masculinity over and over and over right now. Holy shit.
Talk about the economy.
All right.
Luke, what's your argument?
All right, let's go. So I'm sure a bunch of people in this bar don't know this. I think everyone's worldview, our politics should be structured on just a rational approach to public policy. The most important issue in all of our lives is the economy. And almost all Americans, or
affordability is a Democrat hoax, actually. Actually, affordability is a Democrat hoax.
probably a majority, misunderstand the records between Republicans and Democrats on the economy over the last century, Michael. And I'd like to hear you respond to this in a second. The last century, the economy has fared way better on GDP growth, unemployment, job growth, etc. All of the metrics you can find. The last century under Democrats compared to Republicans, even when you control for
under Democrat presidents, you mean?
No, even when you control for what about who was in the House, who was in the Senate, time and time again, Democratic administrations and better under unified Democratic government.
So always Democrats in the White House.
Democrats in the White House.
Yeah, okay.
The economy performs better over and over again. Recessions are way more likely to happen under Republicans. We're seeing this right now with Trump. A bunch of people voted for him to help their economic situation, and then he came in and implemented these insane and irrational.
Charlie Kirk glorified his own death by saying gun deaths were necessary to uphold the First Amendment. That's not okay. Just to be clear, that's like the majority of Americans' opinion. That was not special for Charlie Kirk. That is the majority of Americans' opinions. That yes, like the majority of Americans believe in the Second Amendment. The majority of Americans understand that that means that there will be more gun deaths, but that with all rights come some sort of consequence, and that like we have freedom of speech. With freedom of speech means that there's going to be hate speech, things like people will call black people the N-word. Like we all understand that that's going to happen. It wouldn't make sense to like keep repeating like Charlie Kirk thinks that it's okay for black people to be called the N-word as long as he gets the First Amendment. Like, yeah, everybody thinks that. Like that's how that works. That's how the First Amendment works. That's the whole thought process. Yeah. Charlie Kirk abused his First Amendment right to pick on trans people. And okay, well that's a better argument than the one about the gun deaths. Like the gun deaths is that's just like most everybody's opinion. That is what most everybody thinks. But yeah, he definitely takes advantage of the First Amendment to not just like pick on trans people, but to spread massive amounts of misinformation. Like I've been talking about this for days, the fact that like the First Amendment is there for us to be able to find truth and to be able to like understand things more easily. That hopefully if we allow all opinions, that we're going to be able to like cycle through it with responsible arbiters in our institutions who are going to like help us sift through all of the misinformation and find what is right. And it is people like Charlie Kirk who instead just take advantage of this to spread misinformation and bullshit to everybody. So
tariffs on everyone in the world and penguins and is driving prices up and doesn't understand how tariffs work.
Tariffs were deflationary according to the San Francisco Fed last week, but that's okay.
Who pays the tariffs. So the clearest stat is that every single economist, conservative or not, says Democrats are better for the economy. You can even ask Grok and gives you the same answer. So I would like to ask you, because it is, well, it's Elon's, because exactly. And Elon's AI now says like he has a sexy body or something. So it's pretty skewed. But I'd be curious to know, because Trump's landmark economic approach has been tariffs. And I know a lot of commentators who defend him have flip-flopped on it. It's just negotiated.
I don't think it just says he has a sexy body. I believe it says that he has the prime masculine body. Like that like I think that the question that it was prompted with is like, what is the like stereotypical like masculine body, and it said Elon Musk's body. He is like the stereotypical alpha male body, and like it gives this like whole disgusting like description of how amazing Elon Musk's body is. It's insane that he's this insecure, but maybe we should get Grok to say that Mantis is good at Call of Duty. She'll chill out.
It's not. It's not. You agree that he's completely lying when he says China pays the tariffs, right?
No, I think that the tariffs have worked out relatively well because everyone predicted that the tariffs would be inflationary. The San Francisco Fed just came out and said they were actually deflationary.
Wait,
we see that
Michael,
real wages are up.
You said you were going to stay on the topic. I asked.
You just asked me a question. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You asked me a direct question. I
But then
responded
you gave an answer to a different question. I asked you a specific question.
That was a total fake out. That was a total trick.
Who's paying the tariff? You have to answer my question if I ask a question, Michael.
Oh, that was, man, how'd you do that to me? He could have asked me a question about porn. So I'll answer the top
Do you watch
one. Because it's very, this is one of those examples of lies, damn lies, and statistics.
All right, you're not going to answer it. I don't care.
Wait, hold on. Wait, do you want me to answer that question or do you want me to answer your broader question?
Well, you're just going to say a bunch of
You just keep cutting me off whenever I answer what you ask.
You're about to say random stuff. Okay, go. Sorry.
Okay, do you want me to answer the broader question or the specific question you asked about tariffs?
That Trump keeps lying, saying other countries pay the tariff,
about
not importers.
The way that look, I am an importer because I have a great cigar brand called Mayflower Cigars, and the cigars are made in Latin America. And so anyway, I know the tariff issue all too well. And right now they're mostly being absorbed by the companies. They're not really being passed on to the consumers. And so this is why the tariffs, the San Francisco Fed just pointed out the tariffs were deflation.
First off, that is not answering the question as to whether or not Trump is lying about the other countries paying the fucking tariff. Secondly, that's not true that the majority of it is being absorbed by the company. That is not true. That is not true at all. There are almost every company is absorbing some of the tariffs. That is true. Almost every company is absorbing some of it. But it's not, it is not true. Like what, okay, I watched a video from a woman who just started a small business the other day, and they just made their first order of shirts from China. And after they made their order of shirts from China, they got a price, they were given the price, and then all of a sudden they were sent a bill for double that. They had to pay a 100%. It ended up being a 104% tariff on their shirts. What small business is about to lose all of their fucking profit? Nobody's selling shirts for double the fucking cost, for quadruple the cost, right? They're selling the shirts normally for like a third to maybe a quarter to a third more than what it is that they paid for it. And this makes it to where, they get about a third to a quarter of the profit. But then when you double the amount that they're paying for the fucking shirt, now they're going in the negatives, 25% at that point. That's fucking insane. Mayflower Cigars does. Yeah, so true. I totally, I mean, look, it could be that if that's true, that just means that he's ripping off his fucking customers at like an insane price to where he's capable of doing that. But the majority of businesses are not selling things for more than double the fucking cost. Like that is, that's just not happening. So.
Right. Well, you didn't answer. But we have seen prices. We saw a huge softening of price increases. Then Trump comes back in, reversed the trend. Food prices are back sharply increasing. To my
inflation's not bad at all. Inflation's around 3%. Real wage growth is around 4 or 5%.
Because it was coming down.
Inflation?
It was coming down.
Inflation was 9% under Biden.
Coming down. What are you talking about?
Biden. COVID.
Coming down under Biden.
hold on.
And then, that's what Biden handed to Trump, and then Trump reversed the trend, and now it's going back up because of his policies.
No,
in Biden's case, it was because of the pandemic that Trump mishandled. Trump caused a bunch of inflationary things.
I have to clarify something. Are you asking me about Trump's handling of the economy, or about your claim that in general the economy does better under Democrats or Republicans?
Oh, no, I made that point, and then I was giving you a different point about how Trump keeps lying. It's an economic point.
So hold on, are we going to debate the topic that I graciously let you do, or are we going to debate some other point?
I would love to hear you. Are you going to deny that for the last century?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone Google right now.
Okay, so you don't have to Google. I'm a human being. I can actually just give you the facts myself. So
lies.
So your point is that under Democrat administrations, the economy grows more, the GDP is higher. And so this is one example of lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Wage increases, unemployment. You just said.
Does he have Tourette's or something? Are we going to answer the question or not? Hold on, I'll try.
Okay, all right.
Would you like me to answer or no? Are you afraid of my answer?
Keep going.
You're afraid of my answer. Okay.
Keep going.
So. This is true, but you would grant certainly that macroeconomic events also play a role in the economy, right?
Of course.
Okay. So the way that you arrive at those numbers, because GDP growth is a little bit higher under Democrat administrations than Republicans if you go back to, say, World War II or back through the 20th century. The reason for this is that you have a Democrat administration coming out of World War II. So this is a massive global event that leaves the United States as one of the two main players. Will you be quiet while I answer your question?
So GDP growth is exponentially higher under Democrats. The main reason is because there's always some sort of massive problem with the economy whenever Democrats take over. So they have to fix shit every fucking time. It's every time there's some massive disaster, America always relies on Democrats to fix it. They always vote for Democrats every single fucking time. So COVID, they vote for Biden. After the housing crisis, they vote for Obama. I think it was Clinton who dealt with the I forget what it was called, but he was the one who did a bunch of the shit with Glass-Steagall and all of the banking issues. It's always Democrats who fix this shit. It's always Democrats who fix this shit. So because some of it a lot of it is just that Republicans suck with economics, but a lot of it's also that there just so happens to be a crisis every time Republicans are in. You can't blame Trump that COVID happened. So it's not really his fault. It's not really Bush's fault that the housing crisis happened, but it is an issue that even without them being the ones to deal with the crisis, they still outspend Democrats. They still spend way more money than Democrats and do half as much as Democrats, because Democrats spend way less and still fix the massive destruction that's happening to the country at the time. So it is always way more fiscally responsible and economically responsible to vote for a Democrat than it is for a Republican.
It's honest, even if you exclude that. Even if you just look at the last few presidents.
He's interrupting because he doesn't want the facts.
You're just
as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. After World War II, you had a Democrat administration, so it inherits this massive growth in the economy because the United States is one of two superpowers left in the world. That starts to flip the numbers. Then you have, say, under the presidency of Ronald Reagan, you inherit in 1981 a massive recession. Now, Reagan was able to turn that around on GDP growth.
Are we calling China a superpower now? Is that a thing? Do we consider China a superpower now?
On unemployment numbers, on inflation. He turns it around. It gives us the Reagan boom, sets up the next 25 years. Bill Clinton comes into office. He rides that all the way through a once-in-a-century technological revolution, which is the internet revolution. He rides it all the way up to the bursting of the dot-com bubble, which is saddled on George Bush's numbers, not on Bill Clinton's numbers. Furthermore, George Bush digs us out of that hole because of the 2003 tax cuts. But At the end of the Bush term, you had the global financial crisis. The global financial crisis that was set up mostly by two laws passed under Bill Clinton, the Community Reinvestment Act of 1995 and the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, which repealed Glass-Steagall, led to the global financial crisis. Now, obviously, Bush's numbers get pummeled by that. You get growth, especially because of the energy boom under Bush. Under Barack Obama, Donald Trump then comes in, cleans up some of Obama's mess, and passes more tax cuts that lead to long-term growth. So I grant to you, one second, let me finish my point.
Okay, that was way, no, I'm going now. That was way too long. So,
I grant to you that it is true that under Democrat administrations, one second, it is true that under Democrat administrations, you can arrive at that statistic, but when you look at macroeconomic trends, you realize the statistics are total
even if
lie.
you control for specific economic crises, even if you do that, steady times without external factors still, and you're citing tax cuts, which have failed.
What is GDP growth on average under the Democrats?
Now I'm going to go. And a great example of this is, and as I explained, everything you just went there was a fun history lesson and misses the point that I made, which is even analyses that exclude for specific
You made a broad
crises.
point, and I inserted facts into that, and then you said ignore those facts.
And then you're not hearing the facts that I'm saying. You just keep going off of regurgitated talking points. So
he did say, like, even if they, I forget what it's called. Even if they count or exclude, or if they, I can't think of the term, but he's saying that even if they like exclude all of the like financial crises that happened at that time, that you're still going to come to the conclusion that Democrats still were way better. So all the differences that I just explained, saying that, like, yes, these different crises that happened with COVID and the housing crisis and all this different shit, he's saying, that they account for it. He's saying even accounting for that difference, Democrats still end up way above and beyond what it is the Republicans are doing. That they account for all of this in their differences, and still Democrats end up much, much better.
History keeps proving that Democrats oversee better economic conditions. And then a really good example of this is that we had the whole pandemic collapse. Trump mismanaged a lot at the end of his presidency. The economy was in this chaos.
You're blaming Trump for COVID?
And then
for a Chinese virus?
His handling.
Did he really just say that for the virus? That's not. Luke didn't say the fucking virus, bro. He didn't say the virus. He was talking about the economy. What the fuck?
Of it, just listen, and then you'll be able to hear it better. And then he hands this crisis, obviously, to Biden. And then throughout Biden's term, every single economic analysis shows that we were outperforming every other nation in getting inflation down. The speed we brought it down because it was a global phenomenon. You're talking about macroeconomics. You'll never apply that to Biden's economics. And then the recovery in general across all economic metrics, Biden way outperformed both expectations and every other country in the G7. And none of y'all ever acknowledged that. And then he hands an economy that had job growth throughout his entire presidency. The last job loss month was at the end of Trump's term. He hands that to Trump, and lo and behold,
during COVID.
Wait.
I think you're kind of making my point.
Listen, wait. The last point. No.
Right.
And then Trump loses jobs right when he gets back into office this term.
Here we go. Okay. Now, does Zena have a point? I would like Zena. Would you like to weigh in at all?
Hi, I'm here too.
Toxic masculinity.
A lot of what Luke said, I gotta agree with the other lib, but another point, I just really want to get this question answered. Michael, who eats the tariff cost?
So tariffs are absorbed right now. It can be a number of people, but right now the tariffs are being absorbed by the companies.
Americans.
I know this because I'm one of them.
By Americans. Right.
Well, I'm an American.
No.
So yeah, but also by foreign companies.
By working class Americans, according to the CBO and according to the Federal Reserve.
No, the tariffs were deflationary according to the San Francisco Fed. Came out last week.
So it's really interesting because whenever you pull.
Wait. The tariffs were deflationary? That's literally impossible. They can come without inflation sometimes. It's a thing that is possible for them to not have inflation. That's very unlikely, but they cannot be deflationary. Tariffs cannot be deflationary. That is not a thing. Not the type of tariffs that Trump is doing. No. That is not even possible that they can be deflationary. What the fuck is he talking about? What did he say? According to the San Francisco what? I can't find anything saying that. He said according to the San Francisco something or another.
Are being absorbed by the companies. I know this because I'm one of them.
By Americans. Right.
Well, I'm an American.
No,
that's true.
no.
So yeah, but also by foreign
by
companies.
working class Americans, according to the CBO and according to the Federal
No,
Reserve.
the tariffs were deflationary according to the San Francisco Fed. Came out last week.
I still can't tell what he's saying.
According to the CBO and according to the Federal
No,
Reserve.
the tariffs were deflationary according to the San Francisco Fed. Came out last week.
So it's like
According to the San Francisco something, but they don't stop talking, so it's okay. Tariffs deflationary. Tariffs create a complex, often counterintuitive economic effect. They initially act like a deflationary shock by raising import costs, making consumers spend less, which slows the economy and lowers short-term inflation, as seen in recent analysis by the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. However, in longer term, these higher costs often get passed to consumers, raising prices and hurting demand, while also leading to job loss and uncertainty, as shown in reports affecting California and San Francisco. Okay, so they're saying that because initially everything costs more, it makes it to where everybody buys less, which makes everybody try to lower their prices to compete. But over time, it's unsustainable because they're lowering their prices at a loss. And so once they've lowered their prices at a loss for too long, then they have to overly raise their prices. That makes the inflation even worse than it would have been if they had just raised their prices in the first place. But that's not really saying that the tariffs are not deflationary. The tariffs did not deflate anything. That is not the same thing as the tariffs being deflationary. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right.
It's really interesting because whenever you pull up a stat, it's directly like contradictory to every big economist.
Which economist?
So again, we're talking about like these big.
Which economists would you want to name?
I'm talking about the Congressional Budget Office.
Can you not name one of those economists you're referring to?
Mark Zandi, as well. Do you know who Mark Zandi is?
Mark Zandi. Tell me about Mark.
Mark Zandi explains how Trump's policy is not only expected to increase inflation another 1% next year.
Expected to, but we're talking about real costs right now.
Let me finish. Because you had a monologue already. So let me
answer to his silly point.
So So let me answer to your point now. So Mark Zandi, not only does he project inflation increasing, but it's already increased from before due to his tariffs, as well as the fact that he notes that these tariffs are being majorly eaten by American because of the fact that our goods are being priced higher because corporations want to make up for the profit, right, that they're experiencing loss from because of the tariffs, right? Americans look at your grocery prices. Everyone here buys groceries, and you guys know that there's been a difference, right? This is due to tariff policy. It's always been inflationary, and majority of the biggest economic heads agree with this.
Unfortunately, the Federal Reserve disagrees. Okay,
that's not true.
So listen,
someone bring out Google, please.
Questions. Here we go. Questions.
So that's the what he was just referencing, the San Francisco Federal Reserve. I don't even know what the San Francisco Federal Reserve is, but I don't think that's the Federal Reserve, right? That's not that's not the Federal Reserve, right? Okay, Google. Where is the Federal Reserve stationed?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
It is? Okay, Google. Where's the Federal Reserve?
Here's some information on the web that might possibly help. According to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, they are located in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Richmond, Atlanta, Chicago, St. Louis, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Dallas, and San Francisco.
Oh, okay. as the very last one, of course. That's, it's to be expected when a woman's fucking reading it, trying to be difficult. All right.
Enough of Luke. Questions?
Okay, first, peace be with you, Michael.
Thank you. Et cum spiritu tuo.
So I think what all of this surrounds, and I'm going to go completely off topic, but it's all relevant.
I think that's the theme of the night.
Yeah. So I think there's three kinds of people in the world. I think there are people who believe in God and act in that way. I think there are people who are atheistic and they don't.
You mean believe in Trump and act in that way? I guess same thing.
Follow God, and I think there are people who know God exists but are actively seeking to deprive the world of God because they're very small, but it's just the spirit of Cain. It's just like pure evil, and those people, and they know that God exists, but they hate it and they want to take it from us. So do you think a group like that could exist?
I used to believe this. I used to wholeheartedly believe this. It's hard to listen to somebody say this today because of how fucking embarrassing it is. But I used to 100% believe that atheists believed in God, that they knew God existed, but that they just refused to admit it. That it was just so obvious that it was just too hard for them to admit. And yeah, it's now that I listen to this guy say it, I think, what the fuck, bro? Like, where the fuck do you get this from? But then I remember, like, oh yeah, when you're like very, very sheltered and like all like the world is kind of kept from you your entire fucking life. This seems like a obvious thing to say at the time, but yeah.
I mean, there's the occult. So there are people who worship Satan, for instance. They're like witches and stuff. A lot of the times they are atheists. They're like edgy atheists who want to be really cool, and they end up inadvertently like worshiping the devil. So that's bad.
Do you think any of those people have positions of authority then, I guess? Do you think that the occult has penetrated our systems of power? Occult, whatever you want to call it, just
I think
evil.
Trump,
I think that's the real word.
I think Trump is evil, and I think he took over the government.
I would love to respond to this, though.
Please, please.
You're talking about something that is a lot bigger than the topics that we have discussing today, and you can call it God, you can call it spirit, or whatever you want to.
It's good. Goodness.
But there is bad in this world, and what we notice is that a lot of bad corresponds with amassing huge amounts of power in places where a lot of people don't have similar amounts of power. In this country, 1% of the population has accumulated more than half of the wealth that exists in this entire population of over 300 million Americans. There are Americans that are starving, right, and have been starving and have existed in cycles of poverty for years and years and years that dates back to an era where people were enslaved and didn't have ownership of their work. The people who owned that capital that came from that era have generations and lineages that are still in power and still exist in that 1% today.
So what do you think we should do? Should we just get rid of them? Like, what's your solution?
This is a really good solution. I think the solution does not lie. Well, this.
Bro, you just like rambled about the fact that like these people don't believe in God and didn't have like a solution outside of like just believe in God, bro. Like, what do you mean? What's your solution?
This is where you've been calling me a lib this whole time. I hate to say it, but I think I might be a lib. No, not you. Sorry. I mean, Michael. You've been calling me a lib this whole time. I hate to break it to you. It might be a little bit worse than that.
What are you?
I mean, I would call myself a leftist, meaning that
tomato.
I believe that. Trust me, it's not. I believe that this problem.
Yeah, they just don't know the fucking difference between a leftist and a lib. I am not a leftist. Do not ever call me a fucking leftist. I am a liberal. I'm a motherfucking liberal. Damn straight motherfucking shit lib.
lies beyond party bounds, and it's bigger than that. And I think that this is a problem that has to do with class inequality, that breeds race inequality, that breeds gender inequality. All these things come from the same source, and that is drastic power imbalance. So I completely agree with you, and I think that this problem has nothing to do with red or blue. So I think it has to do with becoming conscious of this fact and banding together. This has to do with all of us. This has nothing to do with red and blue.
Great point. And it is weird that I know a lot of people support Trump thinking that it's because you're populist or he's going to be good for the working class. I don't want to spoil what my next claim is, but
you love spoiling the claims because you keep changing the topic every time we speak.
It is weird because Trump and her point about the top 1%, it's not that people can't do well, but Trump, in a time of record income inequality, just passed something that gives $1 trillion just to the top 1% in tax breaks while taking $1 trillion out of Medicaid. That's not a pro-working class, pro-average American populist thing to do. He's serving the elites, the same billionaires who were all around him at his inauguration. He is their president, and anyone in this audience who still supports him after him screwing you over and taking your money to give it to wealthy people, you're being duped badly.
Yeah, it's weird. Massive tax cuts also for working class Americans who voted for Trump in the majority. Next
the
question.
poorest Americans lose money and the richest gain in that bill.
Yeah, so I've had a couple drinks, so I'm going to keep things high level, not as deep as last time.
That's good. That's
and
good.
I also find common sense questions tend to be the left's kryptonite. I find myself a common sense individual, which is why I vote Republican. My question is, you said two things tonight. One, you couldn't go 3 seconds without saying no kings earlier tonight. And you just brought it up again where you said Trump's evil and took over the government. I find this very ironic and comical because the left tends to just want to continue to give government more power and more power and more power.
Oh,
and basically.
Oh my goodness, bro. You've got to be kidding me, dude. Got to be kidding me, bro. This is so stupid, dude. How can you be this fucking dumb? How can you be this fucking stupid? It's 2025. You're not allowed to be this stupid anymore, okay? You're not allowed to be this fucking dumb anymore. But it's because of fucking rage-baiting losers like Michael Knowles, where all they do is just feed you bullshit information all the time just to get your dick hard. Just so that you keep coming back and watching more. Instead of actually feeding you something that's true, something that's actually real. There's no way. Like, after Trump has tried to do tons of things that, like, he has... When they complain about the fact that they've been sued more times than any other administration, and they're only a year in, not even a year in, this is because they have done things that no other presidency has ever done. They are setting new standards and setting new precedents at every fucking turn. They are expanding the amount of power that the executive branch has every chance they get. They are doing everything they can to give the government more and more and more power all the time. There's no way that you can look at what the Trump administration is doing right now and think that it's Democrats that want to expand government power. It's been Democrats who have been fighting against this. When Obama was in office, when Biden was in office, both of them talked about the fact that when people kept saying, we want you to do this, they would say, hold on. Like, I respect the Constitution. I respect our institutions. I'm not going to just try to do things myself. I want to do things through Congress. I want to get things through the Senate. I want to do things through a democratic means. That's not Trump. Trump literally brags about the fact that he has done so many things that the Biden administration said, oh, no, we have to do this through Congress. We have to do this through Congress. And then, yeah, Trump brags that he didn't do it through Congress, that he didn't have to go through Congress. He could just do it all himself. He actually brags about this. There's no way that you think that it's Democrats who want to give the government more power. This is ridiculous, dude.
Just like ask them what.
All right, we got 25 or 35 minutes left on the clock, guys. We're gonna finish this video, and then I was thinking about jumping on TikTok for a while, but we got to get. Oh fuck! I forgot to update the thing. Was it $17 more? Yeah, $17 more to get a full 8-hour stream. Otherwise, I'm moving on to Call of Duty in about 30 minutes. So we will. Now it is a new Call of Duty. We've got a new map, and it's very exciting, and I'm very excited to get on and play. But if we hit the goal, I will add another 2 hours to the stream. If we don't hit the goal, I will raid over to Tom Botter and play Call of Duty over there. Congress, LOL. Wait, why is that funny? The Biden administration actually tried getting numerous border bills through Congress, and it was the Republicans who didn't vote for it, even though it was literally everything that the Republicans wanted. Top to bottom. Shut up, Wasted. Shut the fuck up, Wasted. Even though the bills had literally everything the Republicans wanted, they still didn't vote for it. They still refused to vote for the fucking bill. So this is the Biden administration actually trying to get things through Congress. And it was Trump who told the Republicans after they negotiated that bill, after they got everything in it that they wanted, after they all agreed that they were going to vote for it, it was Trump who came out and told all of them not to vote for it. Why? Institutionalist? Well, it's between that and being like a dictator, being in favor of fascism or being in favor of authoritarianism or something like that. Like when you're talking about taking things through our institutions, that's called being a constitutionalist. That's called being an American. It's called having American values. It's called, having the fortitude that was dreamed of by our forefathers. But it is, or reform. When you say, what do you mean reform? Reform what? What in our Constitution do you think we should reform? The last 2 times I've asked you questions, you didn't answer. Now I feel like it's a third time I'm asking you a question and you're just not going to answer again, huh? Not Constitution, institutions. Hold on. Our institutions are outlined in our Constitution. You understand that, right? Our institutions are outlined in our Constitution. Our institutions are built by our Constitution. You cannot separate the two. We have our institutions that are built by the Constitution. This is what gives our institutions the power to do the things that they're able to do and the processes that they're supposed to do it through. That is the Constitution. Why? But I'm asking you again, what reform do you think that we need? What is the reform? Filibuster in the Constitution? I'm pretty sure it is, but I don't know that that matters. The filibuster is not an institution. The filibuster is not an institution. You called me an institutionalist as though you're not one. So what is your issue with our institutions? What you said reform, right? What do you want to reform about our institutions and about our Constitution? What is it that you're trying to reform? No, the filibuster is not in the U.S. Constitution. It's a procedural rule that arose from a change in Senate procedures in 1806 and was later formalized in 1917 with the cloture rule. The Constitution grants each House the power to determine its own rules, and the filibuster is a Senate-created rule, not a constitutional one. Huh. I could have sworn that there was like something about the blocking votes that I didn't. I know it wasn't called the filibuster, but I thought it was actually like outlined anyways. But I still need like an answer to what institutions do you want to reform and how do you want to reform them? It's what? Let me close my mouth. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to have to keep asking the same fucking question. You got to be trolling at this point. If you're gonna keep making comments like that, but then when I ask you very simple fucking questions about your own comments, you just don't answer every fucking time. I'm gonna have to just assume that you're here to just troll, and I'm not. I'm not here for it.
They should do with their life and how to pay for it, and you see that with the New York City vote that just happened. And I guess I just want to know where the common sense is coming from on, you can say no kings to Trump, who if he was a king, he wouldn't know, he would have just waved the wand and there would have been no government shutdown. And at the same time, ask the government to be bigger and bigger and bigger and solve all your problems for you.
Yeah, so Trump keeps expanding the power of the government too. I mean, he's the most authoritarian president we've had in a really long time. So you don't really care. Yeah, I'm about to explain it. Bill. Okay. Sending in, you just asked how. Sending in the military, for example, to American streets. But where's the common sense? I can tell you where the common sense is. I think we should be allocating our resources to uplifting and economic stimulus, which is why the economy performs better under Democrats, despite the whole monologue that Michael went on.
The
there,
history lesson he called it.
If we lean into demand side, which you had to come up with like 100 excuses for why Republicans always fail in the economy. But demand side economics, where you actually invest, where people are going to spend that dollar the quickest through social programs, people need it instead of just keeping it in an account somewhere. That's actually dollar for dollar way more stimulative. So I think instead of huge tax breaks to the top 1%, I think that we should be allocating those resources to, at the very least, not taking.
Getting rid of the filibuster is not reform. Getting rid of one thing is not reforming an institution. There's no way you think that that's reform. There's no way you think just getting rid of the filibuster would be reforming an institution. While the exact single number of elusive because the filibusters are procedural tactics. Republicans used in the Senate filibuster to block Biden's initiatives like voting rights legislation multiple times, at least 5 notable instances for voting rights alone by early 2022, while Democrats tried and failed to change the rules, showing significant use, particularly around voting rights, though President Biden has sometimes conflated cloture votes with actual prolonged speeches. Okay, so So it sounds like they believe that the filibuster was used about 5 times during Biden's administration. So during his 4-year administration, 4 years, filibuster was used about 5 times. And getting rid of this thing to you is reform. It's reforming the whole institution. 2/3 vote to 50 plus 1 vote. For what? For everything? For all of the things that need a supermajority. I'm pretty sure the majority of things only need a majority. Let's see. Overriding, let's see. In the U.S. Congress, 2/3 supermajority vote is required in specific significant situations outlined in the Constitution and chamber rules, including overriding a presidential veto. They need a supermajority, so if they actually vote for something and the president vetoes that, they need a supermajority to override the president's veto. You don't have to filibuster. Threats are enough. Okay, so you're again, you're contradicting your own point that a filibuster is reform. Like getting rid of the filibuster is some sort of reform to Congress, some sort of reform to the institution. But now you're saying it's not even a necessary thing. So I don't think that's reform to anything. Then, but yeah, so the 2/3 vote is only needed in like a minority of circumstances for a minority of situations. And again, that this is something that is in the Constitution. So you are wanting to change something that is in the Constitution. And these are scenarios where you have to have, yes, at least a supermajority. You're saying that you want to get rid of the supermajority to override a filibuster? Is that what you're saying? It's spelled with an F, not a PH, but you're saying that you want to get rid of that to override a filibuster? I'm sorry, you got to speak in full sentences. I can't believe it's taking like 30 minutes just to get an answer out of you. This is fucking insane.
Away healthcare from 16 million Americans. So I mean, that would be pretty common sense to me.
Or just funneling it overseas to random non-government organizations, right?
So, but what does that have to do with? Are you okay with millions of poor Americans losing their health coverage because they wanted to give tax breaks to the top 1%?
Of course not.
No, I don't think that happened.
Then we agree.
I don't think that
And
quite
Trump's
happened,
bill's
so.
insane for that. Then we agree. That's awesome.
No, I think there's common sense things you can do with every dollar Americans pay.
Giving it in the form of more tax breaks to the top 1% when they're richer than ever doesn't seem very common sense.
Hey, Luke, is it the top 1%
The cool
that
thing is, I
benefits
think
from
we
no
agree
tax
on
on
that.
tips?
Like, there's probably a
No
lot of
tax
social
on
things
overtime?
there's a lot of things we disagree on.
Yeah, if I was Luke, I would keep pointing out that Michael Knowles is sitting here with his nice suits and his slicked back hair and his fancy equipment and everything, and his fancy cigars, and saying, yeah, of course, every time I bring up the tax breaks for the top 1% and how Trump is benefiting the rich, he cuts in every time, which he does. Like, he seems to be very defensive of this, and he seems to try to change the subject every single time Luke brings it up. He sounds defensive.
On
child
the
tax
cool thing is,
credit,
I think on reining
standard
in the power of the
deduction
elites, we should all agree. You're listening about
where I
just like a little.
disagree is I don't think you have the
But
qualifications
I'm not even
or
referring
me
to that yet.
to
I'm
talk
saying
about
if you
fiscal
do
policy
you know
at all.
Do you know the combined? Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Where we disagree is I don't think I have the qualifications or credentials or you to talk about fiscal policy at all.
Neither does Trump. Neither does Trump. What do you mean? But you guys are voters, so I don't know. You have the ability to talk about it. You should just reference the people who do have the expertise. You should be referencing them. You should be looking to them and quoting them and talking about what it is that they've said. But if you guys don't have the fucking expertise to talk about this, then Trump definitely doesn't have the expertise to be doing it.
And you think Trump does? He thinks the word
I agree.
groceries.
Luke doesn't have the. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
He thinks groceries is like a new word that he invented. Yeah.
Crickets. Okay, next question.
That's not true.
My question for Michael is, what watch are you wearing this evening?
It's an ad.
This fancy one.
Now listen. I'm an author. I am a best-selling author of 2 books, one that doesn't have any words in it called Reasons to Vote for Democrats. Hold on. I gotta explain it. Reasons to Vote for Democrats, which it's entirely made of blank pages, and it sold a lot of copies. And my thesis is being proven very strong tonight, I think. Then I wrote another book with words that was due on the same day as my baby. And because of the great sale, because Democrats sold so many books from me, and because of the great Trump economy in 2021, I'm wearing a Rolex Datejust.
Very nice.
So to be clear, while millions of low-income Americans are losing their health coverage because of Trump's bill, he's getting a lot richer because of that same
Illegal aliens might be losing their health coverage, but other Americans are
That's not true.
Real Americans are not.
16 million.
Next question.
Wait, Michael.
Enough
You
from
just said a
you.
lie.
Next question, let's go.
12 million American citizens. Do you notice how he can't answer
All
those
day.
points?
He loves the word
alien.
alien.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for taking all of our questions and for having so many interesting things to talk about. But in all of the complexity of conversation, nobody has asked directly, what is capitalism? And can you explain the differences between Democrats and Republican thinking?
I want to go.
Zena.
This is my thing. Everybody. Capitalism is an economic system in which the means of production are owned privately. Think of means of production as factories, as land, as the things that we use to create, it's capital, right? The things that we use to create capital. These things, this means of production are owned by a very small few. Not many people own the means of production. Most of us are selling our labor. Like, for example, most of you guys have a 9-to-5 that you go and you get a kind of a wage back, right? From capitalists, those who own means production. The problem is we assume that people who own the means production earn that somehow, when really the people who did first acclaim the majority of these resources, it happened a long time ago and they kept passing it down generations. The problem is people who first came here, they did a lot of bad stuff, they took a lot of land, and they're...
So it's not really true that like the majority of like that like wealth is just passed down from one generation to the next. There's arguments for it and there's arguments against it, but I think the idea is like the people who have wealth today, most of them did inherit that wealth in some way, but the majority of wealth that is inherited is gone by somewhere from second to the third generation. I think 70% of the wealth is gone. Inherited wealth is gone by between second and third generation. So it's not this it's not this thing where like people aren't accumulating any sort of wealth on their own. The people who are actually doing well are inheriting wealth. So I said there's arguments for and against it. The people who are doing well are inheriting the wealth and then investing this in a way, or innovating in a way, and they're actually turning that wealth into more wealth. Lots of people do just inherit wealth and just live off that wealth, and then they never turn it into something else, and or they like end up going bankrupt because they're irresponsible or some shit. But it is a huge advantage to start off with a lot of money. I've talked about the fact that, you know, Donald Trump is allowed to fail a lot more times than you or me. He's talked about the fact that he's gone bankrupt numerous times. He's talked about the fact that like he's been negative, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars before, but he's able to fail at much higher rates than you or me. And this is like something I talk about with like, you know, people who are record producers in music. When they're trying to find somebody who's really good, they can be wrong 99 out of 100 times. But the 100th time, the one time that they're right, that person makes up all of the money for all of the other 99 that failed. They're able to spend an inordinate, whatever, a large amount of money on people who are, who suck. They're allowed to spend a ridiculous amount of money on failures. They are allowed to fail over and over and over. They are allowed to spend money that you and I will not spend in 5 years. They will spend that money on a single person in a couple of months and fail, and then move on to the next one and do it again and do it again and do it again and again and again and again. They are failing by far the majority of the time. But once in a while, they don't fail, they win, and they make up for all those failures. And that's what people like Donald Trump, who inherited millions and millions of dollars, do, is they are able to invest tons of times. And that's why he's allowed to have tons of bankruptcies and tons of fucking tons of fuck ups and tons of failed businesses. And like, he's able to fail over and over and over because he had this head start that most people don't have. So he's allowed to just fail all the fucking time, which is probably why he is who he is, because he has failed. He has gotten used to failing, and he is all right with failing. He just pretends it didn't happen because he doesn't ever have to deal with the consequences of his failures. He gets to just keep trucking along because he's allowed to fail. He has more than enough cushion, enough of a safety net to just keep failing. Because eventually he'll just fall into success somewhere if he just bets enough times on enough different places on the table. One of them will win. If he bets on all the fucking horses, one of the horses will win. So
their ancestors still own that land.
They were heroes.
The
They were
people,
heroes.
wait,
They
I'm
were
sorry. The
heroes.
people who slaughtered and a bunch of people and then took all their land and then started profiting off of it and then also selling people's labor and their livelihoods for money. Those are heroes. Interesting point.
The Indians slaughtered a lot of people too, if we're being totally honest about it.
Do you want to
know.
compare numbers? I don't think that it would look good, right?
Well, we won the wars.
Yeah,
that's true.
you won the war
That was
by
good.
doing what, Michael?
Well, by settling the land and building a great country that you live in and that you
taking
prosper in.
land that people were already living on, by killing them, spreading
Most of it
diseases
was
towards
empty.
them, and also women. So yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
happened all
Okay,
the
hey,
time.
I have a
With that
question to
being
your
said,
point.
that's what capitalism is.
I have a question to your point, Steve.
Republicans and Democrats both support capitalism, right? Of course. But capitalism is a system that is exceedingly failing as the gap between us and the 1% and people who own all this capital continues to increase. What's going to happen, especially as AI comes along that continues to be able to do your job, is that 1% of the population is going to own all that AI that can do your jobs. And what happens then when they can create the labor and supply it for themselves?
Okay,
Where does
Zena,
your
I have a
job
question
go?
for your point. So you say that capitalism is where the means of production are owned privately.
Yes.
I agree with that. And you say that a very, very small number of people own the means of production.
yeah.
So my question to you is, how many Americans invest in the stock market?
No, how many Americans have the means to invest in the stock market? How many Americans have
There is
the
an
capital
answer, I promise
to
you.
invest in the stock market?
What's the answer?
Majority of the Americans are broke.
What is the answer? What percentage of Americans invest in the stock market?
Not many.
it's like close to 80%, I believe. This is a bullshit talking point that conservatives tried using when all the liberals were talking about the fact that Trump was ruining the stock market and that the stock market kept dropping because of Trump. And all the conservatives kept running around saying, only 17% of Americans are actually invest in the stock market. So that doesn't benefit poor Americans. You guys only care about the rich. It's like 80%. It's like 80%. When we look at like 401ks, when we look at retirement investment plans, when we look at like all of these different types of investments that are used in the stock market, even like pensions and like all of this fucking shit is invested in the stock market. And it's something like 80% of Americans have money invested in the stock market.
Many, because not
62%. So most Americans own the means of
and
production.
how many Americans?
I think it's higher than 62.
How many Americans are profiting significantly from the stock?
62% because we have the highest stock market ever
That
under
doesn't mean that
Donald
everyone
Trump.
is profiting from the stock market.
They are. Everyone
Buddy.
who's invested in it.
Most
Everyone's
Americans
invested in the S&P is doing great.
Dude, that
Okay.
was a horrible.
It is time for round 3.
No, it was a bad example of owning the means of production. The investment in the stock market is not the same as owning the means of production, because you're investing in somebody else's means of production. You are not investing in your own means of production. So that is that she failed to push back in the right place.
No, Michael. Who won the round?
Oh, who won the round? I thought it was a given. Okay. I'm seeing a lot. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of red. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Who wins the VIP round? I'm going to say the watch guy. The watch guy wins it because he has good taste.
Where's the watch guy?
And now, without further ado, it's time for round 3. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm going to go first on this one because I don't know if this is going to be a winner, and I think I'm actually on the lib side for this one, but I'm right. My argument is, they know it. They see it coming. They read my Twitter. I think that HOA...
Jeffy, thank you for the $2 dono. Let's go. Jeffy. Thank you for the donut. Jeffy.
are awesome, and I love them, and I hate the athletes. I could be dragged out of here and killed by the audience. Okay. All right, Zena.
All right, listen, guys. We've already done my third topic. Let's get back to toxic masculinity again. Am I right? We've already done. Come on, people. All right.
Okay.
Who vouches for HOAs? People who want nice neighborhoods.
We got a bar full of people. And you want us to debate HOAs.
And how awesome they are. It got them rowdier than anything tonight.
Okay, my third claim is Trump hates the working class. You get the gist on that one.
That kind of fired him up. That fired him up a little bit, too. Mr. Davies, who was it?
Toxic masculinity.
It's tough because I'm in the corner. I feel
Toxic
like I'm getting biased.
masculinity.
I got to be like right in the middle for the decibel here.
Toxic.
What does it sound like in the middle of the room? Do that more time?
She's repeating it again over and over. Toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity.
Masculinity.
But they wanted to go back to... No, enough. We have enough in our culture.
Toxic
I kind of felt like Luke's topic won it. Trump hates the working class. No, do you agree? No, all right, you'll disagree. That's fine.
They didn't even let her say her thing and get cheers for it before they just moved on. What the fuck?
You want to do toxic masculinity?
Yeah!
All right, that's fine. All right, Zena, what's your point?
Listen, men are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than women. And the CDC...
This is really toxic of you guys. All right? You guys killing yourselves instead of women. We've had enough of this. Women need attention. And the fact that men are spending all of that attention on themselves. If you're going to kill somebody, kill a woman. Stop killing yourselves. We've had enough of this.
attributes this to hyper-toxic masculine norms that have been spread amongst Western society. So what we're seeing right now is that, and listen, where are all the men out here? I want to hear it from the men out here. Where are the men? All right? This is a woman, this is a feminist, right? Arguing for you. I don't like that you guys are not allowed to express your emotions. I don't like the times that you feel insecure or sadder and you can't express that. Where does that energy go? Oftentimes, that leads to men's deaths in bars when they feel this pent-up anger that they can't release in normal, regulated ways.
It's not anger we want to release.
And I don't think that's okay. A lot of men are turning to these podcasters who tell them these narratives about how women are out to get them. And that's actually what's inhibiting you from getting laid, let me tell you.
True.
Okay? Women don't like that. What I'm telling, let's be honest.
Within the context of marriage, she meant.
Let's be honest.
I think that's what she meant.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You want to get laid and you don't want to be sad? You don't want to be a hyper-toxic man. That's my case. I think it's a pretty good one. So.
Okay, so we got to drill down. What do you mean? It's a very loaded term. What do you mean by toxic masculinity?
I think toxic masculinity is an accumulation of norms that say things like men should never be allowed to cry. It's a sign of total weakness. It's a failure on a man's part.
Okay.
A lot of people say that. In fact, podcasters with millions of followers say that.
Okay, now I have a question for you. So that's a good place to start.
Yeah.
So you're saying men shouldn't repress their emotions and they should have some feels. Okay, so curiously enough, there was a study in 2021 out of UCLA, the study. I said, no science here. So there was a study, and it measured emotional repression in men and what that does. And what it found out is that emotional repression in men is not correlated really with bad outcomes. It's correlated with better executive function. It's correlated with better goal-orientedness. It's correlated with better satisfaction. This was backed up in 2023 by a study.
Okay, so what he is saying is true. This is true. It just doesn't negate what she said. There are benefits to men repressing their emotions. There are cons to repressing your emotions. There's like, everybody should repress emotions to some extent, right? We don't want everybody just being a fucking messy ball of emotions all day, every fucking day. There is a spectrum here of how much or how little one ought to repress their emotions. There are some men who need to repress a bit less. There are some women who need to repress a bit more, but there is a healthy middle ground that is pretty wide. It's a pretty wide middle ground, okay? Like, you don't have to end up, like, right here on the spectrum in order to be in, like, a healthy area. Like, the healthy area is taking up, like, the majority of the fucking spectrum. You just need to kind of adjust a little bit to get in there, and you'll be in, like, a socially acceptable and healthy area. But they're both just like addressing different parts. You can both be better at executive function and have like a healthier lifestyle. You can get more things done. You can be more efficient, more effective. Like, you go to the gym, you go to work, you get your sleep, like better sleep. Like, you can get a lot more out of repressing emotions, and you could probably feel better about it too, because you probably don't have a lot of friends and like a lot of like people that you depend on, and like a girlfriend or a wife or anything like there's a lot of benefits to it for sure. But then you fucking kill yourself. And at 45, I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if that was worth it for 45 years of efficiency. I think maybe just move just a little bit on that spectrum, just a little bit, to where once a month you go to a therapist and you talk about things. Shit. Like, That is, I'm talking, this is why I'm saying, it's a very, very small movement you got to make to just get into that healthy range. Like, just a very small movement where just once a fucking month you talk to a therapist about some shit, or you just like, you know, what, and even you don't even have to talk to that therapist forever. You can go to that therapist once a month for like 6 months to a year and just learn how to talk and how to express yourself in a healthy manner, and how to hold healthy relationships and healthy bonds, and how to build those things. Like, you can get this very quickly, and then you're good, dude. You're good. You learned it. You don't have to keep going to a fucking therapist for the rest of your life. You got it. You figured it out. You got into the fucking pocket, and now you're all right. You're fine. But the types of, like, yeah, the types of repression that a lot of these alpha male groups talk about is, timer is over. You got to stop giving us good advice now. Okay. Just kill yourself. Just kill yourself. There's nothing to live for anyways. Like, when you die, you would rather be remembered as like a masculine, you know, stoic man, like a fucking alpha male, somebody that people can look up to at 45, rather than living to be an emotional bitch that everybody fucking hates at the age of 90, right? Why care at all? Why care at all? You guys want good advice, you gotta fucking pay for that shit. Just kill yourself, and then nobody will have to care anymore. Well, there goes Tom's channel. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna send you guys over to the gaming channel. If you don't want to watch games, just stick around for just a minute and hit the thumbs up button once we send you over there, and then fuck off. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, outside of that, I will be back on tomorrow. I've got we got a new map. Again, it's very exciting. New map on Call of Duty. It looks very different. They got all new guns. All of our old guns are gone. And it's at perfect timing because I just had to start over. I just got banned the other day. My Call of Duty account got banned. And so I had to start over again on Call of Duty. And now I was kind of upset, thinking, damn, dude, I'm so far behind everybody else. But now all of you have to start over. And now I'm right back there with you. Now we're all on the same fucking level. And I'm right back with you. So let's go. Let's motherfucking go. All right. All right. All right. Trying to make sure I actually get rid of all the fucking clocks this time. Don't want to get stuck with all those clocks. Sheesh. Tom has to be the best or he gets upset. Yes. That is what a healthy mind would do. Yeah. Of course. Because I am capable of expressing myself, and so you guys know what it is that I feel. Mantis keeps coming into the chat, getting upset that I do express myself and that I'm willing to talk to you guys about things like this. She gets upset when I talk about what it is that I think or what it is that I feel. But I'm not going to stop for her, okay? She wants me to be something that I am not. Table flip. That's what Mantis wants. She wants a toxic masculine guy who's gonna walk around. I'm an alpha male. Fuck you, can't. I'm going. Huh. That's what she's looking for. It's not me. I just can't do it. I'm too open with my emotions, and I grew up with a mom and sisters. I'm too healthy. The fuck? Why does it keep doing it? I always knew Tom was a Cartman on the inside. Yeah. All right. I'm going to send you guys over to the other chat. Hang out for just a minute. Hit the thumbs up button. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. No. Wait, what the fuck? What is that?